Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. Sign language for me today. No voice, it's gone. Day 4, SimRacing Expo. It's been fun, hasn't it? And we've still got one more day to go.
Exactly.
Oh, it's going to be a
Please
great
welcome beautiful-looking, voice-losing Luke Crane, ladies and gentlemen. You're still a little bit smashed, are you?
No.
No.
My throat is, that's about it.
Okay. We are super happy to announce the schedule of the day. Let's have a look over here. Perhaps we have it on the screen. There are going to be some really nice things upcoming. Of course, the fair is open, so it might be pretty much the last chance to test out what you can buy for Christmas, right? And put it on your Christmas wish list, or just buy it today. Because all the companies are there, all the manufacturers, and I just heard that our premium partner, Track Racer, has 15% on everything. So, might be a good thing, though.
Absolutely. There's discounts everywhere. Make sure you go and check out the exhibitions here at the SimRacing Expo. Here's the run of show then. We've got an Expo opening intro to the GT500, one of the most prestigious races of all time in sim racing. We will then see some of that race as well with Alex and Corby. We then head to a talk with Florian Hasper and Christoph Sieber about the future of VCO. And then we head to the do's and don'ts as a beginner.
I'm really looking forward to that, honestly, because I'm still new to this, and there are so many nice people talking about the do's and don'ts, which I have to know, definitely. After that, it's going to be, again, a hop over to the ADAC Digital GT500, blah, blah, blah. I can't talk anymore. And we have a game show in the afternoon. I'm really looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, me versus Madza.
Absolutely.
I'm going to win. It's not even a contest.
If it's singing, you will win. I heard you're a very good singer, I guess.
Yeah, brilliant.
We will hear Luke singing later, I'm pretty sure. I just wanted to mention one more time, another premium partner of ours. This has got to be, you got to check this stuff out. Right here on the stage, we will give it to you for free. Just come over, it will going to be fun. And you will look like Luke. The hairdo is amazing. I love it a lot.
Absolutely. We've also got some NASCAR for you a little bit later on. Then we will close out the show with the ceremony of some racing winners and, of course, the game show to end things up. But enough from me and Matt. So right now we're going to head over to Alex and Corby, who will give us the rundown of the GT500.
How's it going, guys?
Morning, Luke. Morning, Matze. Good morning, everybody. So, the ADAC Digital GT500. Luke, Matze, I know you're excited, we're excited. We're racing at the Temple of Speed, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza that's been in circulation for 100 years this year. I mean, Corby, we've got... So, what I was going to say, Matze, this is the pinnacle of sim racing. We've got 30 plus of the best teams. Guys, you must be just as excited as we are here on the commentary position.
Yes, absolutely. We just had a little walk through the paddock, and it's just amazing to see how tensed everyone is and on the go. It's really, really cool to see that.
And I just saw Max Benneker smiling, which is something I didn't think I'll ever see.
Yeah, there will be surprises probably also during the race. We'll look forward to a very intense race. I mean, it will be hard fought for. It is so prestigious, this ADAC Digital GT500.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 cars in competition, the BMW M4, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, the Mercedes AMG GT3 from 2020, and I think a firm favourite, considering the cars we've got in front of the stage, Luke, the Porsche 911 GT3R.
Do you guys have a preferred car? What would you go for if you had to drive?
Probably Herbie.
Yeah, the Porsche's grandfather.
Exactly.
BMW M4 for me, for Team Woo, when we do the endurance races, either that or the AMG, but for the most part it's the BMW.
I'll pick that one as well. I picked the one Luke picks. Yeah, I think that's a good pick.
To be honest with you, the Got To Be hair products, I've actually tried it this morning, so I got myself ready for today.
Oh.
They're actually pretty good.
I mean, you're looking as beautiful as always.
Oh, thank you very much. Not looking too shabby yourself there, Corby. But yeah, there's plenty of that to give away, so you can come to the stage. We've even got some here on the actual commentary box, but the ADAC Digital GT500, 3.573 miles, 5.75 kilometers. There's going to be flat-out GT3 racing.
Yes.
But we all know, guys, you can't win a race on turn 1. You can certainly lose a lot of ground in that opening chicane.
I mean, there's the saying, I mean, to finish first, you have to finish first. I think that's a big saying. And obviously, it's an endurance race in some sense, and you need to go all the way through the 2 to 3 hours we're going to see here.
Yeah, I mean, Luke, from your expertise as a commentator, I mean, endurance racing is the pinnacle of sim racing, isn't it?
It certainly is. And you're right, you cannot win the race in Turn 1, but the exception is Monza. So everyone knows you can win it in Turn 1. Anyway, me and Matt are going to disappear. Over to you two. Enjoy the race.
Have fun.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the fourth and final day of competition for the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo. Alex and Corby. We're going to have Paul joining us a little bit later on to mix it up a little bit in the commentary box. I mean, even though my voice might sound fine at the moment, it feels still a little bit rough. I mean, it's great to have a get-together yesterday evening.
Yes.
But here's the starting grid. Team Redline, Arnage Competition on the front row. Beeler Racing and ASAP Triton Racing, row 2. Williams Esports Chill Blast and Williams Esports Racer rounding out the top 3 rows. Door Esports and ASAP Triton Racing round out the top 8.
Yes, and I mean, the field is already super close. We see probably the qualifying times down below.
We do. The top 8 teams pretty much were very closely covered. Veloce and Get Closer Racing round out the top 10. Leo Racing, Gather Chain Ballas Esports with DV1 Triton Racing. Team Fordzilla in competition here today will be joined on row 7 by Absolute Motorsport Acelith Sim Racing. GTWR Esports and Door Esports Junior round out the top 16 positions, which is pretty much 50% of the grid. And you can see there is a lot of Weissach's finest on the grid, but also Falterbach for good measure. IES Sim Racing Schweiz, joined by Brabham Esports on row 9. Unicorns of Love and Absolute Motorsport Acelith Sim Racing will start on 20th position. Kramer Racing Esports and Corvana Gaming, row 11. Sim Racing Academy and Deutsche Payment Nürburgring round out the top 12 rows.
And with that, we're still in the 147th. So the field is very close. The competition is super high.
Qualifying did take place offline before the event, so there were multiple sessions for the drivers to get involved with. And looking from what is now going to be a very, very packed grid, WS Racing Esports, Henvelten, row 13. Gridfinder and GTWR Esports, number 16, who have gone with the trusted Lamborghini, round out the top 14 rows. Completing the top 30, it's Geeks Energy and Gather Chain Ballast Esports with Writer Engineering Esports and Geeks Energy in the number 35, rounding out the 32 teams. And one last, but by no means least.
I mean, here's the most special person. This is the only team that gets a page entirely for themselves.
Exactly, with a bit of real estate to boot. And with the teams covered by just under 3 seconds in time qualifying. There is the circuit itself. They broke ground back in this particular part of Italy on the 15th of May, 1992, and the 3rd of September, 1922, saw the circuit open. The architect, Mr. Alfredo Rosselli, the lap record, set by a particular friend of someone who's here. Tony Kanaan, you know who I'm talking about. Rubens Barrichello in 2004. The lap times are going to be considerably lower, considerably higher than what we see in Formula One. But we could see a historic moment. Last year, it was Urano Esports that took the 2021 crown. And there is one driver that could do the double with 2 different teams. And that driver is Louis Naza.
And I mean, that would only goes to show how good he is, because he can't, he's not only winning with one team, he switches to another team and he wins again. And that means it's entirely up to him. His driving skills are fantastic, and I think he is so motivated to show us all here that he can do it.
So the drivers now make their way on the formation lap of this iconic historic circuit, the Temple of Speed, 20 kilometers north-northeast of the fashion capital of Italy, Milan.
Yeah, located in the Royal Park, the park more than 2 times bigger than the Central Park in New York. So you have trees, you have a beautiful scenery all over, but you also have this beautiful, incredibly historic racetrack, 70% full throttle. It is truly the Temple of Speed.
And it's also going to be a test on the brakes and the tyres over the course of the race itself. You can now see that the tyres are being warmed up, the brakes are being heated up, the drivers making sure, as Tom Christensen, the Mr. Le Mans himself, on a particular documentary with Audi Sports said, you want to keep your weapons sharp. And that is crucial. So the front row is Team Redline, an Arnage competition, 71 versus 100. We've got some of the household names known globally in sim racing. And now we get the real anticipation started. Corby, I know you're as excited as I am.
Oh yes, I am.
I can feel the goosebumps again, because we will very shortly have the lights being shown on the gantry. And when those 5 red lights go out, it is full throttle.
And it is full throttle up until the end of the ADAC Digital GT500. It is going to be close. Strategy is going to play a role. Do you change tires? Do you not change tires? When do you go into the pits? Everything will be up to the teams to decide who is going to take the victory at the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2022.
Also, we're broadcasting live on the official ADAC YouTube channel for the entirety of this race. Now, the tension, the anticipation starts to build, because we have 33 cars, each producing between 500 to 600 horsepower. That is 5 figures worth of horsepower, as now the field is being controlled by the front row, heading into the 11th and final corner, now named after the late Michele Alboreto. It's a tight formation as they gear up. 2 hours 36 minutes on the clock estimated. The ADAC Digital GT500 concludes the racing action. It's Redline on pole, Arnage competition alongside. Waits for it. So, are we ready? Are we steady? The ADAC Digital GT500 now builds speed. And we're off and racing. Good start by Redline. Heading down to the Variante Rettifilio. 3 wide just behind. As now they find the optimum apex braking zone going into the Rettifilio. A good start by one of the Williams cars, looks to be more than likely the Razor car with Alessandro Pino. There has been an incident. Kramer Racing involved. I think UOL also involved, but Redline, Corby have made good their intentions and they have scarpered away.
They already made clear in the first few seconds of the race that they want to win the entire thing in their Porsche 911 GT3. And we have another one spinning off.
Brabham Esports collected, and that was going to Variante della Roggia. There is more drama behind as we see the 88s go through into shots. That is Absolute Motorsport. Absolute Motorsport, there are 2 cars for the team, the 69 and the 88s, but Redline have a lead of over 9/10 of a second. Going down in towards Variante S. Ascari, the triple apex. You've got to really, you're going to drop it down from around about 6th gear down to 3rd, turn the car in. The number 5 car, that's the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports, and one of the drivers is the defending champion, Louis Naza, joined by Daniel Pastor.
The field first time heading into the previously known famous Parabolica corner, last corner of the trip. Incredibly fast.
Oh, nice move there. That's Absolute Motorsport going up the inside through Alboreto on Team Fordzilla, who've got the number 21. That's one of the Door Esports cars, and now we see the slipstream. And what a camera shot. The 966 Porsche of Team Fordzilla looking to try and get the inside line. Door Esports nearly making it 3 wide. But on this occasion, Absolute Motorsport in the 88 get the advantage into Rettifilio. Great action already. Yes. We've had some dramas. There are at least the thing is, if the dramas happen now, Corby, they can recover, they can come back. The strategy is going to play a big part. Now, there is a balance of performance put in and the Porsche is the one that is not really affected.
And I mean, we were discussing before why there are so many Porsches on the grid. I think with that we have our reasons why the team went for this specific car.
Team Redline already opening that gap. It was 9/10 after the opening lap. It's nearly a second and a half. Now we see a little bit of a battle further back. Get Closer Racing trying to make their way up the order. This is the battle for 8th position. Number 20 of Door Esports ahead of Veloce. Leo Racing, Gatterchain Ballast. Get Closer Racing, DV1 Triton Racing. Absolute Motorsport ADAC SimRacing the 88, running at the top 13. The sun is shining down on the Temple of Speed. Track temperatures will be in excess of around 30 degrees Celsius. 2 hours and 33 minutes of this race. We're on to lap 3 already, and still Redline are trying to pull away. Looks like Vila Racing have got themselves up into second. Nice move up the inside. That was on Veloce, that was Ballast. Ballast in the 808 going through. And now the Porsche and the Mercedes are side by side. Can the Merc get the side draft down the main straightaway? No. Pulls in behind the Porsche from Veloce.
But now there's the big start-finish straight, the big main straight to gain up and maybe send it into the inside, dive it into the inside, into turn 1, and they are going for it.
Great anticipation there, Corby. They nearly outbrake themselves, and there's the number 20 going through. We're going to have the replay here, powered by Heusingfeld, and you can see just how close they are. This is on the opening lap. Turnaround, that was Kramer Racing into Unicorns of Love, and then Kramer gets an assist, and then one of the Ballast cars actually holds onto the brakes and stays out of trouble.
But I mean, it is always so difficult on the start, the braking points into this turn 1. It is predominant. It is made for those traffic jams and close situations we've seen here.
Yeah, a little bit of a moment there for Ballast Esports going in the 808, going over the curbs into Della Roggia. And we got the 45. That's the Vila Racing team car. Oh my goodness.
And they were in 3rd place.
They were running in P3. And now the drama has really... one of the top teams as well. You can just see how much this event means to teams such as Vila Racing, run by and founded by DTM, British Touring Car, and Le Mans legend, Mr. Frank Vila himself, who I've had the opportunity to catch up with ever so briefly earlier on this weekend. And it's great to see people such as Frank and other entities, other people, Romain Grosjean, Jenson Button.
Well, next Verstappen with Team Redline.
But yeah, there's the Verstappen.com Racing Association. So here's the moment, and it's out of the corner, it's out of the Lesmo. Lost it, and it's spun, and that's the 1080. A 1080 for the Vila Racing team, Euronics Porsche. And that was significant front-end damage.
Yes.
Now, one of the other things here, folks, there's no fast repair allowed as per the regulations for the digital GT500. How do I know this? I printed off the regs before I got
Very smart, Alex.
Very smart indeed.
But I mean, it also goes to show how tricky those two Lesmo corners can be for the drivers. It's always difficult. It's always a bit of a... Yeah, the back of the car is always coming out. And you have to hold it in. And maybe the pressure got to them. Maybe there was like... They went a bit too wide, went to the grass. I don't know. But in any case, they went into the wall.
Yeah.
And this is detrimental for their race.
Not quite. I mean, we've still got 2.5 hours of this race to go.
Yeah, but I mean, they have to let the entire field pass in some sense.
Yeah, Veloce now up the inside of the 808 Ballast Esports car, and that's exactly the same point where the Vila car is. There's the 60. There is one of the cars. That is the 86. That is DV1 Triton Racing. The battles are fast and furious. The slipstream showcasing, can DV1 Triton Racing get the side draft coming down the cover del Seraglio into Varianti Ascari. They're going to pin it to the outside. That's going to be brave if they try it. They wait, with bated breath, they anticipate what Ballast in the 808 is going to do, and they keep that very much in sight. There's the number 55 car, and that is going to be
Williams Esports.
Williams Esports Razor, so they've got Razor and Chill Blast. And the 55 is the Razor car, the number 5, running the same number as Nigel Mansell when he won the Formula 1 World title back in 1992. And look at the bump drafting. Now they're looking up the inside. into Retro. Williams gets the side draft and gets through on Arnage. Now the hunt to chase down Team Redline begins.
And with that, Williams Esports Racer is in second place. It is round about a 2-second gap already for Team Redline after what has been pretty much the first 10 minutes of the race. So it will be tough to get that back, but the race is long and there is enough time for Williams Esports Racer.
Yes, indeed, the sister car a little bit further back, but there's also the number 10 of ASAP Triton Racing. There is the sister car for Williams Esports, the Chill Blast car, running in the number 5. A little bit further back down the order, but there is still ground to be gained. But look, the Triton Racing duo are in formation, and this is going to be pivotal. Teamwork is also a part of endurance racing, but then you let them work together, then you let them race in the last 15 to 20 minutes. But there is Team Redline, as always, on point, out front, and has a considerable gap coming out of Ascari. The Porsche 71 Gianni Vecchio behind the wheel, partnered with Max Benecke. Alessandro Bico. It's the Italian, it's the charge of the Italian
It's
cavalry.
their home race.
It's their home race, and they want to do the business on home soil, virtually speaking. He's partnered with Moreno Sirica. They've worked together before. They've also won 3 races in the 24-hour series esports championship in the Cup division. And they are a formidable force, so keep your eyes on them. A little bit further back, we've got some side-by-side action coming down the main straightaway. And again, you can just see how close it is. And there is DV1 Triton Racing behind Get Closer Racing, who switches towards the inside into the Retro chicane. This is the battle for 10th and 11th position. More battling up and down the order. And I spot a lesser spotted Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. So this is the car for the home track.
Might be the only Lamborghini in the field. At least I am not sure if we have a second one there somewhere up.
Yeah, well, we do have 15 and 16 for GTWR Esports, and they are both running the Lamborghini. A few Mercedes, a few BMWs, so all 4 of the cars that have been allocated for the ADAC Digital GT500 are being used, and that's what I like to see, a little bit of variety. It is the spice of life, and hopefully we will see how those cars fare. There are some cars that have had some additional ballast. Oh, that was out of the second Lesmo. That was the 21 of Door Esports that just went sideways. They caught that, luckily enough. Apart from when we saw Beeler Racing Team Onyx having that massive tank slapper and going into the wall, they did exactly the same thing, but they were wider than that. The 143, there's the Sim Racing Academy Porsche coming through the Variante Ascari. And Beeler Racing Team now in 27th position. Brabham Esports, the Mercedes AMG, currently sitting down in 29th. 30th, Unicorns of Love, Reiter Engineering Esports. As there is the Deutsche Payment car, the 87. And they've got a 4-driver crew.
I mean, they're already too wide out of the Parabolica.
Come on, give it its right name, Alboreto.
Alboreto. I'm still kind of
I know,
don't worry. The new one.
It happens to me all the time. The number 21 Door Esports Porsche gets through on the 87 of Deutsche Payment. More slipstreaming happening. Oh, and that was the BMW. Looks to be the number 8. That's Gridfinder. Gridfinder getting through on the number 69 Absolute Motorsport Porsche. And the Gridfinder car's looking a bit worse for wear on the front the front bumper. And also so's the back end as well. They've been in the wars, they have already.
Might be in the middle of the chaos at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, that's always the way. There's always a bit of pushing and shoving. So whether they've been squeezed a little bit. There's the GTWR number 16 Huracan trying to get through on the number 69, which bounces over the curbs. The 69's round, and the Lamborghini is off the circuit, but still recovers.
The 69, that's Absolute Motorsport, SLF Sim Racing, now dropping back through the field up until the 29th.
No, they've just been
30th place.
Sorry, they've just been passed by the Unicorns of Love, and there is smoke. There is smoke from the back end.
And that's not looking good.
That's where the engine's placed. Oh, dearie me. The number 69 Absolute Motorsport Porsche smoking from the back end. And at this early stage, that is disaster for their campaign. But look at the train of GT3 cars coming out of Varianti Ascari, heading into Alboreto at turn number 11. There's the 966 of Team Fordzilla closing in on the 88, the sister car of Absolute Motorsport. And now they're getting into the slipstream. And one of the things I like about sim racing, the liveries.
Oh, yes.
There is so much colour. There is so much colour.
It is so, there's so much variety as well. It is so super individual. You can basically try anything, do anything, and design it the way you want to have it.
Of course, and you can see, well, we'll see a little bit later on the brake discs on these cars glowing red under the heavy braking zones from full throttle and into the Retrophilia. There will be 6 gear, and I've spotted when the drivers were doing some practice this morning around 260 kilometers an hour. There's a bit of a side-by-side action. That was Brabham Esports getting through on Geeks Energy. So Brabham Esports now making a resurgence up the way through the field. And there is the Biela Racing Euronics car, the number 45. Now trying to close in. Looks to be Kramer Racing just up in front in the 977, which is the case. They're going to go into Della Roggia. That's turns 4 and 5, hard on the brakes. And bumping over because they are using so much curb. But that's also going to cause a problem with the tyres.
Yes.
Because they're effectively, they're going to be stepped, whereby there is going to be an obtuse angle of how the tyre profile is going to have a contact patch on the circuit. But if they do that too often, as we saw with Absolute Motorsport in the 69, the number 16 GTWR Esports Lamborghini, we can see that if you whack it on the curbs, it is not necessarily...
It's not pleasant.
It's not pleasant. Well, we've got another move happening here. That's the 888 car of Get Closer Racing. 888, the number used by Craig Lowndes throughout his esteemed career. Now a very capable broadcaster with Australian supercars. They're being closed in on. We're riding on board with DV1 Triton Racing, Piotr Jagodzicki.
Yeah.
And look at the speed, 6 gear, 260 kph, 8,500 RPM, 264 kph into first gear, 74 kilometers an hour. Through the right, through the left, now up the gears, second gear, 130 kph, now third, putting the traction down.
Full throttle through the Curva Grande.
Right, under investigation from race control, car number 71, Team Red Line. That possibly could be for a jump start infraction, but we will wait. There is an investigation underway at the moment, so we will leave that to the race control and the race direction team.
I mean, they had a fantastic start in any case.
They did, but was it too good?
Yes.
That's the €64,000 question that we need answering, and we will find that out in due course. So here's the replay. Now this is what we saw earlier, 69 versus 16. And yeah, it was just the way, there was a little touch between the two. Yes. Lamborghini having a little bit of a love tap, the word that you now like to use.
Oh, yes.
Since the exhibition races on Thursday nights.
I mean, that's how fast it goes. You get the little love tap, you get onto the curbs, those chicanes, they are super tight. And then it's already too late. You don't have any chance to react, to correct, and you just...
Oh, here we go. Battle for second now, very much on. The 55 Williams Esports Racers, Alessandro Bico behind the wheel. Right up the back bumper of Jimmy Antones from Arnage Competition. Race control, incident 2. Car 163 and 53 under investigation. Ballas Esports Scatter Chain and the 53 of Geeks Energy. And now the Mercedes, despite being hampered with a 22 kilo penalty, weight penalty, or weight ballast that is, and the balance of performance, Corby, is very, very important. You want to have a level playing field for everybody.
I mean, it makes racing so much more intense, so much more fun to watch in the end if everyone has the same chance. If you have the variety in the cars. I mean, going through the field, we have a lot of Porsches. We only have Porsches and Mercedes within the first 13 cars, and then we have the first Lamborghini Huracan with the GTW Esports 15 in 14th place.
So battle again between the 888 and the 808. as they are now both behind Veloce. There's the number 15 GTWR esports car closing in on the 88 of Absolute Motorsport. Oh, don't tell me this is going to be a repeat of what happened with the other two cars.
Please don't.
Yeah.
And we have updates from race control decision. Incident number 1, car 71. Warning. There's a warning for Team Redline. That's our leading car.
That may be for the jump start infraction, but they may have just been told you should have just kept it a little bit closer to the, you shouldn't have gone away from the front of the field. Obviously, that jump starts are heavily penalised, and it could have been possibly a drive-through or some kind of infraction. Veloce still trying to keep in touch with those in front, the number 28. And it looks like we might be coming up alongside back marker traffic very early, I fear. That is one of the BMWs. That's Renvelten that has... and Door Esports, Jonas van Druyten battling away with Dominic Hoffman from Veloce.
I mean, going through to the back of the field, we already have a few cars that have been lapped. GTW Esports 1 lap behind, same with the number 16. We have the Absolute Motorsport SLS Sim Racing, the number 69, 1 lap behind. Renvelten 5 laps behind. And at the back of the field, unfortunately, the boys from Kovana Gaming 7 laps behind. So there must have been some incident. There is no time lap yet from them. So potentially they're entirely out of the race.
Right, under investigation, incident number 3. Oh, the 143 Sim Racing Academy car has just gone off. Might have had a little bit of a squeeze, but incident number 3 under investigation for causing a collision. Cars 14. I think it was 18 and... I didn't really catch the third number because we had that incident. we had that in the way. That's.
I mean, there happened a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. We already have such an action-packed race.
Yes. So we will keep you updated. You will see race control investigations and also decisions on the screen as we see it firsthand. But this battle now is becoming a 5-car battle for second position.
Oh, yes.
So Jimmy Antonez is leading the train. Alessandro Bico is right up the back bumper, and he's going to pull out to the left-hand side. It's going to be 3 wide. ASAP Triton Racing 152 gets the pair of them down the start-finish straight and moves up into second.
And what an overtake, taking both of them, passing both cars, and now into second place. The first one to chase the leading car by Team Redline now is ASAP Triton Racing 152.
Wow, that was
what a maneuver.
That was absolutely textbook. And they capitalised. They got the double toe. Oh dear, we've just had news from Florian Bauer from. Well, I think we're going to try. I think Corby's going to get some information from Florian Bauer of what's happened with the guys at Corvana Gaming. But ASAP Triton Racing, the 152, now takes second position, followed by Williams Esports Racer. Arnage Composition demoted down to 4th, and ASAP Triton Racing number 10. And what's more, keep your eyes on the number 5, Williams Esports Chill Blast now joins the fray. But Alessandro Bico is not giving up on that second position. He wants to be the one that leads the charge of the Light Brigade to close in on our race leaders, Team Redline.
Yes, and I just got information from Kovana Gaming. They're entirely out of the race. There was a little incident involved with Brabham, and they got hit when they came back onto the track again, and there's a total carnage. They can't use their car anymore. So that's our first team out of the race.
That's a real shame. That is a real shame for Kovana Gaming. However, these things do happen.
I mean, we have 32 cars still in the race. And another decision by race control. Incident number 2, there will be no further action taking. I think that might have been the incident about causing a collision.
Yeah, well, Alessandro Bico was looking up the inside, but there is a move. Arnage Competition loses another position. The number 10 Porsche gets attacked from behind through the Retzafilio chicane, and that gives Williams Esports Chill Blast, Daniel Pastor behind the wheel, the opportunity to get through. It was only a matter of time, Corby. We had that concertina effect, and then the domino effects happened.
I mean, they have been fighting for so long in such an intense fashion here on the first few places in the top 10, and at some point it had to happen. At some point it had to go wrong, and in the end it was ASAP Triton Racing who got hit.
Yeah, well, it was the 152 that was ahead and got a tag from behind. I'm sure that might be under investigation by race control. We'll wait for their decision to inform us directly via the notification messages. We go back to the 808 Leo Racing Gatterchain ballast car, trying to close in. When we get close to racing, that might be a bit close for comfort. And the Mercedes is right up the exhaust pipe of the Porsche. We're going to have a look at a nice little slow-mo replay.
This is so spectacular. I love it how you throw those GT3 cars through the Ascari chicane. I mean, they're jumping up, they're jumping down. You really push it hard on the limits, push it over the curbs, even the sausage curbs over there, how they're flying through that.
Yeah, a beautiful slow-mo shot, and a big thank you to Heusingfeld for powering the replays here at the ADAC Digital GT500. So 2 hours and 12 minutes to go, an anticipated 88 laps to be completed of this fantastic circuit. And the sunshine is on our side, Corby, and it's provided us so far over the last 20 minutes with nothing than a heart stopper.
Yes, beautiful weather for a beautiful race. We see another battle emerging. It's the car number 88 in 14th place. It's Absolute Motorsport, SLF Sim Racing, chasing GTW Esports 15 in 13th place. Battle for P13 as indicated here on the right. We have some other teams interfering. ADAC SimRacing Schweiz already very close behind. Der Esports Junior also trying their best to gain up positions through the field.
Right. I've just been handed a piece of paper. I love the fact we could get the information handed to us. All right. For Geeks Energy, car number 17 that is currently sitting in 23rd position, Sean Terra, 13 years and 3 weeks of age. The youngest professional driver in German sim racing. How's about that? We've got some of the stalwarts, and we've got the young, hungry lions in the ADAC Digital GT500. That's what it means to sim racing.
Yes.
The top prize out of a combined prize pool of 10,000 euros, 2,000 to the winners, 1,250 euros to second, and then third place picks up a cool 1,000 euros. They are not just battling for prize money, they are battling for the top prize of one of the biggest events in sim racing known around the globe.
Oh, yes. And I mean, how impressive is that? 13 years of age. I don't know if I can say that broadcast, but I would have probably shit my pants if I would have been him.
You know what? That's the first time he's sworn on commentary. Good man.
Let's go.
There we go. Let's go. Let's have it. Well, I think the most restrained person has been Luke Crane.
Oh, yeah, it's true. He's been always reminding people, I swear, come on.
I said balls to the wall yesterday, and that's beside the point. But the good thing is we are now seeing the battle between Geeks Energy we're actually seeing Geeks Energy in the 53 behind WS Racing Esports, who have brought their Golf GTI TCR, which if anyone is here at Hall 8 or Hall 9, it's just by the just by the paddock box of Triton Racing, funnily enough. And I also remember a familiar name, and I've commentated on this driver before. A big shout out to my man from Karting Rapport, Bartosz. Jerzy Glacz is in the crew for the 152. I remember him when he competed in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Right, incident number 3. No further action has been decided by race control.
I like that. I mean, race control mainly keeping out of the race, do not interfere too much. We've had mainly race incidents, nothing that was meant bad in any case, nothing too much over the top. So nice that they keep them racing, because that's what we want to have. We want those tight battles, those intense moments.
The other thing that we also want is that we want decisions to be made in a very, very quick-fire fashion.
Yes.
But you want to make sure that they are making it with all the correct camera angles. The thing is with racing, and we're getting a decision, as in an under investigation, incident number 4, cars 10 and 55. That's ASAP Triton Racing
incident
and Williams
down
Esports.
Into turn 2.
Yeah, that was Williams Esports, the number 55, the racer car. So I do actually have, I have, funny enough, direct communication with Seb Hawkins. He's messaging me. This is what I like about sim racing.
So nice.
You can message people via Discord to keep them informed, which is fantastic. And the camera angles that we're getting here on iRacing. Now, I mentioned the other day that a bit of history can be written. But that's if it does transpire, because Louis Naza was with Urano Esports last year. They were the ones that picked up the crown of ADAC Digital GT 500 champions. He could be probably one of the only people, maybe even the first person, to win it with 2 different teams. But there's still just over 2 hours of this race to go.
And I mean, it's been already going quite well for him. He's sitting with his Williams Esport Chill Blast number 5 car currently into 4th place.
Yeah.
Gap of about 5 seconds to the leading car, Team Redline. So there's still
and
time to close that gap.
Funnily enough, we're actually now riding on board with Daniel Pashtor from Williams Esports Chill Blast. 1 of 2 Mercedes. Race control, correction under investigation, incident number 4. Cars number 10, ASAP Triton Racing and Arnage competition in the 100. Now the speed builds, full throttle. Foot to the floor. It was the best part of nearly 260 kilometers an hour. They go all the way down the gearbox from 6th to 1st. Now Pastor puts down the throttle. Takes as much of the inside curbing heading into Curva Grande at turn 3. Hugging the apex. Building the speed. Accelerating up the gears. And now it's going to be the rundown and then the hard braking zone down to Della Roccia. Oh, right. First stop and hold penalty. Arnage competition for incident number 4. Get hit with a stop and hold. 5-second penalty as decided by race control. So Arnage competition's race, they thought it might have been a bit battered after that first incident. Now it's going to be a bit of a world of pain right now.
Yeah, and that's our 5th place car in the moment, just doing some quick calculations, putting 5 seconds out of that. They will drop back until around about 9th or 10th place, so this is huge for them.
Exactly. Now we're going to see some side-by-side action. Oh no, it was the 21. The 21 just span around through the Retafilio chicane whilst going round the outside of another car. I think that would have been the 269 of IES Racing Schweiz. But now the number 55 is still closing. The thing is, Redline have got a 3-second advantage at the head of the train. Now, Redline have been going for over 2 decades. They have some of the best talent around. Enzo Benito, Max Benecke, Gianni Vecchio, who the latter 2 drivers who are here with us racing. Kevin Siggy. As soon as you mention Kevin Siggy, you don't need to say anything else.
No.
But it's great to have all these teams here with us at the ADAC Sim Racing Expo. One of the requirements was them to be on site. So there is nowhere, I mean nowhere, to hide. And Seb Hawkins is the best of me saying, that penalty didn't involve us, and we knew there was a correction. He said it scared the bejesus out of him. Well, I'm not going to use his exact words, but I'm going to have a laugh and a giggle at that later. But
I think everyone can imagine what he said.
Well, we'll leave the message about that, shall we? Moving swiftly on, back onto the trackside action. We are racking up the laps here at the 2022 ADAC Digital GT 500. Big thank you to everyone that is continuing to watch the action with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Kobi Rubenbauer. Now we've got some Lamborghini action happening. I think that might be the number 15 car, which is and they are closing in on the 966 Porsche 911 GT3R. of Team Fordzilla. Conor Carnick behind the wheel of the number 15. Partnered, I think, with Giorgio Simonini. The car started in 15th, currently now 13th position. Looking to make it probably closer towards the top 10, maybe in the next few moments or so. It just depends on how quickly this car can get past that Porsche. And at the moment, Corby, it's not quite happening.
No, definitely not. And maybe this is also a good moment to remind you guys, get in touch with us through social media, through Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, wherever we are streaming live. We're also having an eye on the YouTube and Twitch stream, so if there's any question, anyway, you want to get involved with us also on the commentary desk, just put your messages in, type in, and do it like GTW Esports.
Right, nice move there. Nice move, GTWR Esports number 15. Gets past Team Fordzilla. That was for 12th position. There is a bit of a gap. Probably the best part of 4 seconds up to the car next in front of them, which is the 86 of DV1 Triton Racing. Now we've got a scrap going on. There is the number 8 grid finder car, the number 53, and the 163 Chain Ballast Esports grid finder. Do not tell me you're going to go through that corner round the outside of Geeks Energy. They are. They'll give them the inside run for the Della Roggia chicane. And they're right up the tailpipes of the Mercedes of Ballast Esports. And Geeks Energy sends it round the outside. That's an outrageous manoeuvre. Outrageous. Geeks Energy bringing more than just the colour on the livery. They're bringing the colourful overtaking to the racetrack.
Oh yes, and they make it work, and we have battles through the field. Also back there, the number 45 car gaining 1 place through the 2 less small corners, and now heading up the straight below the old racetrack, below the old oval, up into the Ascari chicane.
Yep. So battle for 19th position, Chain Ballast Esports, 163, 53 Geeks Energy, who just did the most outrageous move through the Della Roggia chicane that I think I've ever seen in sim racing.
Yes.
Absolutely nailed it to a post and sent it. Grid finder, Biela Racing, making some good, steady progress after that drama on the opening lap. The 45 car now up into 22nd position. And considering the cars running random, Biela Racing running in the 1 minute 48.5s. Get this, Corby, as there is the stop and hold penalty being served for Arnage competition. And that, ladies and gentlemen, tumbles them down the order significantly. They were on the front row alongside Team Redline, and the gap in time qualifying offline leading up to this event was less than 1/10 of a second.
And I mean, we talked about how close this entire field is and how close the entire field still is. I mean, we still have only 2.8 seconds separating Team Redline from ASAP Triton Racing 152, and that makes this 5-second stop-and-go penalty even worse and hurt even more.
Well, the excuse me, top 3 covered by just under 3 seconds. DV1 Triton Racing started 22nd and now is in 10th position, 12 places gained. IES Racing Schweiz have really, you know, it's great how these teams, we get a whole smorgasbord the sim racing spectrum when it comes to what's happening. And now we're going to see the number 69 being pressurised. Or was that the 88? No, that's the 88 of Absolute Motorsport being pressurised by IES Racing Schweiz, who've got the now recovering Sim Racing Academy 143 car. And now the 143 is going to get a double slipstream. Remember what we saw in that move?
Yeah.
Courtesy of ASAP Triton Racing 152.
We've already seen someone pass 2 cars on the main straight.
That was it's like what we say in the United Kingdom when you go to the supermarket. You get a bog off, buy one, get one free. And that's exactly what the 152 got then. But yeah, I mean, to see now, we're getting into a steadier rhythm here at the ADAC Digital GT500.
I mean, the race is calming down a bit. The field is ordering.
Yeah, well, what we're going to do, we're going to carry on our race coverage on the ADAC YouTube channel. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's hand back to Luke Crane on the stage. Luke, over to you, buddy.
Thank you very much, chaps. What a great start. Team Redline absolutely dominating from the start. If you can get yourself a second advantage at Monza, it's pretty easy to indeed check out. Now we've got our first panel of the day. We are going to be discussing the future of VCO. But first of all, we've got a very special video to show you.
Yeah, VCO started as a crazy idea. I met Christoph Sieber. We chatted about what we do in the real world, what we do in real life. We share the passion for sim racing. This is what was obvious from the start. And then the ideas, started coming. So we had the idea to create a brand, a race car brand, and to bring in all the professional experience that we have from the real world into setting up something virtual. This was the starting point, really. The whole crew at Munich Design Office was like a revelation. They are so professional with so many cool projects in the real world, but they share our passion for sim racing and for the virtual world. These guys are so creative. They bring in all their experience into this project, treating it completely as if it would be a real car. And up to now, it's been a fantastic time and a great experience working with them.
I'm Christoph Sieber, Managing Director of Munich Design. I heard about the VCO team some times before, and they are heroes for me. So we started together and fast realized that we have the same mindset, the same ideas about sim racing, about racing. With Max as a team leader, we started to build up the GT3, and we understand really fast we need also a brand for this car. We created Vicarus as a brand.
The Vicarus project was a great opportunity for the whole team to work on a full-size race car with all its details. With a physical race car, you are quite limited on the design aspect because it's all about performance. But when you design a virtual race car, design is equally important for enhancing the experience for the pilots as well as for the audience.
From the design team's point of view, the biggest challenge really was to create a unique signature for a new brand, something that's recognizable, competitive in a GT3 grid, but still being really unique in itself. In a sense, we had to compete with real manufacturers because they provide GT3 cars for sim racing. Vicarus, being a solely digital car, brought a lot of opportunities, so we could work on active aerodynamic parts that would be restricted in the GT3 series, for example. You can design a truly driver-focused interior, being in your triple screen monitor setup or your VR headset. You really feel like you're in something that is created just for the sim racing experience. Now we have a final design that is yet to be implemented into the game, but will be an enjoyable and really nice to race vehicle.
After announcing this car merely a few weeks ago, we've been so excited to not only talk about it, but to see the car. And while we have two experts on this subject, we have got from Munich Design, Christoph Sieber, and from VCO, Florian Hasper. Gentlemen, should we go take a seat? Yeah. Well, welcome to the Sim Racing Expo.
Yeah, thank you. It's great being here. And we've been here last year as well. Talked about what we would do over the season. And it's great to be back with a new topic.
Yeah, certainly. It's the Expo, of course. You were there at the Nürburgring last year. Now it's here in Nürnberg. How big is it? How big it's got? Are you surprised by what you've seen so far?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not surprised, really. I think it's what I expected in the terms of outcome and the audiences here and so on, and so many things to explore in the huge hall. And it just shows that sim racing is still progressing and it's growing. And everyone was talking about a sim racing boom last year or in 2020. I think the boom is yet to come, and we're in the middle of it. So it's just great that Covana and the ADAC are just doing this and keep doing it, because I think it's the place to be. And so it's amazing to see how sim racing is progressing.
We love niceties, but they want to hear about the car. Let's talk about the concept car that you've designed for Vicarus from Munich Design. Take it away. It's your baby. Sell it.
Yeah, we started together. Our idea was to create a car for sim racing, only for sim racing, getting something absolutely spectacular in the street. And I think we created. Our advice was always to jump into a GT3 car.
Like a little bit higher.
Sorry. it was always building up a GT3 car that is competitive with all the cars we have on the streets and sim racing cars. And I think we created, and I hope we can see some more pictures about it.
I mean, generally, we also run a sim racing team, as you know, and there was always some talking among the drivers. Okay, we are lacking, let's say, a car which has great physics and that everyone wants to drive and so on. Not lacking, there are many great cars out there, but there was something, can't we create something completely new and do it really driver orientated, that we do something which is top notch, and then this was the initial, let's say, input, and then we met, and I say, okay, there is a chance that we do it together with, let's say, with the know-how of VCO and the know-how of Munich design, and it was a crazy idea at the beginning, but then it just grew from there, and we knew, okay, we don't want to be a modder, we just do one car, but we have to create the full range and to really come up with a full car brand, and this is how, step by step, we got the idea, and so Vicarus was created.
How do you feel like we can configure that? How can we make a car brand? Obviously, this is the first step. Where do you see us being maybe in 12 months' time?
First step, of course, is to going up to the racetrack with the car. I think this needs. Our goal is to start in February with your IMSA series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, This is the crucial bit to get the car running, and the goal with Vicarus is not just to do one car, but a full range, But the timeline, I mean, as we tackle all this so professionally, it just takes time to design the cars. I mean, I think we started 3 months ago, or 4 months even,
Much more, I think 6 months development.
So it was a long process. So it is quite real, everything that we do. Now we are currently working on the physics of the first car. But I think it would be great to show the first car. Yeah, there we have it. I think we also have the full renderings, so showing it for the first time in full beauty. And the special bit is also the name, I would say. So the first model is called Vicarus H, AECH. I don't know. It's if you know that, but it's a character of Ready Player One, this movie, and so this will be the typology for the coming cars. So the first one is the H, and H is a very powerful character in Ready Player One, but in the real world it's a woman. So there's a bit of an embodiment of what we want to do with VCO. It's always surprising people to a certain degree, and we try to continue this also even in this race car brand topic. So the Vicarus H is the first car. It's a GT car. We plan to implement it to as many sims as possible. So the first one ideally will be R-Factor 2 early in 23, and the plan is to race it for the first time at the Esports Racing World Cup that we do at the end of February.
I'm really interested to know the process. So I'm just a sim racer, a nerd, really excited for the space, and I just want content. Oh, a new car, I want to drive that. What's the process in designing it and getting it into a game?
First, the process was less to get it in the game. The first process was really starting like a full car project and going to the street. What's the package for a car? So we started with a GT3 package based on all the GT3s we have. We decided for a package that gives us a lot of freedom to make the car absolutely beautiness. And our freedom was that the first time we built a car without a full package. So aerodynamics has to be optical looking inside, but we don't need it. So this was the big effort for us and the big chance for our design team, building something up what is absolutely, maybe for the street not possible, but for the race car it makes it reasonable. And we started the full process, starting from the first sketches, like you have seen in the video, starting with ideations, coming to renderings, first 3D models, building some packages up.
Yeah. And I mean, by the same token, I think we both agreed that we want to create something which is not over the top, like a virtual concept supercar that is not authentic. So I think Vicarus is a brand that could race in the real world, and I think this is the guideline for us. So there are new things in there and innovations and freedoms that were taken, but it's not going totally crazy. And I think this is very important to us.
What's the plan with the linking with VCO in the short term? How are we going to be implementing this into not only consumers' hands but competition?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that we have created a certain VCO landscape over the last years. And I mean, if you follow our competitions, it's whenever we can, we avoid BOP problems. Yeah, so we race just with one car. And so this is just ideal for us that we host events where we can use our own brand, let's say Vicarus, and showcase both of it. So we come up with, let's say, innovative concepts and competition formats, and then we have a very innovative car to use it and or to use in these competitions. So to us, it's just one further, let's say, step in the broadening of what VCO does. And Vicarus is a separate entity, and there will be much more coming from this brand, I would say.
VCO specifically, 3 years. What a success story, right? Rising to the forefront of sim racing by being unique. As you know, I'm a part of the VCO family, and it is like esports racing, or like esports opposed to sim racing. What does the future hold for VCO?
Yeah, I mean, we, as you know us, we are quite spontaneous people, yeah? So we always do it step by step, and there are new ideas coming in. I think at the moment it's about consolidating what we have built. So 23 will definitely see a best of what we've done so far. So we definitely will continue the Esports Racing League. We have, I mean, the season highlight will come already end of February, where we have our first live event in Hamburg, in Arcadia, the home of the Unicorns of Love, but they have a great esports facility. We have never done this thing before. So it will be VCO style, I would say. I don't know if it's the best live event ever done. Yeah? So we cannot rent a hotel in Monaco and do Gran Turismo there. But it will be special, I think, and we put a lot of effort into this. We will continue with the crazy bits like Infinity. Yeah? So I think this was a first in May where we did this concept of 24 races.
That's next week.
In 24 hours, yeah. And then we thought, okay, we thought it's just a one-off, but people liked it. And then we said, okay, we bring the concept back in December. So next weekend, this is a sleepless weekend.
Please
for us.
Explain the format to people who've made it. It's unbelievable.
I mean, the basic idea is that it's a 24-hour race, but split into 24-hour races. Yeah? So it's 45-minute races on iRacing, 5 different cars, 5 different tracks used. And the teams send in 5 drivers, and they can decide which race do they do. So what the thrill of this format is, you really have 24 race starts, 24 finishes. Everything is reset after one race. So it's basically a season. And to be honest, if you count the hours, it's more than a season within just one day. And I really love that idea, and it turned out really nicely last year. And this year, now for next weekend, the special thing is that it's a Pro Sim edition. So we merged the Pro Sim format that we did in 2020 and 21 with Infinity. So at least 6 of the 24 races need to be done by a pro driver. I mean, I think the lines have blurred, yeah. So I feel bad calling someone pro if there's a sim racing pro next to him, but or her. But it will be unique. It will be good fun. I hope people like it again. But it's an exhausting weekend ahead.
Christoph, from the outside, again, part of my ignorance, I don't know your sim racing history, but watching VCO from afar, what's your perception of sim racing been because of VCO?
I heard about VCO some years ago, and I thought it's a great idea finally coming to sim racing as in the pro sports. I started sim racing 2014 with GTR, the first time that sim racing gets a bit more professional. For me, always I was in the midfield in the upper one, not a pro, but I love to do sim racing. And for me, it's also a feeling to that what you want to do with a race car, and you can't do maybe your family's on. You can bring it up to your desk and you can play with that. And as Florian came first time to me, I said, okay, you don't need to explain nothing about sim racing about me. It's a passion for everybody of us, also my team. And this was great for us to jump into making something for sim racing coming up to racing.
How did you get into sim racing? I've never asked you this question.
Oh, well, it was in our real life, we have a PR and marketing agency, and one of our big customers with 3 letters asked for a strategy, or what can we do in sim racing? So we came from the real world motor racing side, and then were forced to look into it. And then it was like a revelation, because I said, okay, why haven't I done this earlier? And so we looked into it, and then the ideas kept coming and said, okay, we can do stuff here which are impossible in the real world. And we built our own team. Then we thought, okay, is there any organization like VCO, that offers some creative stuff and so on? And so this was the beginning. But I must say, as much as I love real world motorsport, and I've worked there for 20 years, I must say I never had so much fun as in sim racing over the past 3 years. And so we are still fired up like on day one.
Where do you think VCO can bridge the gap between amateur drivers and pro drivers? Of course, we do cater primarily for the top teams, but we are starting to see more and more community teams come and get involved. So how do you feel like VCO can help that?
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely having this on the agenda. And yes, many of our competitions are invite only, if you want, but the invitations are not, in a sense, restricted by only letting the big teams in. I mean, if you look at the ERL field, I think we had top teams, or many top teams there, but also teams that normally would not be on this stage. And so we never make a big distinction, I would say. And if you look at our latest project, the Flex Stream series we do together with LFM on ACC, I mean, we had over 100 entries for that, and we did broadcast 3 splits. I think nobody has ever broadcast also split 2 or split 3 of an event.
What about the draft? The view numbers on the draft.
Yeah. There's an innovative BOP concept that we applied that was developed by Niels Naujoks, and this draft show, I mean, had more viewers than races. Yeah, so I think Flex Stream is a very good example for let's just try out new things, let's push, and it was totally open, so we let every team in. Yeah, and it was so funny because sometimes you know how it is, and there are, I don't know, it's not toxic, but then there are, hey, how can you do this and that and so on, and these teams did not expect, that we just keep listening and then we change things. So this is also a thing that with VCO is very important to us, yeah, that we are not offering the perfect product. Yeah, we just need to start something, and then it's a moving target, and we can and want to improve it all the time with the people who are driving in it and teams. And I think this is what we will continue, and we had really made good experience with it.
With Vicarus, do you anticipate other companies to come into this space and become a competitor?
We never thought about it, but of course everybody's invited. Let's say like this.
I mean, actually, we are entering the scene, and we want to be a competitor to Ferrari and Lamborghini and the others. Yeah, but I think that the possibilities are endless. I mean, if the automotive industry, or if let's say suppliers, we just talked about it, if they want to showcase products in a virtual environment, in a virtual car. I mean, everyone talks about the metaverse. No one has an answer at the moment, I think, how it looks like, or everyone's trying something. And I always tell people, I think sim racing is the best metaverse you get at the moment. If you are entering a virtual track with a VR glasses and so on. So I mean, what else do you need? Yeah, and you have to buy a product from a manufacturer or from a sim racing platform. So there are all ingredients that would define the metaverse for me, while all the others are still looking for the key to the gate. Yeah, so I think there's a huge potential for sim racing to open up virtual possibilities, and I think Vicarus is a great first step from our end, and I hope the others will do it as well. But I don't care, I mean, we just
absolutely
do our thing.
We open a door for that.
Yes. So, pardon if I'm not understanding this right. So, for instance, the ROC Race of Champions, they make their own car for the championship. So, in future, we could have like a next level car. Like they've made their own car. You've got a Logitech G that's made their own car. And then you you have 5 races and you use a different car each time, but that's how you brand the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these possibilities are there. Yeah, and I mean, our dream obviously is that some wealthy guy shows up and says, "I want to drive a Vicarus in real life." Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the way that this car is designed, it is possible. So it's not like there's nothing in there and so on. So it's a proper car design, and this is why it takes longer, but it is very in-depth and very detailed and so on. So we just started. We will see where it takes us, what will come out of it, but in the end we will use these cars in our own competitions, and this is the starting point for us.
So you just said the possibility to make it into a real car. Could you maybe explain a little bit further on that, because that sounds to me crazy, absolutely crazy.
That's what we are.
Well, I know Florian is for sure.
No, really, the car is based on a real car package, what I told before. So, of course, it's possible. And in the moment, we have seen only one picture for the interior. And if you will see the interior, we placed from the beginning also the package persons inside, so they have the space for sitting inside. And what we did from the beginning, and this is what a sim racer makes maybe much more happy with a car like this. If you sit in a real GT3 car, you see you have nothing inside. Only your displays, your steering wheel, seat, nothing more. I said, no, if you sit in a sim racing car, you have to feel the environment. And we designed an environment that is absolutely based on a package. So from my mind, of course, if you start a real development process for one-off car or something like this, that needs a lot of time. This is normal. This is the normal car industry development. But we have the base behind of the car that it could be possible. Absolutely sure.
If we can get the image put up behind us once again, I want to ask, what was the inspiration behind the design of the car itself?
I think Christoph, this is your
The inspiration started. Maybe you see the pictures also.
If you get the picture put up behind us, that'd be awesome.
The inspiration started with research. First, what is a GT car? What makes a GT car great? Of course, all of us have a lot of motorsport passion. And now you see also the interior. I think the interior is absolutely amazing, and this is a big difference to a GT car. And the inspiration was first a research. What is the GT cars at the moment in the market? Which car is outstanding from the side of design? So we said Aston Martin is at the moment the nicest car in the world. And then it started typical design researching. You start with sketches, you define overhangs, you define packages wide of the car. Then we thought a lot of things that is later we will see also in videos. We work on it and animations. We have some, the spoilers are moving. We have animations in the car. That is something absolutely amazing to give this what you can't work in the racetrack, but in the virtual racetrack you can feel the car. You can get much more imaginations than you have in a real car.
Was there anything that you didn't have to consider in designing because it is initially for a sim? Or was there anything that maybe you had to consider you wouldn't necessarily have to for a real car?
It's maybe, like I said, the interior was for us very special to build something up that makes the sim racer happy in the car. The sim racer sits in a seat, he has maybe googles on it, and if you have the googles in a normal GT3 car, you see the fire things and so on. And we said, no, we make it absolutely cool for you. Let it look like this picture again. You have an HMI, like in a real car, something with mirrors, click left and right to the steering wheel. And yeah, what makes the difference to a real car? The real car has a lot of restriction of aerodynamics. We said, okay, we want aerodynamics. We have some reasons in what makes aerodynamics great. But of course, if I do a design for a race car, I lose a lot of the design where the designer starts the beginning, because then the aerodynamic guy comes and say, no, you have to make it rounder, you have to sharpen at the other edge. So this is what we don't have in the car. We had the full passion and the freedom to bring our design like we wanted, with some reasons in, absolutely. We have some ideas behind aerodynamics, but not like you do in a real car.
I'm going to go back to you now, Florian, about VCO, and we have our own little version of the Oscars now. We have the VCO Simmies, which was brainstormed a couple of years ago, and it's just completely taken off. If you could explain to people watching at home what the VCO Simmies are and how important they are to champion our heroes of the space.
Yeah, again, I mean, this started quite early in the first year of our existence in 2020, and it was like we were looking at things, what is missing in sim racing, what has no one done so far, and then we always got these newsletters from esports awards, yeah, and so it was a big thing, and everyone was getting involved and said, okay, why not doing it as well? And the general idea was also to do it right. So whenever we do it, we try to do it, special and something. So we had these trophies created, yeah, that are not like trophies you can order next door or something. So they are handmade, special design. They are really worth something and valuable. So this was very important to us. And so we started it in 2020. We did nominations from the community, so we asked the community to send in nominations, and then the second phase is the voting phase, where the nominees that were, let's say, selected in the end or brought up by the community can be voted on. And yeah, I think in the first year, I don't know how many entries we had, maybe 600 votes or something. So we were still young and small and so on. And now this grew, and I think for this year's Simmies, we had almost 5,000 votes.
Wow.
I mean, it's a big thing because people have to click 11 or make 11 select.
The first 2 years don't count, right? Like because Arjuna and Lewis's awards,
obviously.
They were practice years.
Yeah, for sure.
This one really means something this year.
No, and I mean... and we also had some learnings, then there was the North American Oval community saying, hey, what is this? Yeah, I mean, your awards don't count because it's just European biased. Yeah, then we put in a new category, Best Oval Racer. Yeah? So it was that we also reacted on community feedback and so on. And I mean, it really should be an honor or an, I don't know, appreciation of what these guys have done over the past year. And I know the outcome of this year's vote, and I must say it feels right, and this is so important to me. That okay, if I would judge it totally objectively, I would maybe even select these guys, and so I think that the community really brought up realistic and cool results. So we will have 10 winners in 10 categories and a new Hall of Famer. So we also have a Hall of Fame. Jimmy Broadbent, well, in the first year the Hall of Famer was a vote, which was not clever. So Jimmy got the vote because he has so many fans. I think he's quite young for a Hall of Fame already, but anyway. Then last year it was iLiveries, Juan Di Sanchez, who has done a lot for the community. Yeah. And this year we will have a new member. I'm excited about it. Yeah, the show will be aired on 26th of December. So after having Christmas meals and all that, you can just watch the show. And to be honest, it's the only show we do in the year which is not live. So I will sit there and just watch with my family and have popcorn.
We've spoken about Infinity with Flex Stream. We've got the World Cup coming up in February, the second iteration of it, actually. What's new for the next 12 months? What are you pushing to do?
I mean, yeah. Normally I love announcing new things, yeah. But to be honest,
I'm trying to get something.
No, but to be quite open, I think we've done so many new things. We just have to keep doing them. And I mean, Flex Stream goes until I think end of February, so it's still something for 23. I mean, just yesterday we brainstormed with a couple of people and had already 2 or 3 great new ideas, quite silly ones to be honest. But I think we will go for it. So it will be new things coming up. But you know, it could be something that comes to our mind in June, and we do it in August. Yeah, so it's but the program is huge for us, and our community is growing, I would say, and this is what we want to be. We want to provide cool competitions that are entertaining to watch and also great for the competitors to be a part of. And I think sometimes we achieve it, sometimes we learn and make mistakes, then we do it better. Yeah, but this is how we approach the whole thing.
What is your favourite VCO competition to watch?
I started this year to watch it with the IMSA series.
That's really good.
Sure. Next year, Vicaros competition. Each on the street.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, IMSA was a great thing for us. Yeah. I mean, we cooperated with them. It was so great to see IMSA doing a fully fledged sim racing series. Again, many things to learn. Not everything perfect from our end, maybe, but I think the outcome was great. I think the racing was mega. IMSA was really happy, and I think this will also be an option to continue next year, but we have to discuss it. But I think things like that are showing that we are doing our own projects, which we love, yeah, but we can also, let's say, help someone or assist someone like IMSA to put a great show up together with iRacing, that provide the mega platform for this. So this was a great project, but let's see what happens next year. And it will, I'm sure there will be things popping up that I even don't know about it yet.
Yeah, we discuss quite often that sim racing in general, and not just VCO, doesn't get the view numbers that it probably deserves. Some of the productions that we have are incredible, right? How do you feel we can get to that point? How can we grow?
I think we need a revolution in counting, yeah? Because this is what we did with the first Flex Stream race now, where we put in the regulations that everyone who wants to stream needs to put in a little logo rotation thing. You know, we don't want to force anyone to put anything in their streams, but this is what we did, because we think you have to count every POV stream into the viewership of the event. And this is what we did for the first time, and the result for the first Flex Stream race was 130,000 views on the day after. So it wasn't not like views that accumulated over 4 weeks or something. So this shows us this route is the right way. And the basic broadcast that we provide is great, and the core for sure. But still, maybe we should even rethink this and see how does a broadcast of the future look like? I mean, I think we should show maybe the lifetiming permanently in the broadcast. We should jump to different drivers and show them as a person, because I think the viewing behavior on Twitch is you want to see one guy or one driver doing things, and not so much maybe a produced show like we have done it for the past 3 years. So I think it's still open for discussion and a moving target, but I think we have to rethink also how we broadcast things. And seeing these figures from Flickstream, I mean, if we go to partners and say, okay, per race we have 130,000 viewers across 55 channels, but this is basically what other series do, and they accumulate figures of potential technical reach in Thailand, and then you get to 13.5 million. I mean, we just look at the real figures that we can see and that we can measure, and with figures like this, I'm really proud. And by the way, I'm proud of every single viewer that is watching a race. I mean, even if you have 100 on Twitch, then it's worth to do this show, because we started from zero, and everyone who bothers to watch a VCO event is it's sensational. So I think we have to count differently.
Does the responsibility need to fall on the teams as well? Because in the real world of motorsport, teams have to pay a fortune to go and race. For instance, Formula 1, DTM, they've got to pay a fortune to do it. Whereas in sim racing, they don't. It's free, right? They can just come and sign up and win money. They need to do a bit more maybe on social media. And obviously the Flexstream rules kind of adhere to that.
Yeah. I mean, the Flexstream regulations remind the teams that they maybe increase their prize money even if they do preview posts or whatever. Yeah? I think it's not so much to put the burden of monetarization to the teams. I think this still is the job of the promoter or of the organizer.
Oh, no, sorry, I mean promoting by tweeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't mean anything monetarily.
No, yeah. I mean, just showing up, doing a race, and then expecting the payment of €10,000 prize money. Yeah, this could work. Yeah, but obviously it's nicer if a team engages with the series and with the platform. I mean, if you look at Formula One, they are Formula One teams, and they are, and this is their DNA. Yeah, and I feel, not compared to Formula One, but I feel, let's say, with the ERL, that the competing teams feel like an ERL team, and this is what I like so much, that they are, the smaller teams, they are maybe even proud to compete against the top teams. Maybe it's a bit different for the top teams to do this event and then they do another one and everyone invites them anyway, but I think to get or to offer something which is worth feeling something about it and not just competing and say, okay, there's a VCO are idiots anyway. So this is always our goal, to connect with the teams and to give them a good environment. And then it's our job to get some money in, to give them prize money and all the hard stuff, I would say.
Obviously, this car that you have, I think we have built, trying to take credit here,
of course.
That you have built, will be in a consumer's hands at some point, and it's going to be built specifically for competition. But what about the average Joe, someone like me? What characteristics of the car should they be looking forward to?
The Vicarous car, you mean? I think someone like you or me, like we don't do other professional racers, we would love to jump into the car and we will enjoy the feeling of the interior. Like I told before, you have to see how it works with all these new techniques that could be inside in the car. So of course, I think everybody is invited to drive to each, and you will love it, for sure.
Yeah, no, man. We are just talking about the end of the design process here. Yeah. So now the physics process has started again as well. So and so we don't communicate any horsepower or something just yet. This will all be part of the second phase. But the car is there in the virtual sphere now, and now we build the, let's say, ideally physics that are benchmark. Yeah? And this is the next step. Then it gets implemented, hopefully, in as many sims as possible. So it's a step-by-step thing, but we thought it's good to show the world every step of it. So first we launched the brand, now we show the age, so we'll continue until February.
Well, obviously, we have the World Cup coming up, and the races are short, sharp, 1v1s, the esports kind of scenario. How have team managers specifically taken to this? And have you had to deal with much negativity, or has it been mostly positive?
No, I would say mostly positive. I mean, we have gained a bit of confidence over the past 3 years. So everyone knows the regulations, and if someone is not happy about a format thing, I mean, then they can bring it up. But I mean, if you sign up, then this is the way it is in the end. Yeah, we want to redefine things and help to improve things, but the general format is not up for discussion, I would say. So, but I think that the people, or that the drivers and the teams really enjoyed it. I mean, our goal was to provide a competition where you can build a history of the rivalry between Apex and Redline in an iRacing final. Yeah? And this is what happened. So we can have stats. Okay, it's like RHG have won against this team this number of times, or lost against them, whatever. So this is what is missing a bit in sim racing, that there is a sort of some stats and some things you can relate to. I mean, I don't know which team is has won the iRacing Daytona the most often. I'm sure somewhere the stat is given, but I think this is a mega achievement for a team if they have won it 3 times or 5 times. So
do you count like split 14? Because
I'm
a winner.
Do you count this? Yeah, but the data is there. Yeah, so I think you can do a lot with data. But in our case, with the ERL, it's much more direct. You can say which driver has got the most podiums in the competition, or has won the 3 versus 1 thing. So this is also an aspect of the ERL that we have rivalries in the making, and you see, okay, this team is a surprise because they made it into the semi-final and they have done it for the first time. So you have first times, you have a couple of times, they are the big champions and have won 55 times. So, but there is a statistics section to this, which is maybe missing in other series where you only have a championship table and that's it. Yeah? And I also like the MVD thing, the most valuable driver. Yeah, I mean, Enzo Benito wins it every year, but this shows
who's Enzo?
Who's Enzo? I mean, you have this is the sign that that if there's a flexible driver, he can do it on ACC, iRacing, and rFactor too. Then he will become the MVD and get some extra prize money. Yeah? So I think some aspects that we created, they work really well.
As someone that follows tennis, golf, I love the majors, the Grand Slam, and you currently do that with VCO. Is there a plan to maybe in future, once you become a little bit more established, that you have your own 4 competitions that become the 4 majors of VCO?
Oh, well, it's an interesting idea. I mean, you know, the ERL is structured like this, that there is a Masters event in the end, and it's multi-platform already, so we are ticking a few boxes there. I mean, in terms of Grand Slams, I think our cooperation with iRacing is just top-notch. Yeah, I mean, it's such a great opportunity that they let us partner with them for some of their biggest races. So this is also something which we did for the first time in 2020, the VCO Grand Slams on iRacing, and it's a big honor to be involved there. And you know, and we always try to bring in something extra. So we brought Radio Show Limited, John Heindorf and his team, to commentate on this and to be there. We do trophies for the races, and I quite like that it's not connected with a points system. And I mean, we don't have to turn everything into championships and so on. It's just a big thing to be involved with these, let's say, mass events. Yeah? I mean, if there are 5,000 drivers competing in a race, to me, or 10 or 15, this is the biggest motor racing event on the planet, you know, that is happening at this time in terms of participants. Yeah, so it's a great thing. So I would say that this VCO Grand Slam topic with iRacing is also one of the core pillars of what we do.
Awesome stuff. Well, I want to say thank you so much for your time. It's been incredible to talk about the Vickers car by Munich Design and, of course, the future of VCO, what's currently happening with VCO. But talking about races, we're going to head back to the GT500 with Alex and Corby.
Welcome back to coverage of the ADAC Digital GT500. Team Redline and Williams Esports Racer are within a tenth and a half after what has been 40 laps of racing, with a predicted 88 combined of this fantastic 5.1 48 kilometre circuit. ASAP Triton Racing 152 pulling off the most spectacular of moves down the start-finish straight, getting 2 for the price of 1. And we haven't seen that once, Corby. We've seen that twice.
Yes, and we've seen other spectacular battles throughout the entire field. We've seen overtakes everywhere. We've seen, we've seen a bit of disaster, for example,
yes,
with Solana Gaming unfortunately leaving us, and UL getting spun around in the beginning. They have been going through the field, gaining up a few places again. It has been a truly spectacular drive in any fashion.
Yeah, and we're being perhaps hello to my good friend Daniel Yildiz, who's actually here for the Retro Classics Bavaria. So anyone in Hall 8 that hasn't gone to visit, you can go through into Hall number 7, which is to our left-hand side, not to our right. That's Hall 9.
But Hall 9 is also not so bad. I mean, you have all the
not at all. Not at all. You've got to give props to both, haven't you? Because we're really proud to be partnered with them. But this battle has really come alive, and what's more, it's not just one Williams Esports car in the top 5. It's 2, because the Williams Esports Chill Blast car is only 6.4 seconds off of the race lead. We've been going strong for the best part of over an hour and a bit.
Yes, and I have a feeling that Williams Esports here in second place, your Esports Racer, is playing it cool. Like, they have some strategy in mind. I feel like they are actually faster than Team Redline right now. If they wanted, they could probably overtake, just by judging how close they can drive behind Team Redline.
Yeah. Well, you can actually see, for those watching at home, in the bottom left-hand corner, they're
basically one car by now.
They are. It's like Porsche and Mercedes had a baby. What would it be called? I don't know. Answers in the chat, please.
That's an actually really creative way. How would it be called? I would be interested.
Mehr Porsche, or something like that. Or Porschedes.
Porschedes. I like Porschedes.
There we go. But we'll leave that talk alone now, because we've got 0.3 of a second separating the top two teams, Redline and Williams Esports Razor. Embroiled in battle, it's Weissach versus Affalterbach, two of the most recognisable GT3 marks in this category. But still, to see it at this point from a virtual standpoint, as they say on Get Close to Racing stand through one of my tours, we're going to see one of them a little bit later. We're going to see a couple of them later on, where they had a T-shirt which says, "Our cars are virtual, our racing is real."
Yes.
And that's exactly what we've got here at the Sim Racing Expo.
Absolutely, and not only our racing is real, our passion and love for the sport
and our banter, all our jokes all the way through. But now, again, Williams putting the pressure on Redline. It's about that ultimate game of chess. You put an unstoppable force against an immovable object, and no one's blinking yet. Change for third. Now it is Williams Esports, Razor and Chill Blast, second and third.
But they're going into the pits.
Right.
First team to get the second pit stop in.
Could this be an undercut strategy?
Yes. I think Williams Esports has the advantage here that they have two cars so far up the front. This might be the one difference that pushes them ahead of Team Redline in the end.
Yeah, we've got another battle here. This is the senior team from Door Esports and the number 20 closing in on the 28 of Veloce. This is for 6th position as they make their way through the Variante Rettifilio. And still, the chess games continue up and down the order. Arnage Competition, who had that stop and hold penalty for 5 seconds, dropped them outside of the top 20 positions, now up the order and has got back up to around about P15. Beeler Racing are back into the top 20 and calmly moving up the order.
Also, Der Esports really doing a fantastic job, having one car here right behind Veloce in 7th place, and their second car, the Der Esports Junior, driving currently with number 21 in 13th place, only 33 seconds behind the leader. That's 20 seconds behind the car number 20, the main car of Der Esports, currently on your screen.
There's your top 8 covered by 25 seconds. So Redline, Williams Razor, Triton Racing 152 and 10, Veloce, Door Esports, Leo Racing, Gather Chain, Ballas Esports and GTWR, the highest place of the handful of Lamborghinis. DV1 Triton Racing, Team Fordzilla ran out the top 10. IES Sim Racing Schweiz, Door Esports Junior, Sim Racing Academy, Williams Esports Chill Blast, now having pitted for the second time, down from what would have been 3rd place to 14th. Beeler Racing now rounds out the top 15. Absolute Motorsport and the number 88 complete the top 16 teams, completing the top 20. Gridfinder Racing, as we had the number 269 of IES Sim Racing Schweiz looking for a move on Team Fordzilla. Gatto Chain Ballas Esports, Kramer Racing Esports and Geeks Energy in the number 17 ran out the top 20. Arnage Competition down to 21st. And then we have the first set of lapped cars.
Yes.
Deutsche Payment, Unicorns of Love in 23rd and Geeks Energy in 24th position.
But we also have a lot of the cars already in the pit. Currently it's VS Racing Esports and Geeks Energy in 25th and 26th place. So when the first few cars are pitting, this might lead to some cars unlapping themselves. Currently it is a bunch of around 20 cars within one lap, exactly 21 cars within one lap. And again, I've said it so often already, the field is so close, the level of driving skills is so high, anything can still happen in the remaining 1 hour and 14 minutes.
anything can happen in motorsport, and you know what, Corby? It most certainly does.
Oh, yes.
Because we've had that in this race. Dennis Wieker and Bastian Richter battling away for 22nd and 23rd positions. So Deutsche Payment Nürburgring versus Unicorns of Love. They've got the number 10 of ASAP Triton Racing in 4th position closing in. So the car in front, the car behind will be looking to get through on back marker traffic. And you can just see the amount of steering wheel lock they're having to put on as the number 10 goes into the pits for what will be its second pit stop. They're averaging around about 22 laps a stint. So give or take, that will be around about 3 pit stops.
Yes.
So, you know, so you have one at the halfway point. We are past the halfway point.
Oh, there's someone going straight through the first chicane.
And that is Gridfinder. Gridfinder Racing, and the number 8 has gone straight on. They've done, well, at least they haven't done a Marcus Ericsson through that. They did a Nico Hülkenberg. But we're riding on board with Lukas Müller for Door Esports in the number 20 car. Now the speed builds. 250 kph going into De La Roggia. Down to second gear, bumping over the curbs goes the number 28 of Veloce. And a big thank you to all the respective partners, BRS, SX, JBL, Got To Be, Track Racer, SimMotion, Tailored Rig, Recaro and Garmin. But great onboard shot, and the flat 6 boxer turbocharged engine.
And great sound as well.
Oh, it's a mega sound. It sounds even more brutal than the 964 Carrera Cup that we heard on Thursday night.
Oh, yes. Both
Friday night.
Beautiful cars. And beautiful to see those onboard shots, to see how it really feels in the car when you're throwing it above the curbs, above the sausage curbs. The car is lifting, flying into the air with one side. Spectacular images here in Monza once again.
Yep, so the battle continues onwards, and the gap now between Team Redline and Williams Esports Razor now has extended. It's extending further still because Williams Esports Razor and the number 152 ASAP Triton Racing cars are now in pit lane. And now the flurry of pit stops occur because Veloce and Dot Esports in the number 20 have now gone into pit lane. We're going to see that shift again here, Corby, of those pit stops.
Oh, yes. And interestingly, I think we have William Esports Razor already in the pit and Team Redline still driving on the track. And this will be a fight when they leave the track, when Team Redline will finally pit. Will the undercut be possible?
That depends on whether Team Redline, on their first pit stop, brimmed the tank.
Yes.
Because Williams Esports Razor were in the pits for a shorter time. Let's not forget, about 3 seconds. Quicker pit stop, so they might have negated having a full tank of fuel to then go, well, we want to be with them when we exit.
Yes.
And that was the strategy, and that's exactly what happened. So,
I mean, that might also be the reason why they have been driving so close and not overtaking, to just get that lift and coast in at the end of the straight and save some of the fuel.
Indeed, indeed. There is still plenty of racing action still to go here on the 2022 ADAC Digital GT500. Team Redline got pole position in time qualifying. And also, so far, the fastest lap of this race. And it just goes to show that the amount of... Redline are in. Redline are in the pit lane. So now...
It gets intense. We see Williams there right on the right side.
Don't be a killjoy.
So we're getting photographed here right now by a beautiful social media team.
Yeah, thank you, Louise and Steffi, who've been doing the rounds here at the Expo. But now, we now see Redline. Oh, look at that! The 11s burning rubber in the pit lane for the number 71. Lighting up the tyres and stoking the fires. An hour and 10 minutes still to go in this race.
And this might be Team Redline getting a shorter pit stop here in... Oh, what is happening with Team Redline? They're super slow in the straight.
Redline returns to garage. Redline down back into the pit lane.
What happened?
Oh my goodness. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but what that means is the Williams Esports 1-2 Razor and Chill Blast disaster for Redline. Now, was that a possible disconnect?
I don't know.
That car stopped, and that could have signalled a disconnect. If that internet connection had gone, they've had no other alternative but to hit escape and return to garage. My goodness, disaster.
And that's straight after the pit stop. I mean, I was looking so much forward to the fight, and now, I mean, William Esports, they will be happy. They are now in the lead, and they are in a comfortable lead. 7 seconds ahead of their sister car, Williams Esports Chill Blast, number 5, and then 20 seconds ahead of the third-placed car, that's Der Esports.
I don't think Williams will be happy about the fact that has occurred. They want to fight them on the track. Any race team, you ask them, where do you want to win the battle? I don't want to
win on the track.
I don't want to disconnect. I don't want someone inadvertently, accidentally taking them out. We want to fight them on the circuit.
And we want to win on the circuit.
Exactly.
Show that we are the better team.
That just goes to show how cruel sim racing can be. A disconnect is like a terminal engine failure. It's like pulling the plug and something goes wrong. And that just shows how committed these drivers are to events like this. Blue Ray-Ban, prestigious events, a bit like in real-life racing, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Everyone wants to win it on track, not have a technical issue of any kind. And my heart goes out to Redline right now.
Yes.
It really does.
It must be so frustrating. I mean, this is the pinnacle. This is what they were all looking forward to here at the SimRacing Expo, the ADAC GT500.
But we have to move on from that, folks, because there is still a race to be run over the next hour or so. And now we look at the battle for P8. Leo Racing, Gatterchain, Ballas Esports. 0.6 of a second ahead of the junior team from Dort Esports, the number 21. DV1 Triton Racing looking to stick their nose out behind the 143 of Sim Racing Academy, and rounding out the top 12 it's the number 15 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo of GTWR Esports. And look at the concentration here, Corby, through the bottom left-hand corner of the main screen in front of our commentary position. You can just see that they are absolutely calm as can be.
Yes.
No emotion. It's full-on poker face, sim racing style. And Dort Esports Junior looks to be closing in, but into the Rettifilio chicane once again. We'll keep our eyes on this for just a few moments, because very soon we will be handing back in a little while to the stage here at the ADAC SimRacing Expo. There's plenty more things to come to round off what's been a fantastic 3.5 days so far.
Oh, definitely. One race better than the other.
Exactly. And this one has provided its dramas along the way. And you can now see that the Lamborghini Huracan of GTWR Esports, they also run the RHG Academy. RHG is the associated sim racing team with regards to Romain Grosjean. Now, these days running with Andretti Autosports in IndyCar. And of course, there was the recent news that a Veloce alumni, Jamie Chadwick, 3-time W Series champion,
dominating the W Series,
now moving to Indy NXT for 2023. And that's fantastic news.
Yes.
For her, sister of Ollie Chadwick, and also Jamie, a Williams development driver. The amount of tie-ins for both sim and real-life racing are absolutely ridiculous, and Jamie even competed in Extreme E.
Yes, I mean, we've already seen so many racing drivers already here as well at the Expo. We've seen Bruno Sprenger, we've seen Moritz Lerner. We have, I think today there's Johannes Stuck here. So we have so many fantastic names everyone knows from the racing scene.
Yep, Johannes, son of Hans-Joachim, a.k.a. Stritzel Stuck. Yep. The man who famously used... Now, a little bit of history. We're talking about sports car racing. BMW, under the leadership of one Jochen Nerpasch, went over during the fuel crisis era in the 1970s with the Batmobile, the 3-litre CSL, to the United States. And the US thought BMW stood for British Motor Works.
Oh,
what did...
No.
No. Here's where the story gets even better. Stritzel, whenever they hit the top step of the podium, would yodel. And they say, why do you yodel? Because BMW stands for Bavarian Motor Works.
Yes.
And we are, of course, in Bavaria. So that just goes to show how much of German motorsport culture is loved by everybody.
Oh, yes, most definitely. And you know what, Alex? I am going to head off to a quick break, and I'll give the microphone over to, you know him already from...
Let's welcome back Paul Glover into the commentary box. Thank you very much, Corby. Myself and Corby are going to take a little bit of a breather, so Corby will get a little bit of a respite. But with an hour and 4 minutes to go, welcome back into the commentary box, Mr. Paul Glover. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Revved up, ready to go. Well, I have been since about 7 o'clock this morning when I woke up. But, mate, from ACC, you now get a bit of iRacing commentary under your belt as well.
I do, yeah.
What have you thought so far of the race?
I actually watched the start. It's intense, isn't it? And Monza, as we know, is, I'm sure, you know, the circuit, one of the fastest around the world, you know, high speeds, into the famous chicane here as we're watching the view. It's been great. And so I've been watching. I can see there's Porsches, Mercedes.
Yeah, we've got 4 cars. Yeah. They're all being used. BMW M4, which just so happens to be...
I hadn't spotted any BMWs on the screen.
We have got one.
Anyway. Okay.
Thanks to our good friends at Gridfinder.
Ah, yes.
So they're currently running in 18th position, which is exactly where they finished the professional trophy final round yesterday. How's about that for karma? But no, I mean, Team Redline, that was, you know, they were leading. Light up the rear tyres coming out of the pit lane, then the car stops on the pit lane exit. And that is, unfortunately, I think...
I couldn't tell if that... I mean, was that a disconnect? Because
that's what it looked like to me, because the car just literally stops.
I didn't know if maybe they realised they left the pits, the car hadn't refueled or something like that, and they had to go back. But
I think the other thing was, if it wasn't a disconnect, possibly a hardware or software failure.
Yeah.
And that's one of the 3 big things that can cause an issue. But with, you know, just over an hour of this race to go, I mean, Monza, you can't get a better circuit for flat out full throttle.
No, indeed. It's all, you know, I mean, I know we were talking about yesterday about the slipstream, but around here, it's such a greater influence on being able to make, especially to the Parabolica, coming out of the Parabolica.
See, you're doing exactly the same as Corby. It was called Parabolica. It was actually quite recently, in the last couple of years, named after Michele Alboreto.
Oh, right, okay. Well, it's still always going to be the Parabolica.
Hey, you know what? You do your thing, I'll do mine. But no, I mean, to see, side-by-side action like this for Veloce versus what will be ASAP Triton Racing number 10, and Veloce with Dominic Hoffman getting through.
Good to see the Veloce team, you know, going strong like they were yesterday in the Honda, in the Pro Trophy.
Yeah, definitely. But it really is good to see that, I mean, balance of performance. We didn't have that in the professional trophy. We've got it here. And that just sort of like equalises everything. It just tries to put, you know...
Keep the bunch all nicely bunched together, you know.
Strangling the horses on the 6.2 litre V8 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know how quick that is in a straight line, right?
It's like a rocket ship.
Exactly that. And... yeah, I've been watching. There's been some absolutely wonderful battles, and I wouldn't expect anything less, to be honest. You know, a lot of the teams I recognise from yesterday as well, and it's good to see Brabham taking part in this again. And I must admit, I do love the green of the Brabham. I think it's kind of harked back to the old days, doesn't it?
It's the JPS livery without the JPS livery.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Bringing a little bit of British racing green.
Oh, who loves it? I mean, being a Brit, of course, I love the British racing green. I think it's kind of, if you're a motorsport fan, you know of the British racing green, don't you? So, yeah, lovely view here on the rear wing of the WS Racing Esports Mercedes.
Indeed, with Brabham very much in their rear view mirrors right now.
Just, seeing the delta in between the 2 cars in the middle there. I love the fact here we get to see the gears and the revs and the current speed. So let's see how fast that Brabham Esports car will be following in the wake of the Mercedes in front. Let's see if they can get a little bit up more speed, but obviously everybody's going to be carrying a little bit of different wing here and there. I wasn't able to get very close, but under braking, definitely a little bit more confident there.
Yeah, that's very much the case. I mean, it's always been the way with these kind of cars. They do tend to provide some great, I mean, you know, when you think about it, the Porsche itself, Yeah. 565 horsepower. 3.6. Well, depending on which generation you go to, the current generation, if I remember correctly, is a 4-litre flat 6 turbocharged engine. Mercedes can't love a bit of an AMG V8. You know, before Mercedes went down the more low capacity CC displacement.
Yeah.
You know, 6.2 litre naturally aspirated V8. And I still remember being called out on a sim racing commentary saying, no, it's a 4-litre twin turbo V8 like the road car. No, it's never been like that on both generations. The original GT3
and the 21 car getting a little bit, the Door Esports car, they get a little bit loose as it came out of the corner and hit a little bit of gravel. And it doesn't seem to affect them. I thought they would have probably slowed down, but I think they kept their foot in. So had enough speed there, but got a Mercedes pulling nicely out of the way of their nicely done by the back marker there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question because you've been at Hall 9 at the Logitech G stand.
Yeah.
What's the noise been like with all the speaker systems rumbling? I mean...
I was saying to somebody earlier on, I was like, normally I'm a big music and podcast fan, and I've been enjoying the peace and quiet. Apparently yesterday, the LMP3 car that's on one of the stands got started up a couple of times because they scared the living lights out of people apparently when it was started up. But yeah, it's like everyone's competing in there, and my throat's a little bit sore today because all I'm been doing is talking and trying to shout over the noise and everything that's going on. But it's not as busy as yesterday, but it's definitely picking up in there. There is a buzz around the place, which is really good to see. I'm tired, but I've loved this weekend. I've enjoyed it. I might not show it sometimes.
You might not be feeling it at the moment.
You might not be feeling it, but I think we got a big game tonight to watch after today as well. So
right, sorry to cut across you there, Paul. The 86 of DV1 Triton Racing to their immediate left-hand side. Look at the camera angle there. They've got the 143 of Sim Racing Academy that have just launched it up the inside through into the Variante della Roggia. We're now under an hour to go, 57 minutes and 23 seconds, and it is a Williams Esports 1-2. The gap between the top two teams are 7 seconds and change. And this is where it gets very, very interesting indeed. But out of these 4 cars, Paul, what is your favourite?
Oh, I'd have to go with the Porsche all day long. All day long. I do love it. I love the way it's the way that it sounds for me, and I love the style. As I said yesterday, I think I just struggle with the lack of talent driving it, and it's not that I dislike it. It's just that I don't have the talent that these guys have got. What about you? What's your favourite?
Well, I like
all of them.
I like all of them. But folks, we're going to hand over back to Matt Sitt. Matt Sitt, over to you on the main stage, buddy.
Thank you, Alex and Paul, for so far. This amazing and really exciting race is still going on, of course, and you can follow it on the parallel streams on YouTube and Twitch. But please stay with us right here on the stage because we have some really nice parts of advice, I promise, especially for people who are starting out the sim racing life. We have the do's and don'ts for you, and therefore I would like to welcome some guests on stage, as there are Gamer Muscle, Miguel from Team Forcilla, he's an engineer, and Jardy is there. Hello. Welcome. Round of applause for the guys. Yes. Good to see you. Please have a seat over there. Hey. Good to see you. Good to see you. Come on. Okay. Let's sit down and have my seat. Come on. We don't have this discussion now. How are you guys doing, first of all?
Really good. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, so welcome, Miguel. And you?
Yeah, awesome. Fantastic to be here.
Have you had some decent days over here already?
Yeah, we've been here since the beginning, jumping on all the sim rigs, experiencing the show and enjoying Germany's absolutely awesome.
Cool. Have you been to the Christmas market as well?
Not yet, no. Hopefully we can squeeze that in before we jet back off home.
Yeah, okay. And you?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's absolutely incredible here and having a great time. Everyone is so warm and welcome and really nice to meet and see. And yeah, it's great.
Yes, I like it too. Guys, since we are especially addressing people who are very new to the scene, please be so kind to introduce yourself and tell a bit about what you're doing. Perhaps Miguel.
Starting from my side, I'm the race engineer of Team Forcilla. Actually, for a living, I'm a real race engineer. I have been doing motorsport for 15 years now. And I got into serious esports and sim racing for the last 6 years. So I got the chance to work with both sides of the coin. The young kids that are coming in motorsport, and the old fellas that have been doing it for a long time. So there is two quite big perspectives of the picture. And to be fair with you, my job applies on exactly the same way to sim racing. I don't do anything differently. I actually do my job exactly as I do in real life. So it's actually tough because the amount of data and analytics you can do in sim racing is massive. So to those youngsters coming into sim racing, I will always tell them to be patient, to be patient, because it takes time to build the momentum, the technique, and the speed. And we are used today to get things too easy and too fast, like everything is available from your phone. So you want to be fast straight away, and that's not going to happen. It takes a lot of time.
Great piece of advice just for the beginning, I guess. Thank you, Miguel, so far. So you are all also experienced in sim racing yourself. You've set into the rig and everything, right?
Well, I'm not a really good driver. I get frustrated really quickly.
As I am.
I know the technique. I know what I should be doing, but somehow the connection between my brain and my body, something doesn't work as good as I want.
I think this spot probably, like from the brain to like the hands and everything, there's something in the neck which doesn't work. I experienced that myself. Okay, so perhaps you may introduce yourself now.
Well, I'm James West. I run the Game of Muscle YouTube channel, which I founded in 13-12. So I've been sim racing a long time before computers. Started on a stone wheel. But yeah, I just run a YouTube channel, basically taking the less serious side of sim racing, having fun, and pretty much dedicated to complaining about force feedback and just winding everyone up, really, but enjoying it. It's all about having fun, I think, for me with the sim racing. That's our community side of things.
Also having fun, great piece of advice over here already. And you?
My name is Javier. I'm doing sim racing for the past 16, 17 years, and for the past 3-4 years I'm doing YouTube and streaming of the sim racing, doing esport and other videos about racing and racing games.
Okay, so racer, content creator, professional complainer.
Yes.
And also we have a technical engineer over here. So please, for starters, how old were you, and what were like your first game or sim when you first started, Miguel?
Well, working with race teams, we got introduced with rFactor 1, really. We were using rFactor 1 to develop our own cars and our own models to try to replicate the real car on the best way possible for our drivers to train. So actually, rFactor 1 was my starting baseline, and then, yeah, when I discovered racing, to be fair, it was a mind-blowing from my side, because it was a really good way, for example, to develop and to work on the racecraft with our real race drivers. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so rFactor was for you?
Oh dear, how far back do you want to go? We're talking tape drives and loading on Commodores.
As far as possible.
Atari ST, maybe like Nigel Mansell's, what was it, World Challenge or World Tour?
Honestly?
But, yeah, going back, that was when I was little. It's all the demo discs off the magazines, because you couldn't buy the games, they're too expensive. But more recently, when I got into sim racing properly with a steering wheel, it would have been GTR 2, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally, all those kind of games. So that would have been around about 2006, 2007, where I got into sim racing properly.
At what age were you at?
What age? I would have been 20, in my 20s, so I think 19, 20s. I mean.
Yeah, okay. So that was the time you started also to take it serious somehow, or was it just fun at that point?
Well, I wouldn't ever take anything serious, to be honest. But no, in terms of putting too much time into, an unhealthy amount of time into sim racing, probably after that, actually, when I got into sort of doing more of the YouTube stuff, getting a sim racing cockpit, getting a Thrustmaster T300, and then Assetto Corsa especially was when I really got into it. And moving on from that, yeah, all the games that came out after Assetto Corsa.
Okay, Jadia, what was yours?
I think I remember when I was like a real kid, like having like an Atari computer or something like that, a Commodore or something, when you had little pixels driving around. Yeah. But like a proper first memory when I remember a game was on a Sega Mega Drive console. It's like 1993, 1994, something like that. But as you were saying, it's very nice to say when you had first sim racing wheel and when you get like a proper into sim racing was in 2004 with Live for Speed.
Okay.
I was 16 back in the day,
Yeah.
And then obviously that was my first wheel was Logitech Driving Force Pro. Then upgraded to G25 and so on.
G25,
so on.
yes. What a wheel.
Yeah. So that was it. Yeah, obviously played all the GTR games and Gran Turismo and everything, but my first wheel and first online experience actually was since 2004, 2005.
From nowadays point of view, was that crappy, or was it like still? Would you say still you could like drive a decent route with it?
Like if I think about it back, it wasn't too bad. Like I was playing Live for Speed, and the only bad, like the netcode and everything was actually very good. The only thing was bad that when you crashed with someone or with the environment, you usually flew in a space somewhere. You know?
Yeah.
But it was really good. I think it was a really good experience back in the day. I wouldn't say it changed too much. Maybe just the damage, not damage model, but the contact model with the cars and such is a little bit better improved now in the games. But it worked very, very well.
That is nice. If you could give like a piece of advice or recommendation for people who start out sim racing right now, which kind of wheel, for example, would you recommend? Would you recommend like already very expensive gear, or just get in touch with it with something cheap and then improve or something? Please tell.
Well, I would recommend to start from something solid. You know, I think that there is brands in the market which, especially now, they are offering a direct drive for a sensible price, like Logitech or like Thrustmaster. So I would say those two can do a perfect job to start with. You know, and as well they offer fine tuning within the range. So that's a good starting point for me.
Yeah. Okay. You can discuss that topic, of course.
I would say realistically, if you're not prepared to drop at least a couple of £1,000s, you've got to go in there deep. So like 15k, you need a motion rig. D-box solution maybe. If you go in like gentle, you're wasting your time. You've got to go all in. But no, seriously, I think.
What is your margin?
One of the things that I think is actually lacking is like more lower end wheels. Like this is why we have the passion for the G25. But still now, if you're starting out now, you've got that initial phase where you don't know if you really like sim racing. So you've got that test phase where you need to find out if you really want to put the time into it and if you actually do enjoy it. And for that initial phase, really you're sort of looking at the Logitech G293, the Thrustmaster T300 is especially good. I don't know which there's like different there's T300, but there's a couple, but they're the same wheel.
Yeah.
So
Google
starting
that.
off
Write
with
it
that,
down. Yeah.
and then once you know that you're going to waste a lot of your life playing driving sims, then it's worth committing yourself to any of the direct drive solutions. To be honest, all of them are really pretty decent and good enough to get you something that can feel like a real car steering wheel and give you the range of control options. And the really great thing is, even though DD wheels and high-end pedals can cost quite a lot of money, they do hold their value. So you know it's not a risk for you financially buying them because you know that you like sim racing. But if you do get tired of it, you can put them on eBay and you probably get your money back. So
yeah, especially since like the material is like really rare at the moment, and so it's hard to get like new stuff, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Charlie.
I must say I really don't envy new drivers coming to sim racing now, because like let's say back in the day, in early 2000s, it was much simpler because you had like one, maybe two wheels on the market.
Yeah.
You had Driving Force Pro or G25, some Momo old wheel. And it was literally it. That was literally it. So it was very simple. If you wanted to sim race, you had to buy this wheel and that was it. But now you have hundreds of wheels to choose from 200 euros to 20,000. And I really don't envy newcomers playing. Mm-hmm. And I think I would agree with James. I would really, as a newcomer, if I play on a keyboard and have nothing else, I would definitely recommend something like T300, some lower Logitech models, then find out if you actually like the sim racing and such. And it's one of the things in the sim racing that is so difficult, right? Because when you want to play some Call of Duty, Counter-Strike, you just have a mouse and keyboard and you can play right away. But when you want to do flying sim or sim racing, you have to literally spend a lot of money to actually get into it. So that entry level is very, very difficult. But I think it's good to start with something reasonable. Like, as James said, I agree with basically every single wheel he said.
A really interesting point, actually. One thing that I miss now being spoilt with awesome sim rigs is there's that really good point when you've just got a wheel on a desk with your pedals under your desk. The fact is you can then jump from sim to sim if you install mods. you can actually, when you've just got a little bit of free time, I mean, a lot of people, you've got kids or family or your partner, and you've got to get that. You've got 30 minutes. Well, having a whole sim rig is a bit convoluted, but a wheel to the side, stick it on your rig, and away you go is actually a fantastic solution. Yeah. And then what you were saying about it being easier in the past, and what was made it easier for us as oldies, I think, is we sort of grew up with the technology growing up as well. So it was like, well, the Momo Black's the only wheel on the market really that's the best one. And then, the G25's come out. And then, oh no, there's a T500 now. Look at it, rotates and it's a bit stronger. And then, oh look, DD wheels are starting to come out. So we have this obvious path and progress. Whereas people come into it now, it's like, oh my, you walk through the SimRacing Expo halls and it's like, how many wheels? It's crazy.
Same with the rigs, right? Because back, like in the early 2000s, you just have a chair and that was it, and the desk. And then 2010 or 2011, you had suddenly GT Omega and some other types of rigs, and you could sit a little bit more comfortably than on a garden chair. And now we have all these like 80-20 rigs and motion rigs and everything, and it's more and more money. So yeah.
Well, I will say so. Then, I mean, people need to know that a better wheel or better rig is not going to make you faster. You can go as fast as the best with the G25, and it's impressive what some people does with a gamepad. They actually go stupidly fast with a gamepad. So, that's a clear point. You got whatever you can get or afford, just dedicate to it, put time, put effort, and you can be as fast as anyone. You don't need to spend a lot of money on it.
We will talk about your practice advices later, of course, we will do that. But talking about advices, I would first like to know which was the first and which was the worst piece of advice you got from anybody. You can also name that person if you like, but you don't have to. So, is there one special you can think of?
I think if I can start, I think the best advice was really educate yourself and do the practice, because if you really want to improve, it's same as in a real world. Basically, if you want to get faster lap times, you have to understand some things, how to get there. So, how to drive, how to do a proper line. Also later, if you want to improve your setup, you also have to search and educate yourself. So it's the same if you want to be smart in real world. If you want to read the books and stuff, I think it's very, very good. And it helped me a lot in the past, reading about this stuff. And it was super, super important. And the worst advice was no practice and don't do anything, just drive.
So I totally disagree with you. Let's have a fight. No, so I would say it depends on the approach of it. I think there's a huge amount of value to going, right, let's just play around with things initially. Let's just mess around with settings. Let's see what you like, what you don't like. Don't get lost in being like, well, I have to do it this way because that's what this pro said, or that's what that pro said, or that's what the developer said. It's like, mess around with it yourself for a bit, get a feel for things, see what you like, see what you don't like. But actually what Jardier did, what he said, and at some point, if you do want to be like an esports pro, you want to be decent, settle down on something and then take the advice in, and then if you've got something to work towards. But I think the mistake is to think that every single player might need that hyper-structured pro approach. Some people might not want that, and some people might want that. So play and enjoy it, but also maybe settle down and stick to a regimented.
Yeah, I think it's also important to set some reasonable goals, because now a lot of people they come into sim racing and they see all these sim racing pros who do it for 10 years and they are driving every single day for several hours. Like we see right now, guys driving the GT500, and it's people put so much pressure on them because they're like, oh my god, I'm 5 seconds off the pace and I should stop. And I think you should be putting some better goals for this, not focus too much on the super pace, but be consistent and things like that.
Okay. What's your piece of advice?
Well, my piece of advice will be that basically... What was the question?
No worries. So, first question actually was, what was the worst piece of advice you got? So, also to you again, was there something you from nowadays looking backwards would be something you'd say, that was definitely not needed, or that was a bad piece of advice?
Yeah, exactly. I just remember what I want to say. I was listening. So basically, everybody needs his own path. I'm an engineer. Yeah, I'm focused on the technical side of it, but you're working with people, working with persons, with human beings, and you cannot treat them as machines. So part of my job is obviously analyze data and polish and understand and extract information from that data, but then manage sport, a sportsman, manage a human being which is trying to develop himself. So you need to find that compromise where you give him the advice they need to develop themselves. So you just build that work with them and try to advise them at the right moment, at the right time, with the right approach. So depending of when they go out on track, depending of how they do, you then see more or less where to go or where to focus. You try to find the biggest things or the biggest mistakes, and then you focus on something and say, look, just do this, and pound on this. Once you got this, we go to the next step.
Yeah.
So to be fair, the best part of that advice I always got is just work.
Yeah.
If you work, even if you get it wrong, you will get it right at one point. If you put dedication and time on it.
I get it. Yeah.
And the worst part of advice, I don't know, just telling a driver on the radio, go fast when they are already trying his best. That's pissed them off a lot.
Yeah, I believe so.
See, I know you're sort of taking it from the esports approach, but the way you say that, like work, it's like, hang on, aren't we here for play, really? I mean, how many, there's going to be like 5 esports pros, or 10 up, maybe 50 in the future. Probably work is maybe good if you do have that winning potential, but you need to play in there as well for a lot of people, I think.
I think, I don't know if you agree with me, but there was a moment where there was a hype as well about streaming, and trying to, a lot of people trying to be an influencer or a streamer. And the reason I put the word work on it is because work means that it has the good bits and the bad bits. And I think that we are used now to only enjoy the good bits and not go through the bad bits. So that's, I think, the biggest issue, because people get frustrated when they need to grow through the bad bits of it. The amount of time that, edit and produce a video takes hundreds of hours that you don't see. You just see the final result and it looks really cool.
That's when Jardier does videos, they're well edited.
Yeah.
Some people don't do well edited content. So that's no, I totally agree with you. Yeah, you obviously you do have some pain and there's difficult things that you do have to work through. But yeah, I think it's that fine balance, isn't it, of identifying where it's productive work, where you're getting enjoyment out of things, and then especially on the content creation side, but also if you're going for the sports side, any esports, you can very easily get into that phase of trying to push too much and trying to push through work to the point where you just burn out. So it's counterproductive work, even if ostensibly you are doing the right procedures. You're looking at the telemetry properly. You've got really good advice and coaching. If you're doing that too much, it's not going to percolate into your brain and be useful at the end of the day. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I see. So too much might also be too much. Wow, what a sentence. Write that down.
I normally have that problem. I haven't managed yet over 15 years of my career to work less than 12 hours a day sometimes. So
crazy. Okay, yeah.
I also wanted to point out that my streams are not live; they are pre-recorded.
I've seen your scripts. You should see. I snuck into his house, and he has a wardrobe full of 6-hour scripts for his endurance races. Every single comment, he scripted the dog coming in the background for extra views and media clout.
So good that you guys are having fun over here. Give me a piece of advice, please. For myself, I write that down. I write everything down, in my little brain over here. But especially this one. When you approach, which you probably didn't do for a long time because you know all racetracks, but when you approach a new racetrack, how do you do that? Just get on it, have fun, and start as fast as you can, or do you just go around really slow and get to know every corner and stuff?
Well, I will say from the engineering part of it, or when I advise a driver on a new track, I just tell them to keep the basics under control. So basically, focus on braking performance, control the transitions, and don't drive the car on power. Because that will cause a lot more issues than solutions. Normally when you go into a new track, you're driving off the pace, slow, and it's an easy tendency to use the throttle to compensate the lack of speed, or because you're braking too early, you're going too slow into the corner, and then you immediately go on throttle to try to compensate that lack of speed. So I always will tell them to don't do that and avoid doing that, because that will put you one step backwards and one step forwards.
interesting approach. Okay, would you agree on
Well,
that?
as a completely terrible sim racer that's a good 1.5 to 4 seconds off the pace. Now, I think that one of the beauties of driving simulators, you don't have tyre costs, you don't have damage costs, you don't have all these things. So I notice in real life, actually, you have that contrast between drivers that like to overdrive and dial it down or drivers that like to build up slowly. And I think because you don't have the costs in sim racing, this might not apply to proper serious esports, but as a noob, if you can go in and like overdrive it, and then for me personally, I think it's fun overdriving, and then if I'm trying to be quick, which I never am, then dialing it down. I think that's a nice thing.
Then that's why you're not fast.
Well, eventually, no, look.
Perhaps right now you gave the worst piece of advice.
I wasn't telling people that was good advice.
I agree with Miguel.
You see, I'm making friends.
But who's having fun? Look at all the drifters and everything. Look at them, they're sideways with a smile on their face, and go through the booth and look at the esports drivers with beads of sweat, delicate.
I can see the audience smiling as well. Like, you probably are right for 99% of everybody's behind the wheel, right? So, yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to advise any actual talented drivers. That's up to these guys that know what they're doing. We sports, though, we tennis.
But really, honestly, I think you have a case there, definitely. But Jadio, what would you say?
So I basically take sim racing as a role play to real racing. So I try to approach it very similar way, even in driving and learning stuff. So when there is a track that I don't know, the first thing I do when I'm at least loading to the game, I check the map of the track. I check which corners look very dangerous, which like hairpins, fast corners, and so on. So that I put it right away in my mind, so I know when I'm approaching the thing on the track, I know there's an upcoming hairpin and so on. And then building up the speed slowly, braking earlier and everything, and just adding more throttle, because I don't like it the other way around as well. Because in a real road car as well, you can't press escape, you can't do it again. But obviously in a sim racing, as James said, you have the advantage in unlimited tires, unlimited fuel, so you can just go a little bit faster, risk a little bit more. But I think the building up the speed is very good, because it will also prepare you if you ever get, with your road car, or if you get the opportunity to drive in a race car on a real racetrack, you have to approach it this way as well. So for me, it really works, and I really like it, because it's the same like playing World of Warcraft or something. You are in a completely different role play, you're a magician and whatever. And in sim racing for me is exactly the same. I'm trying to be a racing driver, playing as a racing driver, so I try to approach it very similar way. So learning from the best and learning how to do it.
That sounds reasonable to me, at least. Talking about practicing in general, what would you recommend for somebody who's new in the game? Like practicing with an AI, for example, or immediately drop into online racing? Or how would be your approach to the game?
Whatever feels more comfortable for them. I think it needs to be something you are aiming to do every day. Like you have got passion and you got the aim to do it every day, but you don't want to do it too much. You don't get fed up with it. So either way, either offline, online, I think is good. Sometimes, obviously, if you jump straight away into the online and you're too far off the pace, or you're crashing too much, you get frustrated. So obviously, I think for me, a ghost car is using the ghost as a reference is probably the best way to build momentum and use different ghosts. You try to take a ghost which is 3-4 seconds faster, and you try to chase that ghost. And the faster you get, obviously, the more difficult it gets. So you try to obviously get that step by step.
Well, I totally agree. I didn't think I would, but no. Actually, one of the
another friend.
No. What I think is really interesting is obviously simulators have ways to train that you couldn't have in reality that are way more clear. And the ghost cars, you say, it's absolutely fantastic. And I think one of the simulators which really, really nails that and does it in a way that's entertaining and fun to learn and get faster, and doesn't really get mentioned much, is Race Room's leaderboard mode, where as you play through it, it gives you the ghost for the next car ahead of you. So all you have to do is beat that next ghost. And as you go through, so you'll start off as someone terrible, and then as you go through, it's not too much of a challenge, and it eases you into it, and you start going, oh yeah, that's why that ghost was fast in that corner, because he did brake earlier, he didn't go too deep in. Oh, he got on the throttle better. Oh look, I can see that the faster laps are from actually taking the proper racing line through the corner. Oh, I didn't think that racing line through that corner would be the faster racing line, because I really struggle personally with identifying what the correct racing line through a corner is. And I think a lot of corners, and especially from sim to sim, it's really not intuitive which is the fastest racing line. So having that ghost and that lead into it is a phenomenal way of learning. And then when you combine that, if you learn how to read telemetry, so you can see the ghost car whilst you're driving and you can visually see what's going on, but then you can look at telemetry for the finer details of your brake input and your accelerator application. I think a thing that a lot of people really struggle with is initially getting hard on the brake with things straightened up and then trail braking properly. It's all those subtle applications of the pedals, driving with the pedals rather than the steering wheel. Telemetry describes that very obviously, and you combine that with a ghost, it's fantastic. So, using the ghost and telemetry, I think great ways to learn.
That was a good one, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with both of the guys, absolutely with the
I disagree, Ash, I take back everything I said.
And I would maybe add, I would add that maybe don't overdo it with the practice at the beginning. Obviously, it depends what you want to do, right? If you want to be the fastest guy in the world, it's something else. But if you want to just improve a little bit your pace, I would definitely recommend not overdo it. Let's say, for example, if you, after work, you have a time, do hour, then next day another hour. Don't do 6 hours in a row, for example, of the practicing and driving. Also, right now, because we were talking about influence and content creating, there is almost everyone who is fast in sim racing, almost every single game, they are doing videos, they are doing hot laps, they are even showing or selling setups and such, and they are doing very helpful videos where you can literally just watch one lap how they drive. And that's what I did when I was a kid. I was watching real onboards of the real racing, and it massively helps you to memorize the track, memorize how to drive. And I think in sim racing this is something that's still growing a bit, or it's built new. But I think it's a really, really good tool and very free and simple tool how to improve, because you will see where the guy is braking, what gears the guys are using, and immediately if you just do this and follow and try to copy what they are doing, you will immediately improve.
Cool, that sounds good. Let's now talk about trash talk, please. You seem to be pros in that. No, but honestly, what was the first time, can you remember that, that someone was picking on you because of let's say driving standards are always a big discussion, for example, when people using the microscope in how you just went into a corner or over a curve or something, what was the first time you realized that, and does it bother you too much, or don't you dare, or whatsoever? Please tell me your...
Well, in my case, obviously, when I get involved in that kind of stuff, it's because I go to the stewards. I got involved more in real life with that, and I always say, if you're within the rules, you know the rules. You need to know the rules really well, and if you are within the rules, that's it. There is no more discussion, you know?
Yeah. That sounds very adult. I know that in sim racing world it is not that easy sometimes, because people can really bully or troll on you a lot there. How do you experience that?
Yeah, well, I don't know. For me personally, I mean, one of the main reasons to play iRacing is probably one of the best international language tools for learning how to shout at people abusively and get used to that. And I didn't know Italian swear words, Greek swear words. I've learned quite a bit of German, all from iRacing. So
Go ahead, if you want, just let them out.
No, we got kids watching.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a definite skill to how you can use a microphone to get your message across in a race. As for the stewarding and complaining, I think there is sometimes a bit of an issue where some people don't seem to know the difference between, if you're doing an esports event where there's a big prize and there's a whole thing behind it where the result really does matter. So that people need to push the penalties as if it was a proper race. It is a proper race. That's one context, but I think a problem in sim racing is you have events where it is literally casual racing, and it can actually destroy the organisation of leagues and make it impossible to manage leagues because people are complaining about really petty things rather than going, we're here to race, we're here to have fun, let's move on and let's just do the next event and let some things slide. It really doesn't matter.
Can you tell about a specific story?
Well, I mean, Jardia, you're pretty known for being angry. Complaining.
I can't believe that.
No, honestly, I think it's very important to. It depends what are you racing. it's something else when you have an incident in esport race where you're racing for 20,000 euros, or when you're doing just a simple league race or daily racing. And I try to approach it in a similar way, like if somebody crashes me in a normal race or in a normal way, it really depends how you get crashes. If somebody misses braking by 300 meters and takes out half a field, you might get a little bit too mad compared to when somebody just microscopically touch you and you're fighting side by side and it results in an incident. You might even laugh about it because it was fun. And I try to approach this in a fun way. I think it's very important to have, because it's not worth it. It's the stress. It's a game. You're enjoying the game. You want to play the game, and incidents happens. Not everyone is the perfect. So I make mistake, you make mistakes. So it's completely fine and justified. And even in esport level, obviously, it depends what happens. Because in the esport level, you have some incidents that can piss you off, and then you have incidents which are completely reasonable because it's same as real racing. You have to put some elbow out and something happens. But when you are really driving reckless, then be prepared that somebody will be mad at you.
I think you raised quite a good points there, but I think there's also the thing of not everybody, different people will come into the race with different attitudes, and you have to be aware that different people are coming into the race with different attitudes. So someone might be having a really, really serious race, and someone else might be having a less serious race from their perspective. And you have to be aware that, you don't want to ruin that person's fun that's having the more serious race by you not being serious, and they have to realise that other person not being serious is so you really have to sort of accommodate other people's and how they're approaching things. And I think we really noticed that as live streamers and content creators. We'll have been doing certain things where we're doing a live stream and it's maybe trying to be more entertaining, and there might be someone that's a fan of the channel, and for them it's like, oh my god, I'm racing in this thing, it's really nice to be racing with the content creators, and it's a high adrenaline, and it's really exciting for them, a really big thing. Whereas we've been doing so many races, you might sort of take that for granted. So it's, as with everything in life, I think you always have to be aware that everyone has a different perspective, that they're coming to things, and be accommodating of different people's views and feelings at the time of when things are happening.
So I'm gonna be the boring lad, and here, which camera is actually recording?
Oh, that one.
The red light.
Okay, respect and discipline, kids. That's all about.
Hang on a minute. He's got a whip. He's got a whip back there. He's gone Victorian head
it's
teacher.
Let's get back serious, guys. Come on. Let's talk about in-game assists. Because for beginners, they might be making the game a little bit easier. But at what point would you recommend to get rid of them and get into real skills or something? Or wouldn't you recommend them at all? What would you say?
I personally had quite a lot of fun with Formula One games. I was really surprised when I think it was the version from 2019 and even the one now, 2022. I had fun without getting frustrated for not driving properly well. I think if you go to the high levels of simulation, you can get frustrated really quickly. Mm-hmm. So you need to start with, a few of the systems, anti-brake blocking, traction control, ABS, all those things help a lot to just get into it step by step.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's when you're just starting out, you need to get people, you need them to get hooked on sim racing. And so you need to get rid of those things that are really difficult to understand, the counterintuitive things, especially for very new people. Even stuff like basic gear shifting can be really hard. I say locking up, or even having easier setups where the brake bias is maybe further forward, especially for gamepad players. And assists are great for gamepads, but I would say once someone's got past that very initial starting point, the assist will start really ruining things for you. So assist for very new players, but then I'd say once you've passed a few hours or a week or 2 weeks of playing and you like it, it's different time. It takes a different amount of time for different people, but once you sort of get into it, then I'd say I'd try and turn most of the assists off, unless it's like a GT3 car where actually, this is quite a common thing that people don't understand, is that you drive a real GT3 car with TC to save the tyres, or it's just how the cars are designed to be driven. The setups are built around those assists. So driving the cars with how they're actually designed to be driven, with assists they're designed to be driven. But
yeah,
you will be surprised how the braking looks on a GT3 with ABS on.
But yeah, also a really good thing is, and this is actually a mixed thing, is the whole racing line thing. personally, I think it's actually better to not have a racing line, because you end up just following the racing line when you're learning, rather than paying attention to the track and the brake points and looking into the distance. You could just be glued in front of you. So, but then again, if you're very new and you're just starting out and you're just trying to have a quick race with your mates to get hooked on it, then a racing line might actually be the right thing. So,
okay, yeah.
No, I fully agree with you. Racing line is the worst thing you can do. You need to always look really forward.
Dario, what would you say?
I completely agree with the assist, because like obviously in almost every single game when you have an assist, the assists are not faster. So I think it's a good start for new drivers to try to learn how to drive and get more confidence, and then remove it and get faster and faster. I also don't agree with the racing line. No, I mean, agree with the racing line that
he drives his own racing line.
No, that it takes the focus away, and you just look at the line and you're not learning actually anything. So I think that's one of the worst things. But other thing like ABS, DC, and like steering assist, whatever, gear shift and such clutch is completely fine by me. And I think for a new driver, it's perfect.
Great, perfect, I guess is a great last word, because we're coming to an end now. Perhaps all of you, have you just one sentence piece of advice for anyone looking from now?
I'm not going to be boring now. Go hard or go home.
I'm going to say life is about having fun and enjoying stuff, and being aware of enjoying stuff. Work hard, but enjoy it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think as well. Don't focus on the lap times. Don't focus on the lap times. Work on consistency and focus on your goals.
Cool.
Can I change mine?
No, it's over now. Sorry. Thanks, guys. That was so much fun hearing it from you, and I hope you took some pieces of advice you can really use for your sim racing life and career, and fun, of course. And talking about fun, we have a race going on, the digital ADAC GT 500, and we're heading back to, I guess, Corby or Paul and Alex now.
Right, welcome back. It's down to the final 18.25 minutes of the 2022 ADAC Digital GT 500. Alex and Corby in the commentary box. Mate, it's been an absolute brilliant affair. We've just seen Josh Poulain do the threading the eye of the needle move, but Nicolas Nolder from Door Esports Junior, and there's an investigation, but there was no, I did not see any contact. 9:66 and 21, so Josh Poulain under investigation by race control.
And 21, that's the Door Esports Junior car we've just seen fly off and hit into the barrier.
Well, I'll be completely honest with you. Right, we're getting papped left, right and centre here in the commentary position, especially, thanks Lawrence. One good turn deserves another. I got him on one of the Hall 9 walks earlier on this week whilst he was busy editing on his mobile phone, and now he's papped me. There we go, thanks for that, mate, brilliant. We're now back with Brabham Esports in the number 62, the 62 representing the 70-run limited edition BT62 track-focused car by the company, now run by the son of legendary multi-time Formula One world champion, the late Sir Jack Brabham, David Brabham, who tonight will be attending the Autosport Awards. So have a good one, David. Enjoy tonight.
There's some contact.
Oh, there was a little bit of a love tap from behind on the WS Racing Esports car, the 512. And they don't need that kind of drama in this latter stage of the race here at Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. There is your race leader. Leading car. Oh no! Josh Poulain's got a stop and hold 5-second penalty with 16.5 minutes to go. What on earth? I didn't see any contact, but obviously race control.
Team Fortilla car.
Yeah, that's Josh Poulain. But there is the Italian driver by the name of Moreno Sarica. Alessandro Bico was third last year in the Marla Racing Team car, taking third, and it's going to be something special on the virtual recreation of their one of the major home tracks. Adria Raceway no longer in use at the moment, following on from last year, but Josh Poulain is going to be finding out that bad news very shortly, and he will not be happy about that one.
That's for sure.
That means that GTWR Esports, yeah, he's pulling to one side. He's let, looks like one of the Ballast Esports car goes through. That's the 808 Leo Racing Gather Chain Ballast Esports car, the Mercedes AMG GT3 2020.
Now getting up with that overtake into 9th place, taking it from Team Fortzilla, and Team Fortzilla immediately serving that penalty. And we've seen the impact those 5-second stop-and-go penalty have already in the beginning of the race, where you start driving in 5th, 6th place, and then after going through the pit lane, you're back in 20th place.
Yeah, we're coming towards the last 15 minutes. A total of 88 laps will be completed by the end of the nearly 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing when we got going at about 10:15 this morning. Qualifying was already decided before the event had taken place, so at least the drivers could be fully focused. But here, with 33 teams in competition, and there is, now I recognise the back of that head there, that looks to be Louis Narza for Williams Esports. They brought a 2-car effort here to the Digital GT 500, and at the moment Moreno Sirica, last time I checked, was leading by about 18.5 seconds.
Yes, 19 seconds now ahead for the leading Williams Esports Razor car.
They've done a fantastic job, Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sirica, qualifying the car. They were the car that got the jump on the field. I mean, apart from Redline, here's a replay powered by Heusingfeld.
And I think we're going to see a small hit at the back here from Team Fortzilla, getting here over to the light. And then there's one small hit.
There it is. It was the left front that connected from Team Fortzilla on the right rear of Door Esports. I kind of missed that, because we saw 2 different angles, and that gave us the absolute right angle to... That's what race control would have seen, and they would have looked at it from a chase cam, like, say, the bonnet cam on the car involved, but that would have been the 966. Here are the 152 and the 20. So we've got the ASAP Triton Racing 152 and the number 20 of Door Esports.
They're still fighting for the podium. They are currently fighting for 3rd place, and they are close. 5th, 10th is Door Esports behind ASAP Triton Racing, flying through the corners, flying through the chicanes, down the straight into the Curve Alboreto.
You had to pause there, didn't you? You had to pause there.
I still have to get it in my mind.
But this is the difference between taking home €1,000 and 800. So the top 3 prizes, along with the trophies for the ADAC Digital GT 500, the winners will get €2,000. Second place, 1,250, and third will be €1,000. So this is the battle for the last of the 4-figure prize pool funds, prize pools in this event. 12.5 minutes to go, and I'm looking at the lap times. Oh, you know what? What have I spotted? Williams Esports Chill Blast are not giving up. Last time around, a 1 minute 48.4. Moreno Sirica, 1 minute 49.1. Folks, we could have a real dynamic. And look at the sector times. Look at the laps. 0.4 on lap 76, 77, another 0.4. Half a second on lap 78. Lap 79, Louis Narza was over 0.7 quicker. You know what?
They are trying their best.
They want this. They want this, 100%. And I know for a fact that Williams, if they have to battle it out on track, they want it to be firm but fair. 11.5 minutes to go.
Yes, and Williams Esports Racer with that have no room for error. If there will be a slight mistake, even a slight hint of a mistake, Williams Esports Chill Blast will be there to take the lead and take the win of the ADAC Digital GT 500. Right now we are driving alongside with GTW Esports. That's Giorgio Simonini and Leo Racing in the 8th and 9th place, still battling it out through the track, going into Lesmo 1, then Lesmo 2, and back on the straight below the old oval.
Yep, Lorenzo Castellani in the number 808, chasing down one of the stalwarts of the GTWR Esports family, Giorgio Simonini. A very charismatic driver off the track, but also a hard charger on it. We are counting down the seconds. and under investigation. Now this is between number 62, and that is Brabham Esports for the incident going through into Retro, and that is the 512 of WS Racing Esports. That's where the incident has been picked up. Yannis Albert running for Brabham Esports. And I think for 512, that was Moritz Peckel behind the wheel of that car as we head into the final 10 minutes of this race. We're on to lap number 8. We're about to complete lap number 81, and it is going to be, Norby, effectively a flat-out sprint. It's going to be about who wants it the most. Will it be Williams Esports Razor? Will it be Williams Esports Chill Blast? In a few moments, we will find out as Castellani gets past Simonini for 8th position. So a change. Mercedes bettering Lamborghini on that particular exchange. 6.2 litre naturally aspirated V8 front-mounted versus 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 mid-mounted. Both rear-wheel drive, both powerhouses, both guttural with the exhaust notes as we go through into the Della Roggia chicane. We ride on board with Giorgio Simonini in the number 15 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo through Lesmo 1. Run the car wide, 2 wheels within the tram lines. No further action for incident number 12. 9 minutes remain. Gap now 16.4. Louis Naza again is pushing the envelope, and what's more, the best lap from the Chill Blast car, 1 minute 47.824. Williams Esports Razor, 1 minute 47.684.
I mean, they are running out of time, Williams Esports Chill Blast. If this race would last even the little bit longer, they would eventually gain up onto Williams Esports Razor, and we'll have that battle for first place. But they are running out of time.
Well, they are running out of time. They're running out of laps as well, because we are getting towards the last 5 or so laps.
Oh, yes.
Look at the 152. Absolutely launching it over the curbs through the Della Roggia chicane. You can just see the commitment from these drivers. They might be in the virtual world, but this racing is as real as anything else you'll ever see.
Oh, yes, and there's still so much on the line for those guys. It's Williams Esports Chill Blast in second place. 17 seconds behind the leader, 3 seconds max behind them is ASAP Triton Racing, and then there's only 1.5 seconds to Dur Esports in 4th place. So no room for errors, no room for mistakes. Everyone will try their absolute maximum, give everything into those last 10 minutes, those last few laps.
Just coming up to 7.5 minutes remaining of the Digital GT500 for 2022. ASAP Triton Racing in the 152. Mateo Schnorgalj versus Michael Hechel for Dur Esports are still trying to battle, but the 152 has got the advantage running into the final stages of the race, and they have cantered away. The gap now extending to 1.8 seconds as the 152 Porsche powers down the main start-finish straight at about 250 plus kilometers an hour. Hard on the brakes, down to first gear, scrubbing off 180 kilometers an hour of speed as he bumps over through the second part of the Variante del Rettifilio in turn 2.
Down into Curva Grande, full throttle right-hander up until the Variante della Roccia. Previously, this just has been like a slight left kink, and at some point, because it got too fast, a chicane was instructed. Very tight, very close and difficult to drive. You need to know your braking points in Monza.
You definitely do. You need to know your braking points and your apex and exit points as well. And we've had the sunshine here at the circuit all the way through the race. It has been perfect conditions for GT3 action, with 4 manufacturers out of the smorgasbord from GT3 current day machinery.
Oh yes, we've had the Porsche, we've had the Mercedes, we've had the Lamborghini, and few, I think 2 BMW M4 GT3s in the field. Right now it's 2 Mercedes leading. Then we have Porsches all the way up until Leo Racing in 8th place on the Mercedes. A Lamborghini in the top 10 with GTW Esports on 9th place. And Sim Racing Academy, the car with the number 133, rounding out the top 10.
And now, I can't believe this moment is actually coming here, because we are not that far away from crowning our 2022 champions. It has been an exciting 4 days of racing, starting on Thursday evening with the exhibitors race over at the Race Room Experience stand here at Hall 8, to the immediate right-hand side of the commentary position. And again, another slow-mo. Look at the 152, bouncing over the curbs. Knight Rider ski mode in full effect, going through the Variante della Roggia. And there is the number 20 of DAR Esports. But consider this here, Corby. GTWR Esports number 15. Simonini wants to get the upper hand on Castellani in the latter stages of this race as we go to the last 5 minutes of this actually brilliant race. It's so good for the ADAC Digital GT500 to switch it to the Temple of Speed. We have been entertained.
Oh, we have definitely been entertained, and I think we will still be entertained for the remaining few minutes of the race. Lorenzo Castellani not being able to build a gap after overtaking Giorgio Simonini, and now he's super close right into turn 1 and 2, the first chicane. Now full throttle, Curva Grande up until Variante della Roccia. It will stay close, it will stay super hard fought.
That it will be. The sands of time slip away into the distance as we keep our eyes peeled on these two gladiators. As effectively, Monza is the Grand Prix equivalent of the old Colosseums back in Rome.
Yes.
You know, we've got 2 Roman gladiators, but we've also got 2 Roman gladiators leading the way with Williams Esports Razor. The pairing of Alessandro Bico and Moreno Serica, both highly skilled, one full of youth and exuberance, the other one with steely veteran knowledge. And the pair are absolutely dynamite. I've seen them team up multiple times, as I said earlier on this season. The 24 Hours Esports Series Championship, they came in and literally for 3 rounds, no one could beat them. And to see them compete here, meet them in person, and you know what? When I see them cross the line, after we've done our bit here on the commentary stage, I'm going to go over and congratulate them in person. And there we have the number 55. 3 minutes to go.
Oh, and it's looking so comfortable for the Williams Esports Razor team. Yes, Williams Esports Chill Blast is gaining. Yes, the gap is closing, but it's still 14.2 seconds. It's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This will not be able to get closed down, and we will probably not see a fight. Not if there is a mistake. Not if there is something unexpected happening.
Louis Naza and Daniel Pastor would have liked to have beaten them on track. They've got the gap down to 14.2 seconds. If they had another 10 minutes, maybe they could get close.
That fight.
And now Simonini has got past Castellani for that 8th position again. So the highest place of the Lamborghinis, and even they are doing ski mode going through the Della Roggia chicane. But very shortly we will need to catch up with our race leaders, because we are just under 2 minutes away, and then we'll have to go on to the final lap of this race. And you can see the amount of wheel work done by Moreno Serica in the bottom left-hand side corner of the screen, because the Williams Esports drivers are literally, their rigs are right next door to each other, as in side by side, in a racing formation for an overtake. The gap now down to 13.3 seconds. It isn't going to be enough. And there is the number 2, second place car, the number 5.
Gaining by 1 second in the last lap.
Louis Nars is on a charge. I know him too well, that guy. He's
never going to give up.
He's never going to give up, and he's going to have a smile on his face. He's going to congratulate his teammates as he bumps his way over the De La Rocha chicane. And again, the 152, nearly going all four wheels airborne. And then UOL decides to better everybody and does all four wheels off the track, as in up in the air and airborne. This is Captain Unicorns of Love requesting permission to take off here from Monza.
And obviously we will grant permission for some more spectacular images, some more spectacular racing. And what a race it has been. It has been intense from start to finish. We had Team Redline in pole position, getting a fantastic start. We've had drama, we've had contact, we've had clean racing, we've had overtakes, we've had everything the Temple of Speed can offer.
Moreno Sirica piloting the number 55 Williams Esports Razor Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo heads towards the start-finish line for what will be the 88th and final lap of the 2022 ADAC Digital GT500 here at the Temple of Speed, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. As you can see by the steering inputs from Moreno Sirica on the bottom left-hand corner, he's just been going through the Retifiglio chicane, and the final lap board is official. Just under, probably about 3.5 kilometers to go. Moreno Sirica going through Curva Grande.
And it's still so close, the entire field. We have the first 4 cars within 20 seconds. The first 5 cars within 30, 40 seconds only until Veloce in 6th place. It goes to show how high the competition is. We have 14 cars within 1 lap, and we have a dominating, a clean race leader with Williams Esports Racer.
Yeah, there's the second place car making its way through into the Lesmos. As the timer has officially hit 0 here, it's basically the racing is done. There's ASAP Triton Racing 152, Jerzy Glacz and Mateusz Nogaj, the pairing that have made it through to the overall podium here. But now we turn our attention. Yesterday, Williams Esports took the ADAC SimRacing Expo Professional Trophy by simracing.gp trophy and title. But now, from 3rd last year, Alessandro Bico will be absolutely emotional, and his teammate Moreno Sirica will bring that car across the line. It's double delights for Williams Esports, as from 3rd last year, Williams Esports Razor pick up the victory. They do the double.
It's Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sirica driving the car the last few meters across the finish line. Congrats to them. A fantastic drive from start to finish. A fantastic strategy, putting the pressure on their opponents and sticking that first place as soon as they got it.
6th to 1st and taking the overall victory. There are last year's winners, now the runners-up this season. Daniel Pastor and Louis Nazik gave it all they got. Less than 14 seconds at the end of the race. And then we had ASAP Triton Racing in the 152 taking 3rd. Dor Esports, Lukas Müller and Michael Hechel rounding out the top 4. ASAP Triton Racing with Marcin Scherprechak and Dominik Blyer. Great work by Patrick Wolf and Dominic Hoffman for Veloce to take 6th position. DV1 Triton Racing taking 7th place in the number 86 Porsche. And also good to see that Lamborghini made it into the top 10 courtesy of GTWR Esports. Number 15, the Lamborghini Huracan with Niklas Huben and Giorgio Simonini rounding out the top 8. 9th, it was Alessandro Bernardini and Lorenzo Castellani for Leo Racing Gatterchain Ballas Esports in 9th in the 808 Mercedes. And well done to Sim Racing Academy in the 143 Porsche. Johannes Belitz and Pascal Jutz rounding out the overall top 10. Also a good performance from Simon Amosa and Tobias Schmidt for IES SimRacing Schweiz in 11th place. Arnage competition. Kern Kloppmann, David Toth and Jimmy Antones in the number 100 recovered to finish in 12th position. Biela Racing Team, Luca Wunsch and Conor Karnick making it up to 13th after drama for the number 45 car on the opening lap. Deutsche Payment and Nürburgring complete the top 14, courtesy of Dennis Wieker and Martin Schmidt. Then we've got Unicorns of Love, Lars Kisser and Bastian Richter coming from 30th after the opening lap to be 15th. And behind them, Gridfinder Racing, Domi Hoffmann and Axel Kjær bring the BMW home in 16th position. And even though you had Reese Carroll, Will Chadwick and Josh Poulain in the 966 Team Fordzilla car getting a stop and hold penalty after the drama with Door Esports Junior with that 3 wide out of Ascari, Andrea Dalla Valle and Alessandro Porta for Absolute Motorsport in the 88 take 19th position. 20th, Geeks Energy, Sean Terra, the youngest pro driver here, with Peter Andel rounding out the top 20 in the number 17. Brabham Esports, Yannis Albert and James T. Armstrong, 21st. WS Racing Esports, Dominic Nurkel, Lucas Lang and Moritz Peckel taking 22nd in the 512 Mercedes. Geeks Energy, Max Palmer and Loris Müller, 23rd. 4th, Reiter Engineering Esports, Podol, Bauer, Kuhn and Podol rounding out the 24th position. 25th, Michael Teichmann, good to see him here, fresh from his exploits for Team Mexico at the FIA Motorsport Games. And Gay Sonneveld rounding out the top 25. Ren Velten, David Michel and Samir Ibrahimi, 26th. Then we had Romanenko, Shiap and in Ballas Esports Gata Chain in 27th. And then we also had quite a few casualties, the biggest of which on lap number 49, Team Redline. There's Louis Naza and Daniel Pastor, all smiles, despite having been winning it last year with Urano Esports. They could have been the first team to have done the double in 2 teams in 2 years. But there's Alessandro Bico. Alessandro, give us a wave, please.
I don't think he can hear us.
Well, he should be able to. He's just behind the back of the stage. No, but they're behind the stage there. Everyone's giving congratulations to them. Williams winning. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the highlights of the 2022 ADAC Digital GT500 at Monza. Well, the start got underway. Redline were under investigation for a potential jump start, but it was the number 55 of Williams Esports Razor that got the jump on everyone else behind. However, down into the Retifilio, dramas here for Kramer Racing and the Unicorns of Love, and it caused a concertina effect, which also affected the likes of GTWR Esports in the number 16. More dramas for the 15, who got punted from behind, and then Brabham Esports found the wall on the outside of Della Roggia.
Yeah, we had a spin coming out of Lesmo 1 with a hard hit into the barrier and the first casualty of the race.
Yeah, Biela Racing managing to make their way up the order. That 1080 didn't help. But then, this was the bump draft moment between 55 and 100. Williams Esports Razor pulling alongside, using the side draft to get through into second position past Arnage Competition with a handful of Porsches behind.
I've had a moment of the esports here outside of Lesmo 2, getting overtaken by 2 cars here. By just going a bit wide, a dive into turn 1. Beautiful overtake by the number 8 car here to gain up another position.
Yeah, that was Gridfinder on the number 69, and there was further dramas between the 16 and the 69 at Della Roggia, and there was smoke billowing from the back end of the 69 Porsche 911, and that really was game over for that car. Then there was more dramas with the 15 and the 143. GTWR versus Sim Racing Academy, the latter forced out wide coming out of Della Roggia, and then it was 3 wide with Door Esports, and then this moment here, one of the moves of the race.
Overtake.
152, and it was ASAP Triton Racing doing a number on both Williams Esports Razor and Arnage Competition, coming out of Alboreto and heading down into Della Roggia, and then the number 10 obliged, dropping Arnage down a further position with the number 5, but then the accident between them happened, and that caused Arnage Competition's race and contention for the ADAC GT500 to be out and for the count. The number 21 of the junior team from Door Esports also lost the back end going through the Retifilio chicane. And then also battling away for round about the bottom part of the top 20, Geeks Energy, number 53, round the outside through into the middle part of Della Roggia. Another great move. WS Racing Esports also losing it at the Retifilio and managing to rejoin safely.
Now that was about 1 hour 54 to go on the race. We had the first pit stops coming in, and William Esports doing the strategy trick on Team Redline, shortening their pit stop and therefore leaving the pit lane right at the back, at the rear of Team Redline, and putting the pressure on for the continuing 20 to 30 minutes.
Dort Esports Junior versus Deutsche Payment Nürburgring down the start-finish straight with the number 21 getting ahead. But that was just the first part of the chapter. Here's the three-wide moment that we saw coming out of Ascari with Deutsche Payment in the middle. Absolute Motorsport towards the inside of Alboreto, but Dort Esports Junior getting the better of them. Then there was this moment as Unicorns of Love neatly using the side draft and also the toe to get past the 512 of W Racing Esports down the main start-finish straight. But then this drama happened. Team Redline, not having observed the fuel level going into the pit lane, would run out of fuel, return to garage, and on lap 49, their race was over.
And from that on, it was Williams Esports Racer dominating the race. We've seen other overtakes here, for example, Gridfinder Racing overtaking K. Kramer Racing. 3 white or 3 cars battling it out on the start-finish straight, with a better end for Der Esports ahead of the other 2.
Yep, the battles were thick and fast, and then this one, the 512 versus the 35, WS Racing Esports and Geeks Energy coming into contact not just once, but twice through Alboreto. And then this little beautiful pit stop from the 152 of ASAP Triton Racing, keeping them in the hunt for the final step on the rostrum ahead of Dort Esports. Gridfinder Racing and Unicorns of Love will go side by side from Ascari down to Alboreto with the number 14, making their way up to 17th position. But then this dramatic moment with 23.5 minutes still to go, going through Seraglio down into Ascari. It was the likes of GTWR Esports et al. That were going through. But then this touch from Team Fordzilla gave them the biggest dramatic moment.
Yes.
Along with Arnage competition, as the junior squad were pretty much out, and Team Fordzilla got a 5-second stop and hold penalty. More dramas ensued as Team Brabham Esports. But Alessandro Bico and Moreno Sarica become your 2022 ADAC Digital GT500 champions on home soil.
And they were not to beat today in this fantastic race. Intense from the beginning to the end. I could not have imagined more drama. You could not have written a better script than this.
Well, that concludes the grandstand finale for 4 days of racing here at the ADAC SimRacing Expo. Let's hand over to Luke and Matt Sit on the stage, guys. Back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much there, Alex and Norby. Really do appreciate that. Great commentary as well from the both of you. And welcome back to the stage here of the Williams Esports Sim Racing Expo, because that's how it's gone in terms of the racing.
Yes.
Great stuff there at Monza. Of course, as
nice
Alex mentioned, about 47 times. It is a temple of speed, but it was a brilliant race.
Yes, absolutely. I enjoyed it a lot. My favorite moment was this mentioning that you have to know your braking points at Monza. It's really, really so important. I just didn't know that.
That's the biggest thing you've learned, isn't it, this week?
Yeah,
you have to know where to brake.
Absolutely.
If you don't know where to brake, you just hit the car in front of you. It helps you.
What can I say? It is that. As simple as that.
But now it's time to indeed announce our top 3. And in third position in the ADAC GT500, it is Triton Racing.
Where are they? Triton Racing, give it up for the guys. Congratulations. Congrats. And here are your trophies, of course. And while they are handed to you, there you go. I only have one question. So who wants to answer? What's your perception of the race? Perhaps just give it a little recap.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we ended up on 3rd position. We've put a lot of effort in the training, and I'm really happy that we managed to achieve P3, that high result. We wanted, of course, higher position, but we are really happy that we managed to get P3.
Congratulations again. Please stay on stage, and we go on with the ceremony.
Well done, lads. In second position then of the ADAC GT500, it is Williams Chill Blast.
And here they're
coming. Come on, Williams Chill Blast. There we go.
Yes, congratulations, guys. And here are your trophies, of course. Yes, fair handshakes over here. Who wants to answer my question? You perhaps? Like, it's only one. It's only concerning your perception
if we get
of the
Triton,
race. How are you doing?
Guys, if you guys go in the middle, Williams go in the middle.
How do you do? What's your perception of the race?
It was really, really good. We've had a really rough start. We lost a few positions, and then we really had to catch everything back up. And it worked really well for us. We've made a really good strategy, and it worked out perfectly, pretty much.
Congratulations to that. Very nice racing. This is your trophy. Second place, Williams Esports. Congrats again.
If you could just stick around, because I have a big group picture in a minute. And for the second day in a row in our major championships, and well, we've just seen one of their teams, the winner of the ADAC 2022 GT500 is Williams Razor. They are coming from somewhere.
You're already there, guys, right?
Come into the middle here, then.
Come on, come in the middle. Hey, congrats, first of all. And is there anything you want to say, like your perception of the race? Thank you. Something?
First of all, I guess thanks to the team, because we worked together during the last week very hard to find the good balance for the race and for the qualifying. And then, of course, at the start, he did a brilliant job, managed to put our car in a really good place. And then, of course, Triton and Redline had their own problems, and from that point onwards, we just managed the race.
And you did very, very well. That's your first place. Here come your trophies, of course, and there's the applause from the audience right now, right? Yes, we have some, I guess. Also, other teams, thank you for being so fair to come around. And then, please, the other teams step forward.
We'll go to the middle, have a nice picture.
Come to the middle of the stage for a winner's picture.
Come back up. Yeah, either side.
Of course, yeah.
It's branding.
You're very welcome to also step on stage, ladies.
If one of you go either side, be a nice picture.
There they are, top three of the digital ADAC GT500 race. Congratulations again. Rise your trophies if you like. Yes, that is nice. And that's again your applause. Here you go. Yes.
Well done, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for your performance. That was amazing. Enjoy your day. Go party as hard as you want. Like probably with gummy bears on the sofa or something. Enjoy. Thanks a lot.
So they have it, another ceremony for the GT500 here at the SimRacing Expo 2022. But it's not the only racing that we have today. We've also got some NASCAR action for you. We've also got some game show action as well.
Absolutely.
Where we will see some of the best sim racing ever on Mario Kart.
Abso-freaking-lutely. And Luke and I are actually going to be opponents in that exhibition there, over there, right? It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, you stay away.
Yeah.
Team Luke.
Team Matze. It's gonna be awesome.
Zero chance.
I also heard Luke will sing later. Let's see. But first of all, head into a tiny little break, then we're back soon. See ya.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Sometimes I think they're right, honey. Sorry for the tears in your eyes. Hey, love, but give me just one more try. Used to hide myself away in the night, looking for trouble and fights, looking for answers at the bottom of my glass. You found me lost in the night, looking for trouble and fights, but you found me. Now I'm a screw up, but baby, I'm glad you're someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby, I could be someone to rely on, someone to rely on. 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 Hey baby, I'm calling. Hey baby, just please pick up the phone. Hey baby, I'm calling. I'm drunk, can you please pick up? No, I'm a screw up, but baby, I'm glad you're someone to rely on, someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby, I could be someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby, I'm glad you're someone to rely on, someone to rely on. No, I'm a screw up, but baby, I could be someone to rely on, someone to rely on. Someone to rely on, someone to rely on.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Hello everybody, welcome back on stage of the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2022, last day, but definitely not the least of fun over here. Like, we are going to have super fun right now because we're starting right into the game show.
Yeah, we're going to have a game show, Team Me versus Team You. My voice is struggling, but we're going to completely kick your ass, to be honest. It's not even going to be a contest.
Looking forward to that. No, honestly, this is going to be tough, a tough thing. And I guess you can kiss my feet later.
Okay. Take it down to Chinatown.
Let's see. So we already have opponents, right? Let's welcome them on stage. Please, our opponents for the game show. And give a warm hand of applause for these two guys. Come on, I can't talk anymore. Unbelievable.
This is your team. So Team Matze, come to the stage.
We already didn't have the decision. Guys, come up on stage, please. I think
how are we going to decide then? Like,
they saw
rock, paper, scissors, or?
Pardon me?
How are we going to decide? How do we choose?
We do rock, scissors, papers. No, those guys are about to choose.
Right, okay.
Give a warm hand of applause for these guys. Hello. We just met you behind the stage, but just don't know your name, so please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Kevin. You can find me on Twitch on It's Been Smiley, and yeah, it's my second day here, and I really like it.
Okay, that is Kevin.
Hi, I'm Dominic. I'm here from Nuremberg. Yeah, it's pretty nice expo. It's so much stuff to see, and yeah, we love it here. So, and yeah, welcome to the game show.
Yes.
I'm taking Dominic Bagsy. Sorry, but Dominic's on my team.
That's okay. Like, Kevin smells really nice, so I think we are a team as well. Come on, bam. Here we go. Let's get over to the seats. Give a warm hand up, applause. You know what I mean. Like, just clap, guys. Come on, and come over to the seats.
We also we still need to have the second player on each team as well.
Do we have?
Yeah, we got another player. Yeah. So if you sit here.
Introduce them. I didn't see them yet.
Oh, we had. Yeah, we were supposed to talk to these for a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was supposed to fill.
Okay, then have a seat, please. Enjoy. We prepared you some hair products if you like last minute preparing and stuff. Go for some styling. That's going to be fun as well.
So we have got ourselves some games to play today. Oh, God, this voice is definitely going downhill, isn't it? That's for sure. We will be finally guessing corners. That's going to be the end of the show. We're going to be guessing the prices of sim rigs. We're going to be playing some Mario Kart as well. And we're going to be playing a game of Sim Racing Jeopardy.
Yes. And I'm really looking forward to that. Like, especially to the guessing the corners thing. I saw a few of the corners. Wow, it's too hard to guess.
Yeah, and we're not allowed to be involved either, because we have seen the corners. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, we're not allowed to do Mario Kart as well, so we've got to just watch.
That's such a pity, actually, because I would beat you like from the beginning to the end in Mario Kart, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you told me you used to write comedy jokes. I guess it is still happening right now.
No, honestly, like, I can't do sim racing. I admit that, absolutely. But Mario Kart, you will never beat me. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, we're never going to get to find out. But my team will be representing Luke big time.
I don't think so. You can bet on us if you like on Twitter under hashtag SRE22 if you like. If you don't, just don't. But enjoy the show anyways, right?
Absolutely. We've also got the NASCAR race this afternoon as well, and it's at the most famous circuit in the history of NASCAR. It's at Daytona, which is kind of a bit of a meme in sim racing, to be honest. Daytona is just a ridiculous circuit where it's just flat out from start to finish, and there will be probably a load of carnage.
Yes, also I'm super looking forward to because it's also 1 hour of off-stage time, and I can chill a bit and just watch a race. I like it a lot.
Oh, I can't wait to watch that. I wanted to take part, but I realised I'll probably take out half the field.
Is that so?
100%.
Absolutely. Actually, he's a race driver, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely not. Just like I'm a singer, hey?
Uh-huh. Hey, honestly, Luke is a very good singer. And if you're voting for Luke to sing, or if you're wanting Luke to sing, please vote on Twitter again. I would love that. Yesterday I told everybody Luke is a very good singer. And everybody approached him like, I heard you're a very good singer. Could you please sing for me? And Luke was like, no, I never said that. And who told you? Well, Matze told you. And I still say it's true. I'm betting on you. You're a good singer.
Right. Okay, cool. Now we have got ourselves.
Come on over here. Please. Sorry for interrupting.
Our second teammates.
Yes, there they are. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Lucas Niederscheider.
Wait, has got my team, surely already.
We already know you from YouTube.
Yes, yes, I know. I've been here yesterday on stage, and yeah, let's do this.
Content creator, I think he's on my team.
And I'm Silas. Silas, near Stuttgart, and Lucas is my mate. And
Good.
I support him.
You support him, that's good. You be on Luke's team and support Lucas, please.
So effectively, Luke or Lucas is going to win this. That's good. That's good news.
Yeah. Everything that starts with L and U is always good, right?
Let's get it on.
I should stop.
You're struggling today, aren't
Guys,
you?
let's get over here to the seats. This applause thing, we still have to practice, right? I think so. So fair handshakes. Please take that one, and you over there. Exactly. Sit beside the big guy. Exactly.
Trying to join the enemy already? It's on my team, yeah.
Yes.
Don't want to go over there. It smells over there.
You are not in one team. We just split you guys up. Like, you two are now my team, which is amazing, I think. And you two are in the loser team, which is not bad as well. Like, it's okay for me. Look.
So the first round is going to be guess the price of a sim rig. So we'll have a sim rig appear up on the screens here.
Exactly.
We have some pen and paper. You guys have got that as well. You need to confer with each other, discuss it, and the closest wins the point.
That is, I think, a good idea. So, yes, exactly. Take the cards. You also have something to write the numbers down. You just discuss how much you think the rig is worth, or not worth, but costs, which is obviously the same. And, well, we will see who is closer, right? Okay, so let's have a look at the first rig.
So this rig here is from Gomez Sim Industries. But how much is the rig?
That is the question. So you can just discuss it.
No?
No, it's not yet Jeopardy. It's not yet Jeopardy. We're talking about the rig like with everything in it, right?
Absolutely.
So also consider steering wheel, wheelbase, pedals. and go calculating.
For something that is supposed to be fun, these four are taking it so seriously.
Yeah.
I love it.
Absolutely. They're really like,
You can't take the competitive nature out of a sim racer. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nothing fun here. So also you on the streams are very welcome to write your expectations down in the comments if you like. Just for yourself, because we can't read them anyways at the moment, but still, it's fun to guess. So
I just want to let you guys know that we are the fastest team so far because we've already got our answer.
Okay, I'd say
this is qualifying.
You have 3 more seconds to write a number down. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and here we go.
Right, so our team have put, if you face it towards that camera there.
Yeah, please show it into the camera.
5,000 euros.
And what do you guys say? 8,000 euros. And the actual price of the Gomez Sim Industries rig is 11,400 euros, and that is 1 point for Team Matze. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah,
I like it.
We have to give them a chance, so I appreciate that. Yeah, let them feel like they're doing well, and then we destroy them. Absolutely. Could not agree more.
Then let's please go on to the next rig. It's the Heusingveld Rallycross rig over here. And you guys again, please make your guess. Discuss again, but perhaps not as long as the first one.
Again, massively just discussing, like proper going through every detail, every part of the rig.
I also like, you can stand up if you like and look a bit closer.
And instantly, we have a taker.
Oh yeah, over there is also a bigger one.
So as you can see there, we've got the seat, we've got the cockpit, we've got the base.
Yeah.
We've got a monitor, there's a rim.
I have one hint. The dude sitting there is for free. Like, it doesn't cost a thing. It's only the rig. But you have to feed the dude, of course, if you take the rig.
So if we can get some answers down. We'll give you 10 seconds.
9, 8.
Here we go then. Can we press you for an answer?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Okay, guys, please show to the camera.
Okay, so we have gone for 9,000 euros.
And over here, we are at 5.5, like 5.5 thousand euros. And the actual price of the rig is 6.5 thousand euros. Yeah, we can have a round of applause over here. I like it. Amazing. Second point for Team Matze, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, we're just...
You're just warming up, right?
You guys are qualifying specialists. We're all about the race and getting across the finish line first.
Well, what you didn't recognize is the race has already started, my friend. But no worries there. It's okay. It's just
not ideal.
Go on qualifying, my friend.
Right, on to the third one then. We've got a V-Rig S1 Pro Formula that will appear on screen here. With the most, one of the most famous circuits, and one of the most famous complexes of corners ever, with Eau Rouge and Raidillon at Spa. It's got a lovely red on black slate as well.
Yeah,
Dr.
certainly
Disrespect.
a beauty, definitely.
It's like Dr. Disrespect's rig.
Is it? So, looks quite comfy.
Yeah, it does. Looks very space age, doesn't it? Some nice shoulder protection, so you can play Mad Max. Looks very sturdy indeed.
Funny thing, have you seen Mad Max on TV yesterday or day before? It was on TV at some channel, I don't know.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Crazy movie.
So we'll give 10 seconds now. Push for an answer.
Wow, come on. Lower the pressure. Those guys are discussing, right?
This is the difference between your team and my team. We perform under pressure.
Yes. Okay, so I guess we have a decision over here. Let's see. 9,500 euros. And
we've gone for the big 20 grand.
20 grand. That's a lot. Let's see what it is in real life. Way cheaper than 20 grand. Good news. And you're very, very close. Only 600 euros
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Don't worry about it.
3 points over here. So it's 3-0 right now.
Hey, but we're having fun, right?
The face. I love it. We still have 3 rigs left, so you can catch up, actually. So let's see the the 4th rig, actually. This is a Vazzaro Classic. The name speaks for itself, I guess.
Yeah, one of the most impressive rigs that I've probably ever seen. You can see there the really nice Vazzaro shifter.
I said it yesterday morning. My gosh.
Yeah, they've got the straps there. You've got to be strapped in. It's a motion rig. Got the classic rim there as well on the wheelbase.
That one really is a stunner.
Yeah, for sure. 3 huge monitors. You've got the monitor stands there as well to take into account.
Exactly.
But difference to the ones we've seen previously, there is a motion motor in there as well. So there's extra bits that you need to take into account.
Exactly. That one.
Well, they are both writing their answers down really quickly this time.
Yeah.
Here we go then. So on our team, we have gone for, if you want to turn it over.
Yes, please.
32,500 euros.
Wow, which is actually a lot, but we can, like, we bid over it. 53,000 euros, and well.
Well, I know how much this one is, so it's not looking good for us.
Yeah, truth is, that one is really expensive. It is actually 71,000 euros, and we have gained our 4th point, I guess. You did very well, guys, so far.
Definitely a stocking filler for Christmas, that one.
Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, that one is actually made with the partner RETRO CLASSICS BAVARIA, the fair which is taking place right behind the doors aside the stage. And we look at rig number 5 right now. Come on.
Yeah, we've got the Track Racer TRX Alpine Edition there.
Whee! That one is a beauty too.
Beautiful red, white and blue.
Yeah. Just
nice branding on there.
Just recently developed and manufactured by Track Racer. And you can obviously see it at the booth. And behind is the original Formula 1 race car, I think from 2019 or something.
Esteban, well, it's Fernando Alonso's car.
Yes.
They're now partnered with Esteban Ocon, as you can see the eye in the background.
You can see Esteban Ocon in the background?
You can see a quarter of his face and a left ear.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I will say, look how serious these are taking this still. Although I'm not too sure my team have taken it seriously at all, at any point.
Okay, I can already say that my team is pretty close, so...
Here we go, if we get an answer. And I'd like you to turn it around at exactly the same time.
It is 5,000 euros, 15,000 euros over here, and 5,800 over here. And the actual prize is 6,200 euros, which is beautiful. Well done again.
5-0. No, lovely. This is great.
Yes. Wow. Okay, so let's have a look at the last rig. Perhaps you gain a...
I'm not going to say you let me down at this point, guys, but you're letting me down.
Well, no. You're exactly fulfilling my expectations. It's amazing. For Team Luke, it's great.
What Mats doesn't realise is we swapped teams for the second round. On to the final one then. We have got ourselves a Track Racer again, a TR8 Pro.
Exactly. Also a decent rig.
It's the rig I actually have at home.
Really? If it works for you?
Yeah, I'm not saying it
guy,
necessarily makes me any faster, but it's very comfortable. It's very nice.
Cool.
So again, if you could wait for us to ask you to turn it over, I want you to turn it over at the same time.
Okay. So over here, I already see the idea, and you have one too.
Turn around now. 6,200 euros on this side.
And over here, it's 4,800 euros.
You guys are going to be super surprised with this one.
Yes, because the actual price of this one is 2,600 euros. Not too much.
No, it's not. It's perfect, right?
For such a perfect looking rig, right? And also super, super usable, as Luke says. You would recommend that one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, and we gained the 6th point, actually.
6-0.
Unbelievable. How did you do that, guys? Like, honestly, give me an idea of how did you discuss it?
First of all, I think we know some products. And the second was he said a price, I said a price, we took the middle, kind of worked.
Okay, I thought you looked at their price, took the half.
How have you guys managed to do that?
as you can see, we have 0 points, so we didn't manage it. We did, yeah.
I think it's more impressive that we got 0 than to see your 6.
Well, what can I say?
Can't believe we got 0.
Look, this will go on like this. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can see the future in this case. I think, what do we have now? A round of Mario Kart? No. Doch. It is Mario Kart.
Yes, Mario Kart.
Oh, it's going to be Mario Kart, guys. So I think we make the preparations for the race then. And we'll play a round of Mario Kart after the break. See you soon.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
If everyone knew all the things I could do, shoot me down, I'm back on my feet. 'Cause all I really need is me. If I could just share my view, maybe I'm too taboo. On my own, dance in the streets. 'Cause all I really need is me. Bruises, no, I don't mind the bruises. I keep it honest, failing. It's part of the game, yeah, yeah. Moving, baby, I can't stop moving. And I don't care of your approval. You organize a futile. And if you're down for it, yeah, I could take you in. But if you're not a fighter, I can't promise anything. If everyone knew all the things I could do, shoot me down, I'm back on my feet. 'Cause all I really need is me. If I could just share my view, maybe I'm too taboo. On my own, dance in the streets. 'Cause all I really need is me. So take the jump and don't look down, and you'll get back on your feet. Oh. If you're in town, we drive around as long as I take the wheel. If I could just share my view, maybe I'm too taboo. If everyone knew all the things I could do, shoot me down, I'm back on my feet. 'Cause all I really need is me. If I could just share my view, maybe I'm too taboo. On my own, dance in the streets. 'Cause all I really need is me. surrounded, you stumble in the dark. You kept pushing on, but then you went too far. When your ship has sailed and all your dreams are lost, everything is wrong, you feel like it's your fault. Just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life goes slow, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. You're stronger now than you ever been. You gotta leave now, it's time to catch the wind. You will climb up high and look through the clouds. And when you're feeling low, I know you'll bounce back. Oh, and just remember, I will be there for you, baby. Remember, there's nothing out there to get you, don't forget it. When life throws lemons, just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me. Just call on me.
Here we are back again with our game show at the ADAC SimRacing Expo 22. Hello again to our teams. Good to have you here. Are you still good?
Of course.
Of course. And you guys?
Time for the next round.
Yeah. With 0 points. That is has been an amazing start. Tremendous, I'd say. Look, what would you say?
Well, this is going to help us now because it's game 4, but it's the second game. So because it's all skew-if, and we've been very skew-if, we should have a chance now.
Yeah. The second game is Jeopardy, which I explained to you shortly. You can choose a category and then also a value, and then under this value there will be a question. Thing is, your answer has to be a question as well. For example, like, who is Michael Schumacher? Or something like that, right? So we are looking for something, you give the answer as you ask a question, right? If you know the answer, please use one of these horns we prepared for you. No, it's just kidding. It's this is hairspray actually. So, but it's from our partner. It's really nice. Have you tried it? Luke tried it. Luke has the same hairdo since 4 days and just used it once. What can I say?
Shows how much you've been paying attention. This is different from the other days.
Yeah. This one hits different.
Just a little
definitely. It does. So, if you know the answer, please raise your hand. Whoever raises the hand first, has the first chance to give the answer.
No, so it's left, right. You guys go first.
Really? We get first. We do left, right, left, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys
No
get to go
worries
first.
Have you heard that? We don't raise hands.
Matt's
we
just
do
making
left,
up the
right,
rules
left,
as he
right.
goes along, which is
yeah,
fair
yeah.
enough.
I just made up a new rule. What can I say?
That's why they're winning 6-0.
Well, we are 6 in front, and who's 6 in front is always right. That is a rule.
Come on,
let's
have a choice. What are we going for?
I think you guys start because you're like losers.
What are we going for?
I think we're going for driver for 200.
Ooh.
Driver 200.
After taking the 1992 Formula One title, he went overseas and won in IndyCar, briefly being the only driver in history to hold both, I guess, championships at the same time.
I also like bold championships.
I wish I was allowed. Am I allowed to answer? No?
No. Do you guys know?
So have you got an answer? It's our question.
It's your question, yeah.
Stop
but
cheating.
Let me just ask.
Absolutely no clue.
No clue.
I have to press you for an answer. No.
If they don't know, we can
am I allowed
try.
to answer this or not? Because I've not seen these questions. I'm part of the team, right? Surely I'm allowed to answer.
No. Yeah, you can answer it, but it wouldn't count. Of course.
That's really outrageous.
After taking the 1992
We haven't got an
Formula
answer,
One
so
title,
it's thrown over to you guys.
guys, what do you think?
Oh, we can. We can. I can answer. I think it's Nigel Mansell.
I think no. I think yes. It's 1992. And it's Nigel Mansell. Who? But you didn't say who is Nigel Mansell, so this is not a point for you.
Oh.
Sorry, mate. I just explained it.
Yeah, I still think we get the points for that.
Okay,
Come on.
yeah, we give you that point. That's okay. All right.
See, I'm pulling my weight for the team, guys. Come on, let's do this.
Yeah,
I want to get you these free tickets for next year.
Claps for Luke. Amazing. What do you take?
Racetrack for 300.
Racetrack 300.
Oh,
Here it
risky.
comes. Wow, yeah.
Risky bisky.
This street circuit was shortened to its current layout in 1972 after the fatal accident of Mexican racer Pedro Rodriguez. What is it?
Yeah, you guys need to be thinking here. We could steal this. We could steal this away.
It is a street circuit.
Ooh. I said, get those brains racking.
Aber ist das nicht kürzer gemacht worden?
Was hätte lang sein können?
Oh, I don't think they've got an answer here. Big chance. Oh.
Okay, you have an idea?
Wie alt war das denn jetzt? What track? What track is Melbourne?
What track is Melbourne?
So they've answered what track is
Okay,
Melbourne.
that is the answer. What track is Melbourne? Let's see. What track is the Norrisring right here around the corner?
Oh no, what a shame.
What shame, come on.
Here we go, chance to pull away here.
Wouldn't put it
On
that
to the next
way.
one then. So what are we going to go for?
Let's take event 300.
Oh, risky bisky. I like it. Here we go. Event for 300. With around 300,000 people attending this high-speed classic over 200 laps. This race is considered the largest single-day sporting event in the world. So think about what the question could be.
What is special about the Indy 500 race?
I think you're going to be close enough. Let's see what the answer is. What is the Indianapolis 500? Woo!
Okay, we count that as a point.
Oh, this is our round, ladies and gentlemen. This is our round.
Well, you did well, indeed. What do we have? Driver 200 and event 300, I guess, right? So that is 400 points then.
We're on 500.
500 points.
Yeah, looking cheating again.
Oh, it's standing there already. Guys, you choose your next category.
Racetrack 400.
Racetrack
we are in
400.
Their heads. They're going really risky now. We're in their heads.
Last used in its longer layout in 1989, this iconic circuit featured corners like Tunnel Oost and Boss Wheat. What is it? Do you have an idea, Luke?
Maybe. But I've realised we're not actually allowed to answer, so it doesn't matter. but I'm certainly not going to say it now.
So sorry, I can't help here.
See, you forced them to go risky, and they've been given a difficult one. I'm telling you, you're in their heads.
Boost and boost.
That push you for an answer here.
Dutch.
What track is Sanford?
What track is Sanford? Might be the answer, and it is. What
nice.
circuit is Sanford? That is absolutely right. 400 points for our team over here.
Okay, we did force them to go risky, and they did pull it off. But still 100 in the lead. So our turn, what are we going for?
Let's go for simulation 200.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
Yeah, just, you know.
Simulation 200 it will be.
Riding the wave of the recent GT3 boom, this sim has become one of the most raced titles in sim racing esports.
Yeah.
So, that's pretty tough because there are two simulations. I think they could it be, but in my opinion, it's what's the question? What
Just
is
kidding.
Assetto Corsa Competizione?
Gotta be that, surely. Yes!
And it is that.
Great work. Lovely old chop.
And it is another few points. 700, 400.
Now the pressure's on. Team Matza,
Yeah.
your turn to play.
Let's see.
Event 200.
We go for event 200. Eventually, it's going to be a good choice. Part of Motorsport's Triple Crown. This race is the one every Formula One driver wants to win.
Ja, für die Triple Crown. Ja, genau.
Monaco.
What is the Grand Prix of Monaco?
It's a good answer.
To me, that sounds good. What is the
right.
Monaco Grand Prix? Perfect, perfect. 200 points gained on our konto. Well, so it's 700 to 600, and you guys are up.
4 goes each, I believe we've had, and it is 700 to 600 to Team Luke. What are we going to go for here? We're going to go risky, or are we going to be safe?
We will take a driver 300.
Ooh, driver 300, middle ground.
This
tall Bavarian racer has competed in Formula One, the World Sports Car Championship, DTM, and IMSA in his long career.
He has an idea. It's actually.
So I had a clue, but then I
then I read the
about
question.
Bavarian, and then I get a little bit stuck in my thoughts. Coming Formula One, World Sports Car Championship, DTM, IMSA, tall Bavarian.
Yeah, Niki Lauda doesn't
so many
count
guys.
as Bavarian.
Oh, fuck.
So interested if anybody in the stream would know that.
You have an idea?
Luke has an idea. Ah, come on.
Okay.
Jumping
Between
in for
two, but I'm going to go. Who is Ralph Schumacher?
Is he Bavarian?
Oh,
no, it's so
no.
far away. I thought he was like North Rhine-Westphalian, or wasn't he?
Sorry.
Who is Hans-Joachim Stuck? Would have been the
Legends,
answer,
well,
so
commentator
that
on the
was
DTM
wrong.
Classics. Oh, gutted.
Wow. And our team picks a take care, or have a look at the count, right? So we have 600 points on our account. Make a choice.
We take racetrack 200.
Racetrack 200. If we get that one, we are going to be 100 in the lead. Remodeling of the venue saw this circuit lose its iconic long straights in the forest, which were replaced by a more modern and spectacular friendly layout. You know what I mean? What do you think?
What is the Hockenheim Ring?
What is the Hockenheim Ring is the answer of my team, and that is absolutely correct. 200 points for you. And we're in the lead again, 800 to 700.
Well, we've got some tactics here. He's going to go for 200, I think, but I think we should go for big. I think we should go big time. I think we should hit 5. I think we should go 500. Let's do it.
Well, they will remain there. So at any time we have to pick 500s.
500 simulation, the first big question. Here we go.
500.
So to confirm,
simulation.
it's 500 simulation. But I think it might. Oh, there we go.
There it goes.
This 1998 title recreates the 1967 Formula One season and still has a dedicated fan base of modders to this day.
Oh, can you please say that again? You sounded like one of the Autobots, I guess. To this day.
1998. But it recreates the 1967 Formula One season.
I know some racing games from this time, but I don't think I know this.
Shall I have a guess?
Looks like Luke will jump in again. Ten more seconds.
Would you like me to have a guess?
9.
This could well be wrong, of course.
8.
But I'm going to go for what is Live for Speed?
What is Live for Speed? And it is not.
Oh, no, of course.
What is Grand Prix Legends would have been the answer.
I had no idea that they still had they have a modern community on that. It's one of the most legendary games of all time.
See, and now you will see one of the most legendary answers of my team. But first, picking a category.
Sorry, guys.
Racetrack 100.
Racetrack 100, okay. You keep it low key. The first home of the German Grand Prix and a famous 24-hour race is on its most challenging layout. And that is?
What is the Nürburgring?
And I guess that is absolutely right. Yes, perfect, 100 points on our account. So it's 900 to 700 right now. Luke, you go.
Yeah, well, what we're going to go for here, I think we've got to go big. I think we've got to put the pressure on. 300 simulation.
You go. This title of a legendary series initially featured the 1998 Formula One season, but later received an add-on to update into the 2000 championship.
So I had a 1998 Formula One game back on my Nintendo 64, and I think this game was also on different platforms that could receive an add-on. So what is Formula One Championship 1998? Grand Prix.
It is what is Grand Prix 3. Unfortunately, not the right answer. Well, unfortunately for you, fortunately for us. Guys, what do you pick? Like, you're really like in the comfortable lead, I'd say. Like, you could also go big.
Simulation 100.
Simulation 100. You still keep it low key. First made available in 2008. This sim is the gold standard in competitive sim racing today.
What is iRacing?
What is iRacing is the absolute correct answer. The 100 is an easy question, obviously. And so we gain one more time 100 points. It's 1,000 to 700.
Pressure's on here then. So what are we going to go for?
Okay. We choose driver 500.
Oh, here we go. I love it. Go big or go home. This Italian finally got to realize his dream of driving for Ferrari in F1 in 2009. And he has been running their cars in the WEC ever since.
Oh my gosh, I'm afraid Luke knows that. Do you know that one? Guys, find your answer. ...2009. What happened 2009? Does anybody remember? I had birthday. The Bastian Vettel?
I have no idea, but one Italian driver who was in Formula One in that time and actually was Italian for Ferrari. I don't know who is Giancarlo Fisichella.
That might be an idea, and that is absolutely right and correct. So 500 points for you.
That's a brilliant answer.
And you're 200 in the lead. 1,200 to 1,000. Guys, now it's time for action. What's your choice?
This is the kind of pressure you put them under. They cut. It's not just an answer.
Simulation 400.
Just picking.
Simulation 400 would be the idea. A favorite of endurance racing fans of the time. This simulation accurately recreated the 24 hours of Spa and the rest of the FIA GT calendar.
What is GTR2?
What is GTR2? And that is absolutely correct.
That's an incredible answer.
400 more points gained
That
over
is
here.
a great answer.
Yes.
Only a few to go here then. And again, I think we have to keep going big, really. Otherwise, remember, they're going to get the option to take these big ones at some point. If we take them away from them, it makes it difficult.
Let's go for event 100.
100.
100.
Oh, 100. Okay.
Event 100 is the idea. Perhaps get a little bit closer.
First run in 1923, this endurance race in the French countryside has become legendary in the decades since.
What is Le Mans 24?
And that is correct. What are the...
There we go. Congratulations. 100 points.
100 points is nice. So we are still 100 points ahead. Guys, what do you do?
Driver 100.
Driver 100 for us, please. This very successful Formula One driver raced for Jordan, Benetton, Ferrari and Mercedes and took 91 career victories in total.
Who's Michael Schumacher?
Who is Michael Schumacher is absolutely correct. 100 points for us, so there you go, guys.
It's very close now. What is it? 200 points separating us. Only 2 questions each to go. What are we going for?
Okay, 400 driver.
400 driver. This ex-Formula One driver won 2 races as Michael Schumacher's teammate in 1995 and took overall victory at the 1991 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Who's Eddie Irvine?
And the answer is, who is Johnny Herbert? That is not right.
He jumped the gun a little bit there.
Unfortunate.
On to Team Matza.
Still, we are on.
Event 400.
Event 400, please. And here comes the question. Being run mostly in the woods and on gravel, this event is notorious for its high speeds and long jumps and thus nicknamed the Grand Prix of Rallying. What is that? First time a rally question, right? Dum 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 dum. I heard you can sing, Luke. Join in. Dum,
absolutely not.
Dum,
We could leave the door open here. Big chance.
Dum 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 dum.
Gonna have to push you for an answer here.
They're discussing. Come on, give them a little bit of time.
Hey, we haven't got all day.
Yeah.
I've got a flight to catch tomorrow.
You're keeping the pressure high, right? Okay, guys, you have an idea?
What is the rally in Finland?
What is the rally in Finland? And that is absolutely correct.
That is some answer, mind. That is some answer.
Wow. And we're ahead big time. 1,900 to 1,300. If you don't make it now...
We can't win anyway, but let's still go for it. Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
It doesn't matter what I choose because I have no idea. So I'm glad that I have my teammate, but we choose event 500.
There you go.
Event 500. Having been run on public roads since 1907, this motorcycle race is considered the most dangerous in the world. I've got to finish.
What is the Isle of Man?
What is the Isle of Man? And that is, yes, correct. The Isle of Man Tourist Trophy, but still.
Good answer. Well done.
I consider that as the right answer, and that keeps it close enough to make our last question.
If you don't get this right, we get 200 points.
No. Right. You can't overtake anymore. This circus was first raced in Formula 5000, then in Formula 1, and ultimately in IndyCar, where it is one of the series' crown jewels today.
What track is Indianapolis?
What track is Indianapolis? What is the Long Beach Circus? So, still, there are 1,900 points on our account.
So that is Team Matze taking the second games as well. I'm not sure how many points they get for that. Is it now 1,906 to 1,800? It is. That's exactly how it is.
Crazy.
Yeah, so those 6 points originally didn't really mean too much.
Yeah, it's a really close and tight
Pretty interesting way of doing points, but you know.
Even though we won 7 games now, somehow.
And in the final round, the final question is worth 25 million points.
Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, you guys are definitely back. Like, honestly, that God helped you a lot over here, I'd say. Luke, I guess we're heading into a short little break, and afterwards...
Yeah, heading to a short little break so I can replenish my voice.
You do that, and then we will skip to the NASCAR race. Yeah, so please, stay with us. We're back in seconds. Let's go.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula 1 we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Wanna be the person that you call up when you're down. Wanna be the first who knows all of your deepest secrets. Can I be the one who wakes you up before you missed your ride? 'Cause I wanna be close to you, and I wanna show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. That's what flying colors now. Gonna try to keep the pace, but someday we will find that the world has changed, but we stay true to each other. I will always be there for you whenever you need my help. I'm taking my time to be your rock. I don't ever wanna be apart. You gotta know, every day I got your back, yeah, you can count on me for that. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. That's what flying colors now. Show you something new. You gotta know, every day I got your back. Yeah, you can count on me. Yeah. So put your hand in mine, I will be there every day. When you're sick of the climb, I will make sure it's okay. I know you didn't ask for any of this, but we reach for the sky. That's what flying colors now. That's what flying colors now. I wanna be close to you.
The work on the simulator can really improve our performance on the track. We have seen we work a lot on the simulator with Alpine.
Obviously in Formula One we're operating the absolute pinnacle of motorsport. The TRX starts to bring esports to that same level of performance. It's equipment for the very best at the very top end of the market.
I do want a TRX track racer, yeah, definitely. Please.
Welcome back to the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo here at Nuremberg. We've got an absolute treat for you here because we've got NASCAR driver Trayton Lapsovich, who will be taking part live on stage in this beautiful Vizaro rig in a NASCAR race at Daytona. We're now going to head over and see some of that footage.
The international world of NASCAR stock car racing collides at the World Center of Racing as a third round of this series descends for the first time in its history onto a super speedway. This international all-star battle takes center stage at the legendary high-banked oval of Daytona as drivers from NASCAR Mexico, Euro NASCAR, the Canadian NASCAR Pinty Series, and the NASCAR Drive for Diversity prepare to duel at a venue of uncertainty, chaos, and monumental celebrations. Good evening and welcome to round 3 of the iRacing's coverage of the 2022 D-Box eNASCAR International iRacing Series powered by Digital Motorsports, live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida, USA, and live from the ADAC SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg, Germany. Alongside Kenneth Bueno, I am Devin Henry. Ryan Bowers behind the scenes producing, making all the magic happen, using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. It is morning in America, so good morning, but it's also the afternoon to all of our friends in Germany, for everybody at the ADAC SimRacing Expo. Make a little bit of noise. So glad to be with you here as we get ready for the first ever super speedway race for the eNASCAR International iRacing Series. And Kenneth, like I said, this is a track of uncertainty, of chaos. And when we talked to the drivers in our last race, some of them a little bit uncertain as our foreigners come into Florida and try to take on a track that most of them have never seen in the real world.
Well, Devin, you're right. This is the most wild card-esque race that we are ever going to see, at least in the history of the eNASCAR International iRacing Series. We've never had a track more than 2 miles for an oval. We've had it 1.5 miles. We've had short tracks, but we've never tackled the super speedway beast that a lot of drivers, even on the American side, are always somewhat afraid of when they take that stage and go for the green flag. Tonight is also going to be important because, Devin, we're going to be talking about points. We're already pretty much halfway through the season. Points are going to be very important. Like you said, drivers from last week, we're talking about how wary they were going to be going into tonight's event and being like, hey, we need to be smart. This race at Daytona specifically is going to test those drivers' skills of patience, discipline, and how much they're willing to risk if it means a couple of extra points for that championship.
Victor Morales right now from NASCAR Mexico leads the way, but Train Lapsevich not far behind after his victory last week at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. And this is the halfway point of our schedule here at Daytona, and it does not get easier from here. We're going to visit our friends in virtual Germany 1 week from now, 30 laps at Circuit Zolder on December 13th, so be here for that as well. And we close out the season at the granddaddy, basically, of all the oval tracks, the Lady in Black, Darlington, another track that a lot of these drivers have never seen before in the real world. We have such a unique character of racetracks on the schedule this year, Kenneth.
There's a lot of diversity, and again, Daytona being that outlier, the first time we ever see a proper super speedway on the schedule. But then you have some of the favorites like Circuit Zolder. I know we already saw Canadian Tire, those tracks that have been around for quite a while in Season 2 and now for Season number 3. And then, like you said, Darlington, a unbelievable track to drive in sim, especially with this NASCAR Xfinity Series car. It's so hard to drive. It takes a lot of skill. And for a championship finale, it means it's going to be so much fun. But this race specifically going to be probably the most pivotal in the championship. When we go to Daytona, at least in previous history, we've gone on the road course, but this time, Devin, we're on the big oval itself. And if you're a stock car racing fan, chances are you know this place very well. Opened back in 1959, Devin, 2.5 miles, 4.2 kilometers, 31 degrees of banking, a staggering amount of banking in the corners, 18 degrees in that main trial to the start-finish line, 2 degrees on the back straightaway. It looks as simple as it can get. Full throttle, turn left, flat to the floor, but there's so much more dynamic-wise in the middle of the pack that we'll talk about in this race.
Still so many ways that you can make mistakes. This isn't really a sprint race, though, Kenneth. 50 laps, it's pretty a long way around here.
It's pretty long. I think the longest that we'll have in the season, 125 miles, 210 kilometers, but here's where the nitty-gritty gets in. Unlimited tires in the pits. We may not see tires be that big of a factor, but everything below it certainly matters. One fast repair for these drivers, so if you are involved in a crash, and we do see crashes often at super speedways, you've got that one chance to get a clean race car before the race is all said and done. They obviously fix setup so everybody's on an equal playing field, but then we have those 3 green-white checkered attempts that we have yet to see that all season long over the first 2 races. Can we see it for the first time this evening?
No, don't jinx us, Kenneth. We don't need that here at Daytona. It always goes wild when we do that at Daytona. And, of course, what all of you viewers are certainly looking forward to is our giveaway, of course, featured by D-Box. and Digital Motorsports. This is a sim racing giveaway that we have included with this: a play seat rig, racing seat and brackets, Fanatic direct drive base, a Fanatic NASCAR wheel, V3 pedals, a shifter, floor stand mount, and a 49-inch Samsung curved television. And of course, this is the D-Box haptic system, the best motion system on the market. No hydraulics. This is electric motors. It is one of the best on the market, and you can win this entire rig by entering at dbox.com/enascar/contest anytime between now and December 21st. All you have to do is go to the website and pick who you will think will win this 2022 eNASCAR International iRacing Series Championship, and sign up for the D-Box newsletter for your chance to win this Digital Motorsports NASCAR simulator outfitted with D-Box haptic technology. I know that's what most of our viewers are looking forward to week after week here in this international series. And of course, one extra aspect that we have right now in the world of iRacing, if you want to jump on track and try your hand at Daytona, maybe a track that you've never seen in real life before, right now is the time to do it. If you are a new member, 50% off your membership of either a 1-year or 2-year subscription. That is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, sale on the market for iRacing year-round. Or for all of you already inside of iRacing, have already bought content, it's also 25% off renewals and the reactivations. And like I keep saying, I do not reactivate and renew my iRacing accounts until we get to this sale. This is the big sale of the year. Be sure to take advantage of it at iRacing.com. Well, all of our drivers are prepared to take on what is one of the most ridiculous, insane, and wild racetracks in the world. Our pole sitter tonight, coming from Euro NASCAR in the Whelen Series, Miguel Gomez with a time of 50.652. He only takes the pole by 7 one-thousandths of a second against Traden Lapsevich, the NASCAR Pinty Series driver out of Canada. But the Grimsby, Ontario native is actually in Germany right now, racing with a live audience. Excited to see what he's going to be able to do. And how about a newcomer, the 22-year-old from La Miranda, California, Ryan Vargas will start off in P3 tonight. Alongside him will be our other Canadian, JP Bergeron, in P4. Gil Listener joining us this weekend. He will round out your top 5. He will be alongside the number 148 machine of Gordon Barnes, the 49-year-old from the UK. Giorgio Maggi will make up the 7th position here, hailing from Switzerland in Euro NASCAR. Justin Campbell, one of our Drive for Diversity drivers, will take up P8, the driver from Griffin, Georgia, at just 16 years old. And rounding out the top 10, Louis Del Castro will start in the 9th position from Euro NASCAR alongside one of his Euro NASCAR friends, Ulysses Delso.
Paul Giffreau, the 33, the French driver who was on podium last week at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, going to look for a second straight, maybe even a win as he starts inside of row number 6. Alberto Nasca out of the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series will be to his outside in P12. Victor Barrales did not qualify, the first driver out of the batch to not qualify in this session. He's got a little bit of work to do from 13th, and Ruben Garcia, both of these drivers out of the NASCAR Mexico Series, going to be outside in P14. Jaden Reyna out of the Drive for Diversity camp, going to be inside of row number 8 in P15. Jake Cosio in the 51, going to be on the outside in P16. And then goes the final 2 drivers in this field, Giancarlo Vecchi in the 75 and Andres Perez de Lara, lining up the rear of the field, 18 cars total.
Daytona is home of monumental events, the Daytona 500, the Rolex 24, Daytona Supercross, the list goes on and on. And for the first time ever, we're not on the road course. We hit the high banks of Daytona International Speedway for the D-Box NASCAR International iRacing Series powered by Digital Motorsports. A privilege to have you along for the ride, whether you're watching online or live in Germany from the ADAC SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg. But for now, it's time to watch on who will take home the checkers in Daytona. We are underway in Florida. How about the first ever full-time Portuguese driver in Euro NASCAR, Miguel Gomez, fighting off the most experienced real-world racing driver in this event at Daytona. If you want anybody pushing you in this race, it's that bright red number 23 car. 5 starts in the NASCAR Xfinity Series for the 22-year-old Ryan Vargas leading that outside lane. And so far, Gomez has been able to outlast him on that inside groove.
And that's helped because of the numbers on the inside. The 46 didn't have as much help in that opening lap, but then got it by Gil Lindstrom, the 56, and then came, it looked like the number 8 machine of Giorgio Maggi, all of them now starting to help. It looks like a couple of the drivers have gone up to the top, so roughly 6 or 7 cars lining up that top groove, and Ryan Vargas looks to lead them to the stripe. Trey Lapsevich right behind him. We talked about Lapsevich, Devin, as a pure double threat, most likely in this series, being able to get a win at both the oval and the road course, and right now pushing the 23 to the front, but they are absolutely gridlocked coming out of turn 2.
The victor last race at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park on board right now, and live in Germany, Trey Lapsevich. Keep an eye on that black and white number 20. He is racing inside Germany right now at the ADAC SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg. So he has himself an audience here in Germany. I don't know if he can hear you guys while he has his headset on, but be sure to make some noise whenever he's racing up front, because the Canadian making the travels to Germany, he is our only live racer here in this 18-car field, and he is fighting for what would be his 3rd career International Series win here on iRacing. And on top of that, he became the first ever winner in this series to go to victory lane, not just on the oval last season at Phoenix, but now also on the road course at his home track of Canadian Tire Motorsports Park in this series.
And now I also wonder, Devin, as well, with him being the only driver in a live event setting, racing in a rig in this event, I wonder if that changes the approach for the 20 machine. Of course, he's got a win at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, like you said, from 1 week ago. He's got a good shot at what could be the championship later on in the season as he ride on board with Giorgio Maggi, the number 8 machine out of the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. But I wonder if it changes anything for Lapsevich, whether the feel is different, the rig obviously feeling different. It's a motion rig, something that he's probably not completely used to when he races from home. So we'll see if Lapsevich changes any approach. For right now, though, he has absolutely nowhere to go, because, Devin, they are still even for the lead, and even for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, you name it, a bunch of positions still up for grabs. But that's the nature of racing here at Daytona. Everyone in the draft, as soon as you get cooped together, it is so hard to make passes when you've got everybody even on the inside and the outside.
And you talk to the drivers in the real world when they're racing at Daytona, and even they talk about whether they're more experienced than others or whether they're newbies to this type of racing. The fact that you have to learn quick, and I'm sure Lapsevich riding behind Ryan Vargas, the 5-time starter in the NASCAR Xfinity Series at Daytona, you are learning a lot trying to follow that bright red number 23 machine. Meanwhile, the rest of these guys, they haven't ever ran at Daytona inside the real world. And how about the driver right now, 2nd row on the inside lane, Gil Lindstrom, the 29-year-old from Luxembourg. This is actually the driver closest to Germany, if you will. This is a small rural country surrounded by Belgium, France, and Germany, and he will have what is going to be the closest to a home race that anyone else is going to have, so we see him live inside of his cockpit at home when we go to Circuit Zolder in just a couple weeks' time. And right now, he's putting a lot of hay on the rear bumper of that 46 car, doing a good job as a pusher.
A very good job keeping the 46 even with Vargas going back to turn 3, but you're right about that 56. I'm pretty sure he's going to be looking forward to Circuit Zolder when we get there. He's got a pole there. He's definitely probably going to be one of the best drivers, if not one of the fastest, to be in contention for the win. So you got to watch out for that 56. And right now doing a solid job. But again, this is a testament to what a lot of the drivers were harping on in our last race at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. Being smart, not going outlandish, not doing anything crazy, at least for the first leg of this race, just hanging in there and trying to capture some good points. Because while, yes, you're still dealing with the sort of chaos of being behind the driver in the draft, having to push, making sure you can adjust for all the checkups that are going to happen on the inside and the outside. But if you just hang in where you are, you don't try to make a 3rd lane, you don't try to switch over different lanes and push drivers aggressively, you should be okay. And this is exactly what drivers like Elisa Dosso are doing in the 10 machine, just hanging in the draft, doing whatever they can to keep their car clean and be able to walk away with some decent points at, again, a venue, Devin, that not many of these drivers have experience in real life, let alone in sim.
And the most important part of this kind of racing is not getting out of that draft. When you only have 18 cars in this event, the last thing that you want to do is have to lose that draft and you end up losing the rest of the field. That is what has happened for Jaden Reyna, the NASCAR Drive for Diversity driver, otherwise known as Moose, the 16-year-old from Virginia, lost a lap, and not only that, but he has lost the draft once again, so issues for the driver born in Virginia. And so he's trying to get himself some sort of closure, some sort of revitalization, but right now, Ryan Vargas leads this field. He jumped down to that bottom lane because it looks like that's the lane pushing the most momentum right now, as Lapsevich will now lead that outside lane.
And racing here at these super speedways, Daytona, Talladega, even the newly reconfigured Atlanta Motor Speedway, you're going to want to have strength in numbers. If you have a lot of drivers in your line with you, chances are you're going to perform a lot better than the ones up at the top if they don't have enough people with them. And Ryan Vargas made that switch to the inside, so he takes the proverbial race lead, and there was a bit of swerving around Gil Linster, almost got into the 33 of Paul Gefro, who's now slipping into the top 5. Linster trying to make sure he can get to the top and almost made an indecisive choice there for the moment. As Train Lapsevich gets this push, it looks like he'll take the lead, but it won't last for long. Vargas immediately back down low, and there's a nice look at the Canadian driver who took the win 1 week ago at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park.
And check out that rig. He's in a motion rig right now, so he is feeling the bumps of Daytona. It's not this well. The track on iRacing, of course, is the newer repaved one, and you would think, oh, it's just flat, it's just slick, it's just nice and smooth. No. There are bumps across this racetrack, and he's feeling those right now probably more than any other driver in this race. And you can kind of see some of the inexperience of some of these drivers internationally who have never ran here in the real world before. A lot of them race road courses, so maybe they don't have the most experience practicing here. There's one car going around down the back straightaway. Looks like Alberto Nasca gets spun out to the inside grass. That will not be a caution here, and the Euro NASCAR driver has to regroup. Looks like no damage, but they are going to lose the pack here, and this is going to end up being potentially the end of NASCAR's race.
And it was a single car spin, got involved in a crash with Gordon Barnes in the 148, who I think just slipped a little bit too high on the back straightaway, got into the 54. And the Italian driver from Turin around and possibly, like you said, out of this race. And I was about to mention it with Jaden Reyna, who's 1 lap down, and it may be the same for the 54 of NASCAR's who run on board with the 7 of Jean-Philippe Bergeron, the other Canadian in this field from Daytona. Going a lap down at the ovals, in most cases, it's usually not that terrible. You go to 1 lap down at a track like, let's say, it's actually Bergeron going sideways, and he'll go around, 1 car up in the air, and the caution is out for the first time, and more drivers involved in it as well. The 51 of Jake Cosio, the 1 machine of Andres Perez de Lara, the 7 machine, and you see everyone getting involved, and that's Victor Barrales as well, getting a huge amount of damage, your points leader.
Boy, you could see the hands going to work with JP Bergeron. Got a bad push from Paul Jufro in that 33 car, and he oh so nearly saved that. And it turns into one of the big ones here tonight, coming on lap number 10. It includes your NASCAR Mexico Series points leader as well, Ruben Garcia. He gets caught up in that in the blue 88 machine. But yeah, the important part here, Kent, is going to be that number 39 car. You
see the 39 in the damage. Jean-Philippe Bergeron sliding back down the track. There's Andres Perez de Lara, that bright blue Ford Mustang that's trying to get back up to speed. And again, that's a thing that we talk about at these super speedways, and when you don't have that much experience, it could happen to you. Jufro just had a huge run on Bergeron and could not ignore it. Got into the rear end, but just had it at the wrong angle. Just a little too close to that right side and got Bergeron out of shape, then got him into contact with a 21 at Campbell, and then all of a sudden he tried to save it, and good on him for trying because he almost about got it, and unfortunately the car just went around and everybody behind has to suffer the circumstances. And we do have 1 fast repair, so at least for the most of the field, Devin, involved in this crash, they can get a fresh race car, but the last thing you would really want is to burn the fast repair at lap number 12 instead of, let's say, lap number 45 or something. You do not want to burn the fast repair so early because then you have to treat this car like an eggshell for the rest of the race.
Drivers on pit road, they do need some gasoline here because 50 laps is a long way around Daytona. Our first caution comes 30 miles into the race, still 120 miles to go. If you would like to learn more about the growing world of eNASCAR and all that it is becoming, just scan this QR code up on your screen, or you can always visit enascar.com and sign up today to get all the latest news and updates, whether it be Road to Pro, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, this D-Boxing NASCAR International iRacing Series powered by Digital Motorsports. And there is so much more going on, like the Contender Series right now, and our College Series too. So a lot going on in eNASCAR. Sign up today, get all the information of all the different things happening in the world of eNASCAR. And Kenneth, this brings us to our first caution, our first stop, and the first time that most of these drivers can finally take a breath, reset, take what you learned in the opening stint of this race, and try to apply that to the rest of the event. And I think what everybody knows about a track like Daytona, it's not about what you're doing in these first 40, 45 laps. It's how you set yourself up for the final 10 or 5.
That's true. It's always a big blueprint. It's always a large plan to say, all right, where am I going to be? Where do I want to be in the final 5 laps? And even then, that plan that builds up from lap 1 all the way to lap 50 coming out of turn 4, that can easily get thrown out the window if somebody gets involved in a crash, somebody makes a last lap move. I mean, countless times, Devin, how many of the circumstances have we seen in super speedways where most of the winning passes happen off the last corner or happen going into the trial to the start finish line? There are so many times we could bring it up that really it's about setting yourself up just to be in a nice position to win. But then it's a lot about adaptability. And the good thing about this field now, Devin, with this caution is that, like you said, they had that chance to relax. If we went green, they probably wouldn't have, and they would probably have to still deal with the nerves. But now they understand, all right, this is how the draft works. Here's who I need to watch for, and this is exactly what I need to do if I want to survive. As here's a look at Jake Cosio. He's burned the faster pair here. Actually, no, he hasn't, so he's actually taking some time on pit road. Never mind, he has. Yeah, just ticked it down right now. Got it from telemetry. So Cosio, one of the handful that is taking the faster pair for this race, and I believe it looks like Victor Barales Jr. in the 39 has also done the same. Alberto Nasca in the 54, and countless others here in the biggest crash, and our only one so far.
7 faster pairs used in that first incident. They only get 1 reset here, only 1 extra chance, so only 11 cars with a faster pair remaining, and that was a very troublesome wreck for the drivers out of the NASCAR Mexico Series. Obviously, Barales Jr. was in that. The NASCAR Mexico points leader was in that. In the real world, that is Ruben Garcia Jr., who just took over that points lead last weekend at Monterey on November 27th. And, of course, Jake Cosio also involved. Jaden Reyna was able to get a wave around, though, and so Moose is back up on the lead lap. One of our 3 Americans, rather, here in this race. Him alongside of Justin Campbell and Ryan Vargas. Ready to get back rolling here as we will begin lap 15. Traden Lapsevich and Miguel Gomez to lead the field back to green. So far, it's been that 46 car leading the way for the most part. Ryan Vargas starting in P3, looking to give another big push to Gomez. Back underway at Daytona.
There's a large amount of space on that first and second row outside. You saw Ryan Vargas immediately coop to the rear end of the 46. It's taking a little bit of time to turn 1 for Jojo Maggi to make a push here on Lapsevich, so that could falter, at least for that outside lane. They're going to pick up Gil Linz, so they're going to pick up other drivers, but that inside with the power out of turn 2 and give first to Miguel Gomez, and maybe even the lead now switching hands. Vargas looking for the top, and he'll check everybody up on the top side going to turn 3.
Almost another issue for JP Bergeron. He almost got door slammed going down the back straightaway, so a little bit more chaos going on in the middle of this pack, and that has completely shuffled everyone as they get all out of sorts. Lions now trying to reattach. On board with Bergeron, we saw that phenomenal fighting with the wheel earlier when he was trying to keep that car straight, and that looked absolutely miraculous. It looks like another caution out, and it looks like Alberto Nasca involved again. This one coming towards the rear of the pack as Nasca was floating up and made contact with the 56 machine.
It looks like Jake Cosio, the 3rd car, involved in it as well. I don't think Cosio got that much damage, but remember, he ticked off the faster pair in that last caution. We'll see exactly what happened. It looks like, I think NASCAR Devin just slid up a little too high at a turn 4, maybe tried to get to the outside and work with the draft there, but didn't really understand. It looks like he wasn't fully clear when he was going up. And then Linzer, obviously nothing that the 56 could do, and Cosio on the back end of that had no time to react as soon as they got together and slammed the outside wall. Here's a better look at it. There's NASCAR there right into the 56 of Linzer. He goes around for a spin and gets another hit to the outside wall. There's a look at a couple of others getting around. It looks like Gordon Barnes, one of the ones to survive and get through the wreckage. Only 3 cars involved in this one, but not much you can do in this situation. Here's a look on board from Cosio.
And that is just how quick it all happens at Daytona when you're racing at almost 200 miles per hour. And I really think it's understated, more than likely not really well known by people who don't really know a lot about superspeedway racing, just how difficult this kind of racing is. Yeah, smash the gas pedal, have it down all the way, push the guy in front of you, but it's also the bumps. It's the fact that you're trying to stay in that straight line. If you start faltering out of your line and pushing out in the middle of the corners, you're going to hit someone else and you're going to cause a massive wreck. So there is a lot of different intricate parts of super speedway racing. Well, right? You can be a really bad super speedway racer and still be able to try a race, but you're going to cause incidents. You're not going to be a good teammate and pusher, and there's going to be a lot of difficulties in trying to get up to the front. Being able to race well on a super speedway is so much more than you would believe. And how about this? We talk about all the different drivers. How about the Italian? We haven't talked a lot about Lully Del Castro and Castellello, and how they've been doing in this series. And so far, the driver out of Euro NASCAR 2, the 37-year-old, up inside the top 5 right now.
There's some big moves here by the 24 of Lully de Castello, and you can also say the same for the driver right behind Castello, Giancarlo Vecchi in the 75 machine, the driver out of the NASCAR Mexico Series, who's leading the 2022 Mexico Challenge Series Rookie of the Year. Or actually, he was Rookie of the Year, 9th in points, and the 2021 Truck Series champion for the Mexico Series. Started 17th in the penultimate spot for this race. And you talk about learning at a super speedway, Vecchi is doing just that and thriving in the environment, up to P6 early at lap 17.
So a few different movers and shakers in this 18-car pack that we have here for the eNASCAR International iRacing Series, powered by Digital Motorsports. And we are also live at the ADAC SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg, Germany. Glad to have everybody along with us here with iRacing's broadcast here from Podium Esports. And of course, Ryan Vargas now leading the way. He is one of our American drivers inside here in this series. This is also his first start here in the International Series. He went out on Twitter after seeing the first couple of races and was like, hey, how do I get involved in this? I want to be part of this series full of international stars from across all different kinds of NASCAR, from the Pinty Series in Canada, from the Mexico Series, from the Euro Series, and hopefully soon, of course, NASCAR acquiring the Brazil Sprint Racing Series down in Brazil, and hopefully soon we'll get some NASCAR Brazil Sprint Race drivers here inside of the International Series in the future. On board here, taking a look at the rig of Moose, Jaden Reyna, one of our other American drivers with the Drive for Diversity. And the fact that this young man starting to race karts at 6 years old, he's raced on dirt with outlaw karts, and now here trying to make a name for himself in NASCAR. And also for him, he is a Mexican-American driver, so not only does he want to race in the American National Touring Series, but he also said that he would love one day to race in NASCAR Mexico as well.
There's nothing better than doing the double duty and be able to race in other series that are under that NASCAR umbrella. And that's the great thing about NASCAR and the amount of international influence it has with the guys from Euro NASCAR, with everybody from the American NASCAR Series, the Truck Series, the Xfinity Series, and the Cup Series at the very top. Then you have the Pinty Series, and then, like you said, with the expansion into South America, with what we're going to have and all the great drivers that you can find in Brazil, you know, it counts for all the influence that the international series have, and that'd be so cool for Reyna if he could go on that double duty, be able to race in Mexico and in the United States. But we're ready for green flag action here, lap number 19 of 50. And to no surprise, Devin, the two best oval races that we've seen all race long are at the front, going to command the field.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is going to be too surprised if Ryan Vargas is out front, but Trey Lapsich has been oh so good this season too. He'll start on the outside for back underway at Daytona. 18 down, 32 to go.
And a complete opposite to what we saw, Devin, on the last restart. Look where the outside lane is, absolutely nowhere. They're trying to build drivers, and they're led by the 33 of Paul Jufro, but they're absolutely in no comparison to the four drivers who have broken away at the front. First side-by-side battle inside the top 10. That settled quickly, and Vargas leading them single file on the super stretch.
Very interesting. For the first time, the entire outside lane dissipates. They're trying to make it up right now and trying to move forward, and it is included in that group. Paul Jufro in that black and blue number 33 machine gain a big push from your points leader out NASCAR Mexico, Victor Morales.
And you have to imagine with the crash that the 39 of Barrales was involved in, Devin, and the fact that he is your points leader, you can't imagine maybe something shifted here. By the time we're getting to halfway, he understands, all right, I know I burned the fast repair. I need to be careful, but I also need to be at the front. I want to keep these points. I need to keep the points lead intact, just like he did last week at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park by finishing third. So Barrales turning up the pressure, Dufresne to the race lead, but Barrales looking to take it away with help from Justin Campbell in the 21.
First time we talked about the 16-year-old from Griffin, Georgia, the legend car driver, the NASCAR Drive for Diversity in that black and white number 21 machine, trying to push your current points leader in this International iRacing Series to the lead. On board here with Campbell, and take a look inside of his sim rig as he's at home. Giving a big push, and it looks like Barrales is going to lead this lap and lead the field here on lap number 20.
And you see the huge run that the guys on the outside got going into the trial. Well, that's because Dufresne slid up high. Vargas didn't really know where to go. He wanted to stay behind that 33, and so in result, all of them checked up. But for right now, it looks like Victor Barrales, the San Luis Potosi native out of Mexico, is going to be holding on to the lead, at least for the moment. And Dufresne is going to be on the very bottom. That's a phenomenon we see often at these super speedways, Devin, where that outside really has the advantage. While if you're on the bottom, yes, you've got the shortest way around the track. That part of the field is usually prone to checkups, where a lot of drivers get into the rear end. They don't want to push the pusher. They slow down, and that can really chop off a lot of miles an hour as they come out of turn 4, and Ryan Vargas looks to the outside for the lead. But again, that's an advantage that the outside has. Longer way around, yes, but you don't have the checkups as often, which helps dramatically. And Vargas looking for the lead back to turn 1.
Barrales with the shove. Ryan Vargas back up to P1, the free agent driver, I guess I should say, in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. 5 starts here at Daytona, including his NASCAR career best, coming this past August, finished 6th place in what was a wacky race here at Daytona International Speedway for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. And you see everybody playing bumper tag right now down that super stretch. Dufresne is still trying to hold strong in that inside lane. Now getting his pushes from Lapsevich, who's racing live right now in Nuremberg.
And it looked like, Devin, it took us a little while after that restart to get settled as Dufresne slides up high and almost about checked up Lapsevich and everybody down low. But now we're seeing what we saw in that first leg of the race. Everybody gridlocked side by side, a formidable group on both lanes at this racetrack. And now that poses the question, who may be comfortable enough to make a third lane happen? I know it's pretty early in this race. We're still not even close to the end, but you can imagine that's a possibility. If you're now getting comfortable, and even if you're a driver that's already comfortable in this oval environment, do you push for 3 wide? Do you find help? And how many drivers will go with you? But for right now, it seems like those 2 lines are the best, and Ryan Vargas clear for the inside, but not going to take it. He's going to stay with Barrales on the top. Never mind, he'll go back to the bottom.
And you can see almost just how thin these corners are, but you can comfortably fit that third lane. They do it all the time in the real world. Are they going to be able to do it here with some more inexperienced race car drivers? As Dufresne shaking and baking in that inside lane, he will reclaim the lead here as Vargas has to shuffle back out to the outside lane.
And you pose that question about that third lane, and then comes who's going to go with you. Like you said, inexperience is key here with all these drivers. So are they comfortable enough, and do they really want to risk that? Again, that's just a big point about risking it for points while also making sure you don't end up in a crash. It seems as though for the moment nobody even wants to decide for 3 wide or even think about it for the moment. I feel like it's a little bit too dangerous. And Dufresne still going head-to-head with Vargas. How about Dufresne, though? The amazing run he's put up tonight from Daytona after finishing 2nd. Last race at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. We talked to him. He was very excited about that. Said it was important to be smart at this track, most notably. He's being smart, and he's being at the front. So that definitely is a good thing.
The 18-year-old Frenchman currently racing in Euro NASCAR 2 was a rookie, finished 9th in points in this season, racing for Speedhouse. And for a driver like that at just 18 years old, trying to work his way up the European ranks, if you look kind of at the American Series and the European Series, Euro NASCAR 2 kind of similar in stature to what the NASCAR Xfinity Series is. So you have a NASCAR Xfinity Series driver leading the outside lane and a Euro NASCAR 2 driver leading the inside lane.
And I love that in the top 3 you're seeing a lot of youth represented. Ryan Vargas just 22 years old, Paul Dufresne 17 years old, Trey Lapsevich 17 years old, I believe 18 years old for Paul Dufro. All of them relatively young drivers, but they are so strong in the sim and so strong driving in real life. It's awesome to see the youth represented here. Here's a look from Dufro's rig, which we saw last week at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park and almost got split 3 wide by Train Lapsevich, but Lapsevich held mercy and decided to back out before they got to turn 1.
Boy, oh boy. I think that Dufro is going to be owing Lapsevich some sort of present here in the coming weeks, because he was going to get sucked into the black hole down the middle. And I mean, Lapsevich put on the binders to try to allow him back to that inside lane. That was a mighty large favor from Traden Lapsevich. He most certainly did not have to do that.
I'm pretty sure Lapsevich understood that Dufro was going to shut the door. He was not going to take being put in that sucker hole 3 wide. That's possibly the worst spot you could be in while super speedway racing. You get set in the middle, you have nowhere to go, you can't go to the inside or outside because you're basically swarmed by the field around you. And what's even worse, you most likely don't have help behind you because nobody's going to really want to help that driver falling so far back in the middle lane. So fortunately enough that the 20 of Lapsevich decided to back out. Dufro is going to live to see another lap, but that's going to check them all up. And Victor Barrales, with help from Campbell, is going to surge to the race lead heading for turn 3.
Your points leader coming down to shut the door, and he will reclaim the lead inside of that inside lane. And this will shuffle Justin Campbell to the front of that outside groove, but they don't really have much momentum right now. As the 2 Canadians side by side, the 20 and the 7 machine, JP Bergeron, the 24-year-old out of Quebec, is just a rookie. He finished 10th in 2022 in the points series up in Canada. Average finish of about 12.5, and so he had himself a pretty solid rookie year with 7 top 10s and hoping to build on that. It's just a 24-year-old.
And a driver who finished in the top 10 at Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, the track that we saw not too long ago. And for the driver of that 7, he actually did also finish in the top 10 in sim as well. Finished P8 not too long ago in the second race of the NASCAR International iRacing Series. And turning up the heat, this 7 car, as we saw him involved in that crash, heading for turn 3. Him and Barrales were, and they've done such a beautiful job of picking themselves back up. And also you could say the same for the 148 of Gordon Barnes, who's kind of just been hanging in there, Devin. We haven't talked too much about this Chevy Camaro all race long, but the driver from Colchester, United Kingdom, certainly hanging in there with 22 laps to go.
And for Gordon Barnes, he's one of the more veteran drivers, if you will, the 49-year-old out of the UK, but it doesn't mean that he has any less driving ability. A back-to-back Euro Series Club Challenge champion, defeating another driver in this series, Neo Lambert, who's not here today, by just a single point. 5 wins and 10 starts and 6 podiums 2 seasons ago, and Gordon Barnes trying to work his way forward, and right now one of the premier drivers in Euro NASCAR, trying to get himself up front, but right now has the view of this massive pack here in front of him with their points leader Victor Barrales currently leading the way.
And I love how you're seeing the 2 ideologies of super speedway racing, Devin, show in full force here as we come across the halfway and as we enter these final 20 laps from Daytona. The 2 motives, you see these guys at the front, Ryan Vargas, Train Lapsevich, Paul Dufro, even Victor Barrales, who has shown up here in the past couple laps, Justin Campbell in the 21. All these guys have that theory of we can avoid the trouble if we stay at the front. But then you've got guys like Gordon Barnes in the 148, Jaden Reyna in the 5, that have the opposite end of the idea that, hey, if we stay in the back, chances are if they crash in front of us, we have more than enough time to check up for the wreck and get out of harm's way. So you're seeing 2 different of them.
Trouble in the back.
That's Andres Perez de Lara into the outside wall. A couple of more involved. It looks like Luli de Castello in the 24 also got a piece of the safer barrier that's going to break up the field, but we're going to stay green.
Yeah, no one had a massive collision. Everyone scattered, but that will likely be the end of the race for the 17-year-old out of Mexico City. And currently your Challenge Series champion or points leader in Mexico. Take a look back here. What we have going on here is a pair of Mexico Series drivers getting together. An errant push leads to some trouble in the back of the field.
It just looked like Jake Cosio tried to split it through the middle and did not have a space. And then the 1 machine just cut down on him. And then the real estate basically ran out. It ran out of room, and then they both got together. And that brings a couple of the drivers involved in it as well. And that's so tough for them because they are so far back from the field. We talk about Gordon Barnes. Now he's a couple of seconds off the pace trying to catch up in the draft. Jaden Reyna, Gil Linster, Jake Cosio, all of these drivers that either were involved in it or had to check up for it are completely gone from the field up at the front, still racing strong at roughly maybe 8 or 9 to 10 cars strong back to turn 1. It's going to be unbelievably tough for them to get back, and they desperately need a caution if they want to have a shot to win.
Alberto Nasca now 2 laps down, the runner-up in Euro NASCAR 2, who also got to win at his native Italy this year. 5 wins this season. Unfortunately, went 2 laps down. His race is probably over. Luli Del Castillo is also a lap down after that incident. Ruben Garcia, your points leader in NASCAR Mexico, just went a lap down, and likely Andres Perez de Lara will also be going a lap down relatively soon. And there he is right there on the outside, just trying to hang on best that he can. He'll go a lap down. That's also going to trap everyone behind him to stay a lap down if we do get a caution with that just one wave around. But Kenneth, how about this combo that we have seen so much already this morning or afternoon, depending on where you are? Lapsevich and Vargas have been inseparable in this race, it seems like.
I think they found somewhat of a relationship here over these first 33 laps, and even for the next 17. Obviously, in that last lap, you're going to be friends with absolutely nobody. You're going to go guns blazing for the race win, but Vargas and Lapsevich, I think that the amount of respect that they've built together out on the track has been so important here at this race, and that's why you see them working so well together and even racing well against each other. The competition is so high, and these guys have so much respect for each other. And I know Lapsevich has a lot of experience on the ovals in sim. I saw him race the All-American Esports 400 not too long ago. He races late models often in the sim, and he does a lot of oval stuff, and so does Vargas. These guys converge often, regularly in the sim, so nice to see that they're working so well together back to turn 1, still trying to defeat the power duo that is built up in Victor Morales and Paul Jufro back to turn 1.
And that's what's so cool about this series. You look at who is teamed up together at the front of the pack. I mean, we've seen Jufro and Morales together a long time. We've seen Vargas and Lapsevich together a long time, and that is all 4 of our different countries that are I shouldn't say countries, all 4 different demographics, if you will, represented. We have a driver from Canada, from Mexico, from Europe, and America, all trying to work together to try to take out the other group to the inside lane or the outside lane. And they built a relationship here on track drafting. That's part of super speedway racing, is building a relationship and a rapport with those other cars around you. And it's so interesting seeing that from all the different walks of life that we have in the series, how they team up when you need the most, just 16 laps to go at Daytona.
And that's so vital with these super speedways where you really can't do anything by yourself. You need people behind you to help. You need at least a couple of cars. Maybe if you have one other guy, maybe it makes sense and you can still make moves, but you need as many people as you can have. Here's a look on board with Joe Giamaggi and the number 8 machine hanging behind the 75 on Giancarlo Vecchi. Some of the guys on the back end of this top side behind Miguel Gomez, who's splitting the middle here. But like I said, building that rapport, building that respect is so important, because by the time you get to 15 laps to go where we are right now, to 10 laps to go, to 5 laps to go, and you have this amount of help, it is going to matter drastically, and that's going to give you the best shot at winning this race. And then the guys that you're working with, they have that mindset that, hey, I've worked so well with this driver all race long, why not help him another time? Why not stick with this driver that I know races clean, that I know is very smart at these tracks, that I can assist and kind of work with, and then at the last lap, we'll give ourselves the best shot of the win, and then we'll go at it against each other. But there's some favors being done, and that little reciprocation just means so much at these tracks where having somebody behind you is way better than having nobody at all.
Saw some issues there in that inside lane. Justin Campbell caught the apron. You see where the track and that yellow line is, where the banking then just turns to 0 from 31 degrees to 0 degrees. He clipped that banking just barely and almost lost the draft, along with the driver who was behind him in that. So it's an 8-car pack as those two begin to shuffle their way back forward. As we continue to see your points leader, Victor Morales, with no fast repair remaining, leading the way. We talked about some of his accomplishments, but we know that he knows how to get the job done in iRacing. He was the champion back in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. He was the champion when NASCAR Mexico made a sim racing league here in iRacing. He took home that title. He's part of the NASCAR Mexico Challenge Series. He finished 8th place in points, including a victory this season in that Challenge Series, kind of comparable to the NASCAR Xfinity Series. The Mexico Series has 3 separate series: their Truck Series, their Challenge Series, and their primary NASCAR Mexico Series. Similar to how in America you have the Craftsman's Truck Series, the Xfinity Series, and the Cup Series. So in essence, 2 very similar in stature kind of formats, but a little bit different kind of racing as Lapsevich continues to give a big old push to Jufro, as they've kind of played a little bit of swinger partner around and find a new little mate here. So Lapsevich now on the rear bumper of the 33.
I was about to say that, a little switcheroo there between the guys on the inside and the guys at the top as we continue to look at lap switch, giving that push to the throw. It might give the 33 the race lead by the time they head for turn 3, but Barrales here is looking for more than just to be at the front and win this race at Daytona. He's looking to become, Devin, the 3rd driver in eNASCAR International iRacing Series history to win more than one race. He broke free of that winless barrier at Vegas in race number 1 of this season. Can he do it all over again and join the likes of Training Lap Switch to win 2 races in their eNASCAR International iRacing Series career? And can he build that momentum for a possible championship this season, or maybe even more wins that could maybe get tied with or even surpass Alon Day, as Giorgio Maggi got all out of shape, I think, by himself. He's going to fall out of the top 10. And luckily he's able to keep that Ford Mustang pointed straight, but I'm not sure whether he had some help. I think there was just a checkup on the outside and then got tagged by Justin Campbell, went sideways, but will stay green with 12 laps to go.
Maggi with a wicked save. He will lose this lead draft. There is a second group right now being led by Jake Cosio, but they are 13 seconds behind the lead pack. They will need a caution in order to catch this group here in the next 11 laps. You see Barnes here at the tail end of this group as well, so they have themselves quite a lot of work to do to get themselves up to that lead pack. Never mind, I take it back. We have a caution on track, and that's going to bunch us all back up again.
And that's Miguel Gomez in the 46, who started on pole from Daytona, and it's the first time that he's seen in trouble. And there was a couple of more cars involved. I see the 75 of Giancarlo Vecchi, the 10 machine of Elisa Del So. Justin Campbell barely got through out of that. That would be a beautiful onboard shot from the Drive for Diversity driver. But here's a look at Gomez, the Portuguese driver, going sideways. Just that small tap from the 75 of Vecchi, and there was nothing he could do. Went sideways and even further then backed in into the outside wall. And then you'll see Elisa Del So in that 10 machine, that white car on the bottom of Justin Campbell here you're riding on board with. Looks like Del So won't be as lucky, but Campbell finds the needle to thread, and he's through.
Oh, how impressive is that right there? The seas part, and Campbell is able to switch his way through and get himself cleanly with this lead pack still. We're going to go green with less than 10 laps to go here, Kenneth. So this is what we talked about at the beginning of this race. It's not about what you're doing in those first 40 laps. It's about how you set yourself up for this final stretch right here. We do have a chance to go up to 3 green-white checkers, but this is crunch time. This is why you race those first 40 laps, to put yourself in position to find your way to the front in this next sprint.
And what's going to make things more nerve-wracking with the fact that time is running out and drivers are going to be more aggressive is that we're adding more drivers at the front of the field. Because remember those small little accidents that spread the field apart, got everybody 10th on back, away from that first pack? They're all going to have that chance to come back now that this caution is out. It's going to bunch the entire field back together. And we have a couple of drivers a lap down, but we still have 14 cars on the lead lap. So it's still going to be a formidable group of drivers at the front that you're bringing into this battle, and it's making it more intense for the drivers up at the front to play more defense.
And that last incident that we saw is really one of the intricacies of super speedway racing, the way that you kind of float in the center of the corners because you're trying to keep that car down. It's so hard to see past the car in front of you to see what line that they're running. So it's very difficult to figure that out. And if you want to learn some of the more intricate details of racing on super speedways, you can do that right now with the biggest discount iRacing gives off, 50% off. For all new members right now off of a 1-year or 2-year subscription, and for all the renewals and all the reactivations, 25% off for the iRacing holiday sale. I mean, Daytona is one of the granddaddies of them all, whether it be on the oval, whether it be on the road course, or maybe we'll get a supercross track. No, we probably won't. But you have all the different disciplines of racing that come to the World Center of Racing. This is one of the granddaddy racetracks of the world that opened back up in the 50s. So, you know what? If you guys want to try your hand at this, great opportunity to get on iRacing right now.
Hey, and look at all the content that's coming out in the future. I mean, did they announce Toyota GR86? You know how awesome that car is to have it in the sim. I think Wild West is going to become free content as well in the base subscription. So there's so much excitement, and as the new season rolls around, it's going to be in a couple days on Tuesday. We have the new season build, so we're going to have new content, new features, and so you're right, Devin. If you're somebody that's interested in iRacing but hasn't really pulled the trigger on getting a subscription yet, this time, the holiday sale, is the best time to do it. And you get your subscription every year at this time of year. I started hopping on that trend last year too. I realized how good of a deal it was, so I was like, I need to click on this right now. I cannot lose out on the opportunity. So this holiday sale, awesome for iRacing, all the drivers who are currently in sim and all the people who are looking at it but just haven't done anything to fully decide, yeah, I think this is the best time.
And we talk about how eNASCAR is growing and, of course, how iRacing continues to grow as well. And one of those new things that we find on iRacing years and years down the road is an ice racetrack. Because, of course, as a lot of you Europeans know, Euro NASCAR will hit the ice for the first time in NASCAR history in any series across the world for the NASCAR Arctic Ice Race. March 4th and 5th, they're going to race on a frozen lake in Finland for a preseason exhibition. And you can actually catch that race where some of you are watching this right now, the Euro NASCAR YouTube page. And of course, so much news, so many fantastic growth opportunities for NASCAR as of late. Of course, the NASCAR Cup Series in America racing in a stadium for the first time at the LA Coliseum. You had the NASCAR Pinty Series in Canada race on dirt for the first time this year. That also brought Kenny Schrader up to Canada for the Pinty Series. And of course, Euro NASCAR ready to start creating some new in NASCAR as well with their ice race. And of course, the new NASCAR Brazil Sprint race coming up soon as well, as NASCAR acquired that recently. So a lot of great things happening around the world of NASCAR around the world. And how about a brand new race car on track? Well, in a way, it looks like a modified, but right now, Ulysses Del Sol not having the most fun time as he lost that front clip and has plenty of front end damage. That 10 car is going to parachute to the back quickly with how much aerodynamics are vital here at Daytona.
Del Sol is not going to want to be a leader in a group. At least Del Sol could be a pusher, perhaps stay in the draft, but that's really going to hurt that front clip. Maybe he's got a clean radiator, a little more clean air there, but obviously the speed there, aerodynamics, not going to help in the case for Del Sol. And that's a prime example, Devin, of a driver who's used a fast repair tonight, then got into another incident, and they have no other choice but to just deal with that damage and just try to hold on for these next 7 or so laps.
But the leaders of this race are the leaders of the D-Boxing NASCAR International iRacing Series Digital Motorsports Championship. Victor Morales, Traden Lapcevich will lead the field back to green. 7 laps to go to decide it at Daytona.
And that's a better start for the drivers on the outside. Remember that last time we got the green flag, the top lane was completely dissipated. Now they've got more help, and this is going to be dangerous. Ryan Vargas giving a push to Lapcevich. The leaders make contact in turn 1.
Vargas has to really get off the gas, and he's able to keep Lapcevich in front of him. He could have turned that 20 car accidentally and caused a massive melee in turn 2. Morales floated up the track, bangs doors with Lapcevich. Everyone able to keep it together, well, except for Ulysses Del Sol, unfortunately. You see some of the frustration there. That's part of the racing here. Third lane trying to get made. It's Jaden Reyna, the American on the outside lane. Not really working out for him, though. And again, like you said, Kenneth, if there's going to be a third lane made, you got to have friends who are willing to go with you. We are shuffling and line dancing right now. Paul Jufro and Euro NASCAR to the front.
That's a gorgeous move, Devin, by the 33 of Jufro. Caught the 39 lacking and went to the bottom, and now the 33 in the race lead, looking for his first career eNASCAR International iRacing Series win. Here's on board with a Ford Mustang. Does Morales, Lapcevich, Vargas have anything to respond? Out of turn 2, it looks like they will. Morales will get a huge shove from the Canadian in Lapcevich, and they are still, even for the lead, back to turn 3.
And how about the young American, Justin Campbell, second in line on the inside row in the black and white number 21 machine. We continue to see him battling up front, and he has himself in a position right now to battle for this win. This time by, it will be just 5 laps to go. 12 cars in a pack here for the International Series.
Campbell in a great spot to win this race, and guess what? So is Gil Linster in the 56 machine. We saw this driver involved in an accident earlier in this race, and the Luxembourg driver has a possibility to get back in this game. Third on that inside lane. Obviously, nothing really he could do with the space given to him, but Linster in a possibility to win. Vargas tried to thread the needle 3 wide and got the door shut by Lapcevich.
Tremendous block by Lapcevich. I don't know how he got down there that quick without getting turned around. And here comes third place in the championship points on the outside lane. Jake Cochio getting a little bit of help. Reina's trying to make that third lane work, and they might get some friends. Here comes Vargas, too.
Vargas noticed the run, and now he's going to go up, but decided to go back down. Jean-Philippe Bergeron is there, and they're going to check up on that third lane. It's going to limit the space. Vargas, possibly with no help, and that may shuffle him to the very rear of the field. Everybody indecisive on what proper lane they want to choose. But I questioned Devin throughout the race whether that third line was going to be viable, who was willing to take the risk to go up there. It looks like 3, maybe 4 cars strong on the back straightaway.
Cochio was indecisive. It cost that outside lane a little bit of time, but gives a massive shove to Vargas. 3 abreast into turn number 3, looking for a win here, and he NASCAR Dufresne floats up the track. It's the big one with 4 laps to go, and that's going to collect a large portion of the field.
And that was Vargas, high fly up in the air as Dufresne got into Barrales. He slid up the track. And that is so unfortunate. I think these guys may have still faster pairs left. Barrales doesn't. The 33 of Dufresne, I think Vargas does. And then here's a look at how it all started. Turn 3, and look at that. The 33, Devin, just caught the apron and slid up the banking and gets everyone involved.
And that's how quick it happens at Daytona. And absolutely detrimental for your points leader, Victor Morales Jr., who will just try to do whatever he can to salvage some points on board with Jaden Reina. Listen in. And not a thing you can do. Not a thing you can do.
And for Reina there, look at the front end damage. Again, they slowed down so fast. There was nothing Reina could do, even if he was hopping on the brakes. And it's just, we didn't talk about this all race through, Devin. The fact that the apron is so deadly at a super speedway because you're going so fast, it could wobble the car, get it unsettled. That's what happened to Dufresne, who has been picture perfect all race long, just makes that one mistake. And unfortunately, by the time he makes contact with Barrales, it's just a passenger ride from there on out. And it takes so many competitive racers out of this one, at least in track position. Of course, Vargas and company, I think Dufresne and Vargas both have that fast per lap. Actually, Dufresne doesn't. Vargas does. So that's definitely going to be a game changer. But that is really going to open the door up for Justin Campbell, Train Lapsevich, Gil Linster, all these guys who were able to get away from the wreckage as Barrales blows the engine and has to coast it to the pit lane.
Troublesome, and we'll see who comes out of this with any sort of race car left. This is going to shuffle Justin Campbell up to the front of the pack. We will have 3 attempts maximum at a green-white checkered finish here at Daytona. Again, we talked about the chaos, the uncertainty, the inexperience of some of these drivers who race a lot of road racing and have never raced at a site like this, the super speedway of 2.5 miles in length, Daytona International Speedway. So many intricate and fine details to put together a perfect race and find yourself in victory lane, whether it be in the real world or in the sim world. Everything has to go right. So glad to have you here on iRacing's coverage of the D-Box eNASCAR International iRacing Series, powered by Digital Motorsports, live from the virtual Daytona International Speedway, and live with all of our friends in Germany at the ADAC SimRacing Expo. Glad to have all of you along with us, and of course, Traden Lapsevich live, racing in front of an audience. Guys, make sure that Traden can hear you guys. He's running P2 right now. The Canadian Pinty Series Rookie of the Year 1 year ago finally broke through and got those victories this season in Canadian NASCAR, and he's been able to get himself quite a bit of a name here, not just in the sim world, but also how he's been racing in the real world up at the Pinty Series. We get ready to restack him here, Kenneth, and the question becomes, who has faster pairs left for 3 green-white checkered finishes? Of our 18 drivers who started the race, only 3 remain with a faster pair. Justin Campbell, Traden Lapsevich, and Jaden Reina.
And those 3, Devin, the top 5 when we go back to the green flag. So that tells you just how much they've lasted here at this track and how long they've gone without having to even think about it. They do have some damage. I know Campbell has some rear end damage. Lapsevich also has some rear end damage. But that's not really going to affect them that heavily. They're still in contention for the win. They're some of the cleanest cars in this entire field. And I'm not sure if you're mad at me quite yet, Devin, because I remember at the start of the race, we talked about the race analysis. I pointed out that we had those 3 green-white checkers available. You said don't jinx it, and yet here we are, attempt number 1.
Sometimes it is just the way that it goes at Daytona too, though. And remember, guys, to tune into our D-Box contest that we have as well to win yourself a play seat rig. I mean, this thing is so cool. It's all hydraulic. It's all electric motors with no hydraulics in it. This is the Digital Motorsports NASCAR Simulator outfitted with D-Box haptic technology. You can go to d-box.com/enascar/contest. Pick who you think's going to win this championship and sign up for the D-Box newsletter for your chance to win this sim rig right here anytime between now and December 21st. We'll touch on that again a little bit later because I know you guys really, really want that rig. How many clean cars do we have? I think maybe 8. We're going to find out who's going to be able to outlast the rest of the field. The D-Box eNASCAR International iRacing Series for the first time ever at the legendary Superspeedway of Daytona. Justin Campbell and Trayden Lapcevich lead us back to the green. Another Canadian in the top 3 right now, JP Bergeron. First attempt at a green-white checkered here from Daytona.
And you saw Lapcevich there on the high side, row number 1, trying to make sure he could predict when Campbell was going to go to the green. That's going to help Lapcevich get a run. He's going to give him the lead in turn 1, but he's got no help. The 7 of Jean-Philippe Bergeron is going to take a little while to get to the back bumper of this 20. They should even out by the time they get out of turn 2. And look at Ryan Vargas all by himself, 3 wide, looking for the race lead.
The 23 doing it solo. He'll get a nose out front. He'll bring along Miguel Gomez as well and Gordon Barnes. There is power in that 3rd lane on the high side.
And Vargas was P9 by the time they got the green flag, and now he's at the possibility where he can win this race. They're 3 wide near the back end of the first pack, but Vargas, Lapcevich head-to-head as Litzer goes sideways to the white flag.
Garcia's down in the infield, but we will take the white flag. That means that we are coming back home to the checkers. Checkers or wreckers in Daytona for the International Series. Ryan Vargas leads the way. Behind him is Miguel Gomez. Then you have both Justin Campbell on the backside of that inside lane. Lapcevich leads the way in the inside group. 3 cars behind him as well with a chance at the draft.
And how about it, Devin? Lapcevich and Vargas, 2 of the strongest drivers all race long with a possibility to win. This is going to be huge. Lapcevich gets left for dead. Gordon Barnes in the mix going to turn 3. It's Vargas versus Gomez coming out of turn 4.
Andres Perez Zalara battling for 4th. His car was completely demolished. The battle for the lead off of 4 one final time is between Gomez and Vargas. At the line, Ryan Vargas in his first race in the eNASCAR International Series is going to victory lane. And you see the emotion. He wanted to be in this series so bad. I don't know how many tweets he sent out to try to figure out how to join. And he goes to victory lane in race number 1. He can't believe it either.
He's 100% from the field. 1 start, 1 win.
And it came down to that move, Kenneth. All by himself to pioneer a 3rd lane, and that move won him the race.
Oh, easily the move of the race for sure. All by himself from 9th to 1st in the span of maybe half a lap or so. And I remember, Devin, seeing the tweet yesterday. Vargas finally announced he was going to be a part of this D-Box eNASCAR International iRacing Series, how happy he was to be a part of it. And look at the results of that. All the effort he put in for this race, the experience that he carried into this event, and just the cleanliness that he carried all race long. It mattered, and despite flying in turns 3 and 4, and it looked like his race was over, Vargas had that fast repair in tow, and that's all he needed, and all the experience he could use, and he gets to victory lane for the first time in his first attempt.
Vargas burns it down, the most experienced driver in the real world at Daytona. 5 starts and a 6th place finish. Kenneth, let's look back here this last lap, because it's not just that move that he made to put himself to the lead. It's also all the intricate moves that we keep talking about to keep himself up front.
You have to play the game with momentum, and this is exactly what the 23 does. He does have some help, though, because you look at the battle out of turn 2. It looked like this was going to be it. It looked like Campbell was going to stay with Lapcevich. They were going to work together, but look at the push by the 46. It clears Vargas, and then Campbell makes this move up top. They're going to start to fight for position because Gordon Barnes is going to make it potentially 3 wide out of turn 4. But look at the masterclass Ryan Vargas does just to hold the front. keep everybody at bay. And then as Miguel Gomez goes for the move, Vargas bites a little bit, pushes him up the track, slows him down, makes him swerve, and that is more than enough to keep him at the front and keep that nose to the start-finish line first. And Vargas takes the win. But that last lap, that last restart, the beautiful moves he made in the draft to go from 9th to 1st in 2 or so corners, just unbelievable.
From P9 to P1 on a green-white checkered finish, Ryan Vargas is the winner, the first ever D-Box eNASCAR International iRacing Series powered by Digital Motorsports race at the Oval at Daytona International Speedway. Stick around with us. We are going to chat with our podium finishers and take you through the entire order of our results. You are watching the D-Box eNASCAR International iRacing Series powered by Digital Motorsports.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is.
We are back, everybody. Hope you're doing very well and enjoyed the NASCAR racing. Did you, Luke?
That was some race. Incredible stuff.
Gosh.
And to be fair to Tyrek, who was here in front of everybody, it's probably even harder than being in a real car there because he would have felt all of the eyes being on him as well. If you're in a real car, you just boxed in on your own. But that was some performance against some of the very, very best around Europe. But it was just really nice to see here live.
Yes, absolutely. Perhaps the audience can give a few claps for this guy because that was really amazing. You probably don't hear it in the stream, but everybody is really, really super, super fascinated by this guy. So talking about fascination, like one of the biggest fascinations of my youth actually is Mario Kart, and this is the game we're heading to now.
Yeah, we certainly are. It is going to be a, let's be honest, we have no idea what a point system is here, so I guess it's a winner-takes-all situation. They're going to pick themselves.
Yeah, it was for sure. I could have told that you were coming up with that idea.
It's quite favourable for us, I'm not going to lie. But on the flip side, they're going to choose their character, choose their car, and then we're going to do Rainbow Road, surely, right? We're going to do, that's the track we're going to choose. Has to be.
Yes.
So I guess we'll just get selecting characters and we'll just get on with it.
Yes, that is the plan, I guess. So I just wanted to make clear that we, in terms of we, I mean my team, won the first 2 rounds. So this is the 3rd one. But still...
No one's going to remember that once we won this one and we win the whole thing. That's all that matters at this point.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So are you okay with that? Like, the winner takes it all, right? Yes, we go like this.
And the winners do indeed get themselves tickets for the Expo next year as well.
Yes.
And plus media lounge passes a lot.
Exactly. We invite you for food and drinks the whole time, as much as you want.
Got to figure out which colour we are. So you are the blue one. Are you yellow? Green. So we're blue and green. You're yellow and red.
Blue and green against yellow and red. Are you guys doing okay? Do you feel comfortable?
Yeah, let's do this.
And also confident about the racing?
Of course.
Of course. You're going to send them to hell, right?
What?
You're going to send them to hell, right?
Always, always.
Always, always. Okay, that is a good plan, actually. It's also my plan every time. Doesn't work out most of the times, but whatsoever. So, we're into choosing tracks.
I think it's more of a tournament. I think we're like 4 races here, so...
Cool.
This should be interesting. Here
Yeah,
we go.
the more the better, I guess.
The Grand Prix is about to start. Look at the nerves on stage here. Most pressure you've ever been under?
Sorry?
The most pressure you've probably ever been under?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. So, Luke, I'm really looking forward to your commentator skills, actually.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to commentate, but we'll have a bit of fun anyway. We're here at Staubtrockene Wüste.
Yeah, Staubtrockene Wüste, which means like...
exactly the same.
Yeah. It's going to be super dry desert.
Here we go then. So top left and bottom left is you, Matzo, I think, and then we've got the right-hand side of the screen. I'll tell you what, top right is absolutely smashing it up to P3 already. This is a great start. I'm actually P3 and P2. Cool. Love it.
Wow. This is a tight race, actually.
Oh, just unfortunately, just taking a bit of a hit there. Down to P6 and P4 now. Oh,
wow, they're bumping
Matt's
each
team
other
now
like...
in the lead, battling for P1. Picking up a potential power-up here, and there's a coin, and actually, it's also got the green shells as well, which is perfect.
But what you can actually see is that my guys are already in very good positions, which just changed.
You'll realise very, very quickly that Mario Kart ebbs and flows very quickly.
Yes, totally. Now it goes into the, like this little Water.
Now we're in P1. So we've got P1 down in the bottom right-hand corner there, but P7 in the top right. So a little bit of work to do then for the second of our drivers.
Yeah. So my guys are going on 4th and 5th, actually.
Not sure what's going on with the top left there, but that is a massive, great flower that's just eating other drivers, which is something I don't think I've ever seen in Mario Kart before. That's incredible. Got red shells flying all over the place here as well.
Got killed over here.
Bowser has just taken himself out.
It's not over yet, so...
Oh, oil all over the screen, so one of the AI there has just ruined everybody's day. Some more power-ups here. We've got some mushrooms that are going to be thrown out here. I think that's effectively like 3 lives, right?
Actually, it looks pretty much as if I'm sim racing.
I've never seen you sim race, but I can imagine that might be the case. Right now, we're P1, P2. This is an incredible performance. When it comes to trivia and knowledge, not quite so sharp, but when it comes to Mario Kart, oh, we are the business.
Like,
he's trying to get the slipstream here. They're communicating. They're trying to get slipstream on the final lap here. And right now, it's 1-2 for my team, but P3 is currently occupied by Max's team, now down to 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
Big opportunity here.
But it's tight, it's tight. Like, I guess the first 4 are pretty tight, so you got hit. Like, my guys got hit a lot.
Supposed to avoid them.
Now bumped into this.
Oh, this is incredible here. 7th and 6th, then the pressure going to Max's team for sure. We're still in 2nd and 4th then. Oh, now down to 6th actually.
Now you're the 6th, the 7th.
One of our players.
Wow.
Really is all down to Bowser here. Can Bowser get that performance, get that result, and try and take the lead in this championship?
That is really a close one. Everybody's losing things like behind the stage and in front of the stage as well, because the tension is so high.
We're about to come across the line here, and I think that's going to be a P1 for Team Luke.
Yeah, looks like well, my team.
Might be a P4 here as well. And actually, both of my drivers are going to finish ahead of both of yours. So when the pressure comes down to it, we create diamonds.
Let's say we are like 3-1 in the lead now, right? Aren't we?
I think it's going to go down to whoever is the highest in the championship. Whoever's that team they're representing, they win. So that's the first race done then. Bowser at 15 points, Cooper on 12. Then got Knochen Bowser. By the way, I don't speak German, so this is
Knochen Bowser, my friend. Come on, please. Train pronunciation.
I'm trying.
Knochen Bowser. It's German.
Krankenhaus.
Krankenhaus, exactly. So that was just the training, right? Yeah. Now you're getting into it. And we are still absolutely in the lead. So Luke's trying to make up new rules, but we won't follow that one. So second race is going to start in a few seconds. Audience is super tensed.
So here we go then, Mats's team again on the left-hand side. My team on the right, currently in the top 4. Both of my drivers, players, I'm not sure what we should call it here, to be honest. Although this is where sim racing did originate from, the original Mario Kart for me anyway, personally.
Yes, wow. My team actually with a super decent 10th place, but also 3rd.
Yeah, we're currently 6th and 2nd right now. And, well, Bowser looking for a second win, and it might be enough to just take the championship off those 2 results. So a very good start here for me.
To be honest, it's not so easy to sit on a stage and race, right? Yeah.
It's also not very easy to sit on a stage and try and commentate over a Mario Kart race, if I'm honest.
Obviously,
but it's fun all the same. So Team Matza still with a P4 and a P10 as it stands. I'm there with a P6 and now a P3. But it's very close at the front here. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's gone from P3 to P1 in the blink of an eye. Wow, this is very interesting indeed. Anyone else having fun? Oh, trying to find a shortcut there. Unfortunately, ended up taking a little bit longer.
Still
head on to the final lap of the race then.
Well, already final lap. That is.
Yeah.
Whoa. That is
currently occupied P1 and P3 as it stands.
Guys, hurry. Yes, 3rd place. That sounds good. But still.
Yeah, very close here. Coming up to the final few corners here. Final few power-ups to go. I'll tell you what, it is not looking good for Team Matt. So currently 5th and 10th. 3rd and 2nd. Now 2nd and 1st for my team. And they're about to come across the line. I think you're going to find they're going to take P1 and P2. This is looking unbelievable for Team Luke. Up towards the line we go, and it is. It's a P1 and the P2.
Wow, not too bad. And we come in with P4 and P9, I guess. Might change. Yeah.
So Lucas,
congratulations for already being good in something.
Just out of interest, Lucas, what do you do for a living?
It might be racing, right?
Yeah, you know, but
the physics are different.
They lost the first 2 games, and I think it's just fair to let them have some fun now, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So generous of yours, so generous. Like our team is just like really, really very polite, you know, like 2 guests. So I guess we're ending up now. At the moment, it's 4-2, I guess, right? Like I still count points.
You can count what you like, but right now we're winning.
Well, you had a little bit of luck, but let's see what the third race brings. So, yeah, we're on the left side again, you guys on the right, and now, still,
we start pretty well.
Lose
We're
the
P1,
start.
P2 again.
No worries there. We are coming. I'm pretty sure.
Playing a great game here, actually. Top left, Team Matza battling for the lead. And actually
there
now
is
into
the
the
lead.
lead here, so things may be starting to change. All the first set of power-ups coming in now. Looks like only one player was able to get it. That's top right. We have a nice flower come out to fly with. Yeah, I'm just realising how long it's been since I played Mario Kart. This is such a different game to what I used to play. Poor Matt's over there. He's an absolute awe. He's just like silent. He's
Yeah, I'm so fascinated
So excited
by
about
my guy leading this this race. It's amazing. P1 over here, and P6 makes a 7, divided by 2, 3.5. You have 8 divided by 2 is a 4, so we are in the lead, right?
Yeah, maybe. I've given up keeping count, to be honest. I want to give a shout out to Yannick, though. Yannick put this game show together. I'm not sure we're doing the greatest of jobs of hosting it, because I have no idea what's going on. And the point seems hilarious, but it's been fun. And yeah, I know it took a lot of work, so shout out to Yannick. We are on to the final lap, nearly. I think we're about to now.
Yes.
And as it stands, you're in P1 and P8, and my players are in P4 and P3.
Wow.
Yeah, very close here now.
P6, P5, that is a nice thing. No, wow. Got overtaken again.
I'll tell you what,
3
I reckon
times.
Bowser might be able to go 3 for 3 here. Covering in third, firing out red shells.
Final round.
Keep an eye on the top left and the top right. We're in the
So,
clutches
again,
here.
we are fighting for P7 over here.
I'm not sure which one Lucas is. I think he might be top left here. And the shade that I threw out there might have just awoken the beast in him. Oh, right near the end, banana skin. Still not costing the lead here, though. I think Mats is about to fight back. Although, come up towards the line, it is still close, still a bit of drama happening. And Bowser's going to do it again.
No,
last corner.
Unbelievable
He's
last
taken
corner.
again.
Overtaken.
Wow, it's
Unbelievable.
3 from 3. And that is absolutely incredible.
Also,
last corner.
Yeah. Did you hear the lonely clapping in the audience? That was our commentator, Alex, actually, who was really, really, really happy to see that. Alex, I can't believe you're for the other team. What is that? Unbelievable. Okay, so do we have another race? I guess so, right?
We have another race,
This
but
was.
ultimately it doesn't matter because he can't be caught. But we want to see this final race. Give
Yes,
Lucas
definitely.
a chance to redeem himself. But I can't believe the emotion. The whole, when they come into this, we don't really care.
Yeah.
That
That was the
everyone's
thing
pretty
in the end,
excited
right?
about
Like
that.
that. Oh, 9, come on.
We're here in the jungle now for the final race of our game show Mario Kart World Extravaganza. I'm not sure what you want to call it, but it's been certainly something. So we're jumping on flowers, trying not to get hit by bongo drums, I think. It's like a fever dream. I have no idea what you just said to me there, I'm afraid, but you can say it now.
He took three of the surprises
Cheaters will never prosper. Don't worry about it.
Wow, you're already in the lead again.
If you jump, you can cut the corner.
P1 and P2 over there for Team Luke.
Trying to help them now with some tactics. Not sure we need. To be fair, I'm not sure we need it. It's P1, P2 right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. You guys are good in Mario Kart, at least.
I'm going to throw it out there. I feel I may have the world's best Mario Kart driver, and we have no idea about it.
Yeah.
It goes 4 from 4. That's a worthy winner, surely.
I really got to hold myself back to not grab the controller. But I'm not sure if I could do anything, actually.
No, you know,
there's
only, 12 in the race, and you'll probably end up finishing in 13th.
Okay. P2 over here. Just overtook you.
All of our pilots right now are...
So this might be kind of a revenge for the last race. Let's see what happens.
We're just having a Sunday drive here. This is brilliant.
Wow. Again, those black spots on the screen.
So we're coming up towards the end then of lap number 2. We are now on lap number 3.
Of 3.
And as it stands, 3 of our players are actually in that top 3 positions as well. I can see the stress on Luca's face right now. He really wants to win after what happened last time out. Oh, he takes out a drum, but he's all good. But right now, Bowser is on a different planet, on a different map. I think this might be a 4 from 4 situation.
Damn it.
It's going to be okay there, though. It's actually going to be a P1, P2 as it stands. This is an incredible performance.
Honestly, it is just so unfortunate what happens here. So, come on. No.
Across the line, we're going to go. It is 4 from 4.
Okay. I have to admit.
It's the Mario Kart version of Max Verstappen.
It is at least something you guys can do, and that's racing Mario Kart, obviously. But what can I say? Congratulations.
I will be honest. When it comes to trivia and stuff and questions, useless. But when it comes to Mario Kart, world level.
You have to let him speak into the microphone, actually, otherwise you can't understand.
Sorry, you couldn't hear that.
What did you say?
Yeah, actually I'm more of the racing driver, so Mario Kart is for me the perfect simulation to get the points. 4 in a row, it speaks for itself.
Obviously it does, obviously.
It's pretty fun.
Do you want to answer to that?
Actually, I didn't listen. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that we just have been on a bad strategy, you know, for wrong tire choice, and you know, happens.
At some point, did you realize that those guys are now overtaking the show over here? Like, okay, whatsoever.
I'm gonna probably get in trouble for this, but because I'm not sure really what's been happening for the last few hours, all of you are going to get tickets for the next expo.
Yes, exactly. I think we did
Danny's
excellent
probably
math
going to
here.
go nuts at me for that, but I'm not sure we can really call a winner.
No, we could at least do kind of a rock, scissors, paper tournament in the end, but actually I think
the fans are the winners, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's a good idea, though. And we have enough tickets for the expo, so you all are invited for next year and very welcome to join us at the media booth as well. So food and drinks for you as well. And, of course, please help yourself with those products over here because they are all for you. You will have hairdo for the next 5 years, I guess. So yes, or give them to your friends or give them to the audience. Also, good idea, I guess.
Yeah, perfect. Perfectly summed up there.
Yeah. Shall we stand up and like bow down?
Sure, where we can go now, to be honest. I have no idea. We can't go to the centre of the state because we just close it out from here.
We just stay here, right?
Close it from here.
Okay, guys. Yeah. Also, I feel like after 4 days of ADAC SimRacing Expo, it feels good to finally sit down and relax a bit and perhaps we can like have a little recap of the weekend because it was so amazing. Started out with a lot of tension and overwhelming everything somehow for me, from my point of view, and then like it got even better day after day after day. How was it for you?
I'm not sure what people were expecting, to be honest. I'm not sure whether they quite expected it to be as big as it has been. the success it has been as well, the amount of people here as well. It's been really, really cool. We've had some really serious discussions. We've had a lot of fun discussions as well. We've had some incredible racing action across the whole weekend.
Yes,
none more so than what we just saw there with the NASCAR in the European Series. It was phenomenal. But the whole weekend for me, it's just been loads of fun. Get to meet up with people for the first time in, however long, 12 months for the Expo. And I think the moving from the Nürburgring in a bigger environment has just made it an exceptional experience from all.
Absolutely, and also regarding the future, this has been the absolutely right decision, because everybody agrees on this scene will definitely grow and grow and grow, and I'm really looking forward to having some really nice and even bigger experiences in terms of SimRacing Expo and also the sport of course.
100%. I want to say a few thank yous to everybody who's been working behind the scenes, to our commentators, to people who are working on sound, on people who are working on graphics, to all the teams, the drivers.
Yes.
Without all of those people, it's just not a possibility to do this. Thank you for watching at home as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed the experience. Again, something a little bit different. Long broadcast, I know, as you can tell by my voice, but it's been a really fun experience. Hopefully you enjoyed.
Abso-freaking-lutely. So thanks again to everybody. The two of us, thanks to Luke Crane, of course, we are only the clowns who are jumping on the stage around and having fun with guys like you. Thank you, by the way, for participating. But there are so many people working hard on this, and so thanks to everybody behind, backstage, working your asses off the whole time, even the weeks and months before. So this is amazing. Really looking forward to having great times with all of you again. So please join the next time. Luke, any last words?
Yeah. Basically, the close of the show from us here at the ADAC Sim Expo 2022. A thank you to all of our premium partners, as of course, without them, we couldn't do it. But we'll see you in around about 12 months' time.
Just close my eyes and think